Chapter 51. Parents Escape. Follow me. Wu Shuang decisively pointed towards the passage, a glimmer of hope igniting in his heart. He led the way towards that direction, with the cultivators behind him closely following. Despite the anxiety in their hearts, the desire to live made them fearless. They rushed through flames and thick smoke. Finally reaching the passage, Wu Shuang exerted all his strength to push open the stone door of the passage, which appeared somewhat rotten under the scorching fire, but still held against his blow. The moment the door opened, everyone surged into the passage like wild horses breaking free. Hurry, hurry, Wu Shuang urged, as the sound of soldiers chasing from behind grew heavier and more rhythmic, as if the shadow of death was closing in step by step. The cultivators ran through the passage, their hearts filled with a desire for freedom, but at the same time accompanied by a fear of the unknown. At the end of the passage was pitch darkness. Wu Shuang raised his weapon, emitting a faint glow to illuminate the path ahead. Not far away, the sound of flowing water could be faintly heard, seemingly a spring leading to the outside world. Wu Shuang secretly rejoiced. If they could escape the prison, perhaps they could find hope for survival amidst the chaos. However, as they gradually approached the exit, the sounds of their pursuers grew closer, and the flames on the city walls continued to spread, as if they were about to engulf this space. Wu Shuang knew time was running out, and he urged everyone to quicken their pace, silently reciting in his heart, as long as they could escape, everything in the future would be worth fighting for. Thus, amidst the chaos and despair, the cultivators, led by Wu Shuang, finally burst out of the passage, welcoming the long-awaited freedom. However, the night sky over North City was still illuminated by flames. What awaited them behind the chaos? Outside the prison of North City, the firelight dyed the sky red, and the chaotic scene felt like a nightmare, hard to escape. A glimmer of hope ignited in Wu Qian's heart. His parents were amidst that chaos. After a fierce struggle just now, they had finally fought for a chance to escape. At this moment, several of Wu Qian's friends stood by his side, tense yet determined, unhesitatingly supporting him in this bold plan. Wu Qian, we have to hurry. His friend Xiao Li said urgently, anxiety flashing in his eyes. The surrounding shouts, sounds of fighting, and breaking objects intertwined like a chaotic symphony, striking at everyone's hearts. Wu Qian nodded, knowing that time waits for no one. They had to find a safe path to ensure Wu Qian's parents could escape this besieged North City. At this moment, the prison's door had been broken down, and the imprisoned cultivators seized the chaos to escape, scattering everywhere. The streets of North City were boiling like a volcano. Hurry, follow me. Wu Qian led several friends, quickly weaving through the crowd, running down a narrow alley. In the alley, shadows flickered, and occasional screams pierced the air. Wu Qian's heart raced like a drum, fearing he might miss the sight of his parents. They jogged along, and finally, in a hidden corner, they spotted Wu Qian's parents. Wu's father and mother looked pale, clearly having gone through quite a scare, but their faces lit up with surprise at the sight of Wu Qian and his friends. What are you doing here? Wu's mother asked anxiously, tears glistening in her eyes. We're here to help you escape, Wu Qian replied, striving to make his voice sound calm and strong. He knew time was of the essence. The soldiers in North City could reinforce at any moment, and they had to leave quickly. His friends immediately gathered around to encourage Wu's father and mother. Uncle, aunt, come with us, it'll be safe, another friend, Xiao Lin, added, his tone urgent. Wu's father and mother exchanged glances, feeling apprehensive but understanding that staying would mean facing greater danger. Wu's father nodded vigorously. Okay, we'll follow you. They acted swiftly, with Wu Qian leading the way, his parents closely behind, while several friends stayed alert at the back, wary of any pursuing enemies. The end of the alley led to a remote marketplace. Although the crowd surged, the chaotic situation made it feel especially crowded, with various sounds overlapping, as if no one noticed their presence. Hurry, through the marketplace. Wu Qian pointed to the exit on the other side, silently praying everything would go smoothly. The atmosphere in the marketplace was noisy, but under these circumstances, Wu Qian felt a sliver of safety. They navigated through the marketplace, and Wu Qian could sense his parents' tension, which made him feel uneasy too. Just then, a sudden shout broke the brief silence, as a soldier pointed at them and yelled, "Over there, someone is escaping." Wu Qian's heart sank instantly. He knew things had become more complicated. Time was not on their side, and he had to react quickly. Hurry, run that way. Wu Qian pointed towards a narrow alley on the side of the marketplace, secretly praying they could find a safe escape route. The group quickly turned and dashed towards the alley. The shouts from behind grew closer, and a wave of urgency surged in Wu Qian's heart. His legs felt as heavy as lead. However, he could not give up. He could not let his parents suffer harm again. After passing through the alley, they finally paused on an empty path, allowing Wu's parents a moment to catch their breath. That Wu's mother's face was still pale, but a flicker of hope ignited in her eyes. "Where are we going?" she gasped. "South. There's a small village. It will be safer there," Wu Qian answered, striving to calm himself. He knew time was tight, and they had to act quickly. No one said another word. Everyone adjusted their state as fast as possible, preparing to move on. Just then, Wu Qian suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind, growing closer. His heart tightened. He quickly turned around, his expression serious. "Hurry, hurry." They quickened their pace, weaving through more alleys, until in a hidden corner, Wu Qian finally saw a small door, behind which was the road leading outside North City. At that moment, Wu Qian felt a sense of relief. His parents were finally about to escape this place of turmoil. "Hurry, now," Wu Qian urged, leading the way to push open the small door. Behind the door was a dim passage, seemingly leading to an unknown future, but at this moment, they had no other choice. Wu's father and mother quickly followed, while several friends stayed vigilant at the back, afraid of being pursued by enemies. They delved deeper. Wu Qian's heart was filled with hope. Although the chaos in North City continued, their escape route seemed to be gradually clarifying. Chapter 52. Hope of Reunion. Wu Qian ran amidst the flames and chaos, a strong anxiety surging within him. He squeezed through the crowd with all his might, surrounded by countless screams and shouts, as if the entire North City had become fragile under this calamity. The flames of the prison devoured the night sky, reflecting the sorrowful yet determined expression on his face. At this moment, the image of Lin Yan constantly flashed in Wu Qian's mind. She was the only concern in his heart, but the moment he was planning the prison break with his friends, he never expected things would spiral into such chaos. His parents had successfully escaped, and along with his friends, fled the northern city, while he chose to stay behind. He wanted to ask that girl who had deeply pierced his heart, the one he once cherished so much, why she had chosen to leave at this moment and choose Xia Minghui, the son of the northern god of war, whom he regarded as a rival. That Wu Qian couldn't understand how everything he had fought for had led to such an ending. "I can't just leave like this," he silently shouted in his heart, his gaze once again cast toward the chaotic crowd. He remembered the hesitation reflected in Lin Yan's eyes in that moment. Her face seemed to be illuminated by flames, becoming even clearer. Wu Qian stopped in his tracks, his heart racing. He knew he had to go back, to find her, to clarify her feelings. He repeatedly reminded himself that he couldn't let her disappear from his life like this. Although the city gates were blocked and soldiers were searching everywhere, his inner resolve had already formed. No matter how difficult the path ahead, he must not give up. In the chaos, he turned around and ran toward the direction where Lin Yan might appear. He silently recited Lin Yan's name in his heart, as if her every smile was encouraging him to move forward. Wu Qian passed through a narrow alley, the interplay of firelight and shadows reflecting his tense face. The surrounding noise gradually faded, as if he was the only one wandering in this lonely world. Every step was filled with unease, yet he couldn't stop. Despair and hope intertwined, like an invisible thread pulling him tightly toward Lin Yan. Just as he was about to approach the place where Lin Yan had once stayed, a group of soldiers suddenly appeared before him. Their armor shimmered in the firelight, their faces stern, as they searched for fugitives. That Wu Qian's heart tightened, nearly turning to flee, but the thought of Lin Yan steeled his resolve. He pondered whether he could take advantage of the chaos to sneak past the soldiers unnoticed. "I must find her," Wu Qian encouraged himself, a spark of courage igniting within him. He hid in the shadows, cautiously moving forward, trying not to let the soldiers detect his presence. But at that moment, he overheard their conversation. "I heard the boy who planned the prison break is trying to save his parents. Capturing him would earn a hefty reward." Wu Qian's heart jolted. Those soldiers seemed to have already locked onto his identity. He felt a wave of suffocation, as if all his efforts were about to turn to vapor. He looked up at the night sky. The moon was gradually moving west, and the stars flickered in the darkness, as if guiding him. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his sight. It was Lin Yan. She looked flustered, seemingly searching for something. Wu Qian's heart raced, as if the entire world had come to a standstill at that moment. He nearly wanted to run to her, But reason held him back. He knew that if the soldiers discovered him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Yan, he called softly, his voice swallowed by the chaotic environment. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart, helplessly watching her look around, unable to do anything. Despair surged within him. He understood that if he didn't take action now, he might never see her again in this lifetime. He took a deep breath, deciding to approach her at any cost. He silently vowed not to let her disappear like this, even if it meant plunging into an endless abyss. He took another step forward, but at that moment, a soldier's shout came from behind him. Panic surged within Wu Qian. He knew time was running out. Lin Yan, run. He finally couldn't hold back and shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos, clearly reaching Lin Yan's ears. She suddenly turned around, a look of shock flashing in her eyes, followed by determination. Wu Qian, what are you doing here? Lin Yan's voice was particularly crisp in the night. Her gaze was like a ray of light, illuminating the darkness in Wu Qian's heart. I'm here to find you. Wu Qian's voice was firm and powerful, as if breaking an invisible shackle. Let's leave together. Lin Yan hesitated for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. However, just then, the soldiers had already discovered them and were running toward this way. Wu Qian's heart tightened, despair and fear intertwined, yet an incredible courage ignited within him. Go. He reached out, taking Lin Yan's hand without hesitation, running toward the other end of the alley. Although the road ahead was filled with uncertainty, he knew that only by standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yan could they find a way out. His heart was filled with a desperate determination. No matter how difficult the path ahead, he feared nothing. Wu Qian led Lin Yan through the alleys of the northern city, his heart brimming with expectations for her. The night was deepening, the moonlight like water, spilling over the surrounding ruins and casting his tightly wrinkled face into relief. After a night of chaos, the northern city had been heavily sealed off and surrounded by soldiers. The once bustling streets were now left with silence and shadows. His heart was like the suppressed night, turbulent and difficult to calm. They ran toward the alley where Lin Yan had once lived, the place where they had played as children, filled with their laughter. Wu Qian. Lin Yan's voice was faint and trembling at that moment. A myriad of emotions surged within her heart. Lin Yan, I thought I would never see you again. Wu Qian's voice was choked, his eyes shimmering with light. He wanted to reach out and hold her hand, but hesitated, fearing that such an action would make her uncomfortable. Lin Yan took a small step back, a hint of complex emotions flashing in her eyes, seemingly surprise and fear all at once. Her heart was in turmoil. Wu Qian's appearance reminded her of many beautiful memories, but she also understood that she had already made her choice, no longer the girl who could act on a whim. I came to find you. I want to leave the northern city with you. Wu Qian's voice was firm and urgent, his gaze filled with intense longing, as if hoping to mend the rift between them with this decision. But Lin Yan lowered her head, her fingers tightly twisted together, clearly contemplating something. She knew she had made her choice. Marrying Xia Minghui was to give her parents an explanation and to protect herself, yet facing Wu Qian at this moment, her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Chapter 53, The Choice of Emotions. But you don't know how bad things are right now. The city is sealed off, and my parents are still here. I can't just leave like this. Lin Yan's voice trembled, but her gaze was more resolute. Wu Qian's heart ached as he looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. He knew that the feelings between them had undergone an irreversible change. Are you really planning to marry Xia Minghui? He couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with disappointment and unwillingness. I can't let my parents worry. I must consider them. Lin Yan's voice gradually sank, as if justifying her choice. A glimmer of despair flashed in Wu Qian's eyes. He understood that he could not change her decision, no matter what. The gazes of the two people intertwined in the air, as if in that moment, all emotions and memories collided together, making it hard to breathe. I don't want to lose you. Lin Yan. Wu Qian finally expressed his deepest feelings, his voice deep, like an endless sigh in the night sky. I don't want to either, but I have no choice. Lin Yan's eyes shimmered with tears, seemingly feeling helpless and pained by her own choice. At that moment, Wu Qian felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. No matter how hard he tried, it seemed he could not salvage this relationship. His heart was filled with disappointment, as if everything had collapsed in an instant. I will leave Beicheng, but I hope you can take care of yourself. Wu Qian finally let go of her hand, silently wishing her well. In his heart, he knew he could never recover the beautiful moments they once had, but he hoped Lin Yan could find her own happiness. Lin Yan stood silently in place, Watching Wu Qian's figure gradually fade away, her heart filled with complex emotions. She knew that the choice she made would change everything, and the hope of reuniting would ultimately turn into a helpless farewell. Lin Yan stood by the window, gazing at the night sky of Beijing, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Outside, the flames still soared, and the chaotic clamor echoed in her ears like an endless nightmare. Her heart raced quickly, both because of the boy's impulsiveness and her own helplessness about the future. Lin Yan, don't hesitate any longer, her mother said softly from behind, her voice tinged with unease and anxiety. Lin Yan turned around and saw her mother's face lined with wrinkles and a deep sense of fatigue, and her heart ached. She knew how much her mother hoped she could have a stable future rather than an aimless obsession with Wu Qian. Mom, I really want to be with him. Lin Yan's voice was weak, almost drowned out by the noise outside. She missed Wu Qian, missed those carefree times, missed his smile in the sunlight. However, the voice in her heart told her that what she had to choose now was safety and stability, not danger and uncertainty. But look at how bad the situation is now. He dares to rob a prison to save his parents. If he gets caught, the consequences will be severe. Her mother's tone was mixed with helplessness and pleading. We can't wait any longer. The situation in Beijing is becoming increasingly unclear. You must think this through. Lin Yan's thoughts began to spiral. She knew that Wu Qian's parents had suffered greatly in prison, and he was risking his life to save them. But her parents also needed protection, and their safety was particularly important in this turbulent time. She could no longer let her emotions lead her to make irrational decisions. I know you love him, but you still have me and your father. We all need you. Her mother's words were like an invisible rope, tightly binding Lin Yan's heart. She closed her eyes, trying to calm herself down. At this moment, she felt as if she was wandering between two worlds. One was Wu Qian, and the other was her family. If I marry Xia Minghui, at least I can provide my parents with a safe life, Lin Yan thought to herself. Xia Minghui was the son of the god of war, Xia Feng, from the northern border, and his family was relatively well off. He could provide her with a stable life. Thinking of this, Lin Yan gradually formed a decision in her heart. She knew that this would be a betrayal to Wu Qian, but she could no longer take risks. Mom, I've made up my mind. Lin Yan finally summoned the courage to face her mother's expectant eyes. I will marry Xia Minghui. The look of astonishment flashed across her mother's face, which soon softened. She stepped forward, gently grasped her daughter's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Good daughter, I will support every decision you make. I just hope you can be happy. Lin Yan nodded slightly, but her heart felt a tinge of indescribable bitterness. She knew that this path was chosen by herself, but at the end of this road, would there really be the happiness she longed for? Thinking of Wu Qian's resolute face, she felt an immense heartache. She remembered the sweet words he had once said to her, and her heart ached. I will take good care of myself, Lin Yan finally told herself. Although her heart was filled with unease, she knew her choice was for her family. She held back her tears, turned around, and returned to the window, looking at the still blazing Beicheng, silently praying for Wu Qian's safety. As night deepened, the chaos outside seemed to have not yet calmed down. Lin Yan's thoughts surged like a tide, memories of Wu Qian flooding her mind, and those happy times seemed to flash before her eyes. She knew that this relationship had already become a thing of the past, yet that attachment still lingered in her heart, hard to let go. I will always remember you, Lin Yan whispered softly, knowing that this attachment would accompany her through the coming days, and no matter what the future held, she would take this as motivation to pursue a safe and stable path. When she looked up again at the starry sky outside the window, her heart had already made up its mind. Although she chose a different path, she would strive to walk this path more firmly, even though the scenery ahead remained blurry. She believed that one day, she would find her own happiness. Perhaps, behind that happiness, there would still be Wu Qian's shadow. At that moment, Wu Qian was desperately fleeing towards the outskirts of the city, sweat beads as large as soybeans glistening on his forehead, and his breathing became increasingly rapid. However, what made him feel despair was that the soldiers chasing after him were growing more and more numerous, surging like a tide. Seeing that escape was hopeless, Wu Qian gritted his teeth, a sense of determination rising in his heart, deciding to fight these pursuers to the death. Just as he was about to turn around to face the enemy, suddenly, a deep and powerful voice came from not far ahead. Follow me. Wu Qian abruptly turned his head and saw a figure standing at the street corner not far away, waving at him. When he clearly saw that person's face, Wu Wu Qian couldn't help but brighten up. It was Yi Fan. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Qian immediately ran wildly towards Yi Fan, closely following him. Before long, the two arrived at the inn where Yi Fan was staying. As soon as he entered the room, Wu Qian collapsed onto a chair like a deflated ball, gasping for breath. Yi Fan looked at the exhausted Wu Qian and slowly spoke. I was originally planning to leave, but then I heard that the son of the god of war, Xia Minghui, is getting married soon, so I stayed. Chapter 54. Endless longing. Yi Fan stood still, pondering silently. At this delicate and critical moment, the crown prince, with his sycophantic nature and skill in scheming, was very likely trying to curry favor with the powerful war god. Perhaps at this moment, the crown prince was meticulously preparing to send trusted aides bearing various rare treasures as gifts, hoping to leave a good impression on the war god and thus solidify his own position and influence. It was even possible that the crown prince might lower himself to come personally to show goodwill. A cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, secretly thinking, if the crown prince really appears, it would be the perfect opportunity to take revenge for Longli. Even if it's not possible to make the crown prince pay in blood immediately, at least I can collect some interest from him, making him pay the price for his past actions. On every inch of land in the North City, soldiers and officials were conducting a tight search, the tense atmosphere resembling an invisible net that enveloped the entire city. The sound of hurried footsteps and stern reprimands echoed through the streets and alleys. At this moment, Wu Qian, under Yi Fan's cover, moved like a nimble shadow. Using his keen perception of the environment and exceptional intelligence, Yi Fan cleverly created various illusions to confuse the soldiers, diverting their attention. Wu Qian then quietly slipped through hidden corners and narrow alleys during these intervals. His movements were light and agile, like a raccoon in the dark, each action precise and measured. Finally, in the deep of night when all was quiet, Wu Qian successfully evaded the pursuing eyes that felt like daggers at his back, safely hiding in a seemingly tranquil corner of North City, as if he had never been caught up in the turmoil, leaving only the gently swaying branches as proof of his narrow escape. The bright moon hung high in the vast night sky, its silvery light softly cascading over the expansive earth, cloaking everything in a layer of translucent silk. Wu Qian, the originally spirited youth, had just undergone a heart-pounding, life-or-death escape. The dangers and crises along the way sharpened his will, making him more steady and resolute without him even realizing it. He looked up at the bright moon, secretly contemplating that, as the saying goes, heaven does not completely seal off all paths for a person, as long as he held on to hope and maintained his faith. After this long night, dawn would surely come with light and beauty. When the first ray of morning sun broke the horizon and spilled onto the earth, the oppressive lockdown in North City was finally lifted. However, the presence of patrolling soldiers was still visible throughout the city, their synchronized footsteps and serious expressions indicating that the tense atmosphere had not completely dissipated, as if an invisible hand still gripped everyone's hearts tightly. Today, the eyes of the entire Great Xia Empire were focused on the son of the war god of the northern frontier, Xia Minghui. Because today was the auspicious day of his wedding, the city was adorned with lanterns and decorations, vibrant red silk fluttering gently in the breeze, contrasting sharply with the cold armor of the soldiers. High-ranking officials, dressed in magnificent attire and wearing smiles, flocked to the wedding venue, while ordinary citizens stopped by the roadside to watch, whispering about the grand wedding and speculating on what changes and waves it would bring to the Great Xia Empire. As the first gentle rays of sunlight fell upon the earth in the morning, the entire war god's residence basked in its warm and soft glow. This grand mansion, already imposing and solemn, radiated a unique brilliance under the gentle caress of the sunlight, appearing particularly fresh and vibrant. Entering the war goddess residence, one could see the meticulously arranged wedding venue, resembling a dreamy garden pulled straight from a fairy tale. Walking slowly along the path, the first thing that caught the eye was the stunning aisle. This aisle was completely paved with exquisite petals, unfolding like a colorful painting before people's eyes. On either side of the aisle, countless pure white roses and delicate baby's breath clustered together. Some flowers bloomed vividly, while others shyly hung their heads in bud form. As the gentle breeze swept through, they swayed lightly, seemingly whispering their most sincere and beautiful blessings to the newlyweds. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, refreshing and intoxicating. Looking around, The entire wedding venue was adorned with a breathtaking array of flowers and greenery. Pink peonies, purple lavenders, and orange tulips intertwined, forming a dazzling sea of blooms. Amidst this floral ocean, exquisite sculptures and delicate fountains added a touch of dynamic beauty. At this moment, the scene was filled with endless romance and warmth. Every detail had been carefully designed and crafted to provide the newlyweds and guests with a dreamlike visual feast. In this enchanting setting, people seemed to forget the noise and troubles of the world, immersing themselves wholeheartedly in this beautiful dream. Inside the grand hall of the war goddess residence, there was a breathtakingly large hand-painted mural. The mural featured soft blues and pinks as the main colors, intertwining and blending like the gentle and enchanting colors of the sky at dawn. In the painting, the first light of dawn had just appeared on the horizon, with warm rays penetrating the clouds and spilling onto the earth. At the same time, a flock of pure white doves soared high, elegantly flapping their wings, freely gliding through the sky. The scene depicted in the mural perfectly illustrated the purity of love and the beautiful aspirations and infinite hopes for a future life. Looking up, one could see a pair of exquisitely crafted crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling of the hall. These crystal lights resembled stars falling from the sky, slowly descending and emitting dazzling brilliance. Each transparent crystal had been meticulously polished and carved, cleverly refracting brilliant and resplendent light, reminiscent of the brightest twinkling stars in the night sky. When the lights were turned on, the entire hall was instantly illuminated, especially as the soft light gently fell beside the newlyweds, making Xia Minghui and Lin Yan's faces, glowing with happiness, appear exceptionally beautiful and captivating. Upon closer inspection of the mural, one could find its brushwork delicate and meticulous, with smooth and natural lines, each detail handled perfectly, as if bestowing the painting with endless vitality. Viewers stood before the mural, irresistibly drawn in, as if they were immersed in a dreamlike, wonderful world, their hearts swelling with endless longing for true love. Chapter 55. Wedding scene. Sunlight streamed through the colorful, glazed tiles, falling upon the magnificent hall. The groom, Xia Minghui, was dressed in a splendid red wedding robe, standing tall like a pine tree, his handsome face adorned with a radiant smile that warmed the heart like the spring sun. The beautiful bride, Lin Yan, wore a wedding dress as white as snow, her delicate features lightly made up, enhancing her charm. Her bright eyes sparkled like the brilliant stars in the night sky, reflecting endless hopes and expectations for their future life. At this moment, they stood side by side in the center of the grand hall, their hands tightly clasped together, fingers interlocked, as if to declare to the world their unwavering love. The strength of their grip conveyed a deep affection and trust between them, moving everyone who witnessed it. Looking around, the entire hall was adorned in a dreamlike fashion. Vividly colored flowers clustered into exquisite floral walls, exuding a rich fragrance. Countless ribbons hung down from the ceiling like a brilliant rainbow woven in the air, and the delicate crystal chandeliers cast a soft and enchanting glow, illuminating the hall with a stunning warmth and romance. Every guest present wore a joyful expression, offering their most sincere and beautiful blessings to the newlyweds, who were a perfect match. Laughter and cheerful voices echoed throughout the hall, instantly filling the once solemn space with a festive and harmonious atmosphere. On this significant day, the magnificent hall of the God of War's estate not only witnessed the love vows between Xia Minghui and Lin Yan, but also became the starting point of their new journey in life. From this moment on, they would walk hand in hand through the storms of life, together composing their own chapter of happiness. The guest seats were arranged meticulously like well-trained soldiers, forming a perfect semicircle. Each chair resembled a precious work of art, with soft silk ribbons tied to the backs, adorned with tiny, vibrant flowers that were either as red as fire, pink as the dawn, or white as snow, giving a refreshing and refined feeling. As one walked slowly down the aisle, rows of exquisitely crafted candle holders stood tall on both sides. These holders flickered like stars in the night sky, quietly burning and emitting a gentle and warm light. The light filtered through the lampshades, casting mottled shadows on the ground, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Looking at the dining tables, their arrangement was uniquely creative. The immaculate tablecloths resembled clouds in the sky, gently draped over the surfaces. Delicate lace edges layered upon each other, resembling blooming lilies, exuding a faint fragrance. In the center of each table, Various fresh flowers were displayed, some buds waiting to bloom while others had already burst forth with brilliant colors, intertwining to form a vibrant tableau. Additionally, gleaming silver cutlery and crystal-clear glasses were arranged artfully on the tables, reflecting a charming luster under the candlelight. At that moment, a melodious and captivating tune began to play, flowing through the hearts of the attendees like a clear spring. This unique wedding officially commenced amidst the wonderful music. The entire scene was like a stunning painting, with every detail appearing to be the most delicate stroke of a painter's brush, crafted with careful planning and arrangement. From the entrance, the first sight that greeted the eyes was a row of neatly arranged welcome signs. These signs were exquisitely made, engraved with the names of each guest in elegant, flowing script, showcasing the host's regard and meticulous care for the attendees. As the guests stepped onto the long red carpet, a vibrant sea of flowers unfolded before them. Flowers of various colors competed for attention, blooming in a dazzling display. Red, yellow, blue, and purple petals harmoniously complemented each other, creating a breathtaking view. A gentle breeze passed, causing the flower branches to sway lightly, releasing waves of rich fragrance that intoxicated anyone who inhaled it, as if they were in a fairyland. In the bustling and noisy northern city of the Northern Kingdom, there was an inn that seemed unremarkable. However, within this ordinary inn, a shocking and extraordinary event was quietly unfolding. The crown prince of the Great Xia Empire, Xia Feng, had recently been extremely busy. This was due to the emergence of an organization called the Fanmen within the vast territory of the Great Xia. The Fanmen quickly rose like mushrooms after rain, causing a stir within the entire imperial court of Great Xia. Consequently, the emperor of Great Xia, the exalted ruler, promptly dispatched the crown prince to investigate the matter personally. This task was no easy feat. The members of the Fanmen were a mix of all kinds of people, from ordinary civilians to skilled cultivators, from high-ranking nobles to street vendors. It was truly a chaotic mix, overwhelming to behold. What made matters worse was that the leader of the Fanmen was elusive and mysterious, with no one having caught sight of their true identity. Despite this, the Fanmen continued to grow rapidly, gaining considerable scale in a short time. The Emperor of Great Xia was deeply worried, fearing that the continued expansion of the Fanmen would threaten the stability and prosperity of the Great Xia Empire, thus ordering the crown prince to quickly uncover the truth and eliminate the threat in its infancy. At this moment, Xiao Minghui, the son of the god of war in the northern region, was celebrating a momentous occasion, his wedding. This should have been a joyous event celebrated by all. But for the crown prince, who was struggling with the Fanmen issue, it presented a perfect opportunity to win people's hearts. In order to gain the support of Xiao Minghui and the powerful god of war family behind him, the crown prince reluctantly sent one of his trusted subordinates, bearing lavish gifts, to offer congratulations. Normally, these envoys could have gone straight to the god of war's estate, presented the gifts, and returned. However, this trusted subordinate turned out to be a hedonist, particularly unable to resist fine wine, delicious food, and beautiful women. As soon as he arrived in the northern city, he dove headfirst into the inn with a group of followers, indulging in pleasures and extravagance, completely disregarding his important mission. Coincidentally, he stumbled into the same inn as Yi Fan. Even less fortuitously, before he could settle in, he was discovered by Yi Fan. Remembering how his beloved Long Li had suffered at the hands of Crown Prince Xia Feng and still lay in an ice coffin, rage ignited within Yi Fan. At this moment, vengeance became his only thought, and the arrogant and domineering Crown Prince Xia Feng naturally became his primary target. However, before that, he needed to collect some interest from the Crown Prince's subordinate. Thus, with a dark expression and eyes flashing coldly, he raised his foot and forcefully kicked the door of the Crown Prince's subordinate's room. With a loud bang, the previously closed door fell in, splintering wood everywhere. The people inside clearly did not expect such an occurrence, leaving them stunned and at a loss. Yi Fan abruptly swung his sword, a glimmer of cold light flashing. He moved like a ghost, his steps unpredictable, complementing his lightning-fast sword technique. In an instant, the sword light flickered and vanished like a shooting star across the night sky. One individual felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a slight sting in his neck. Instinctively, he reached to touch it, only to find his hand covered in warm blood. Looking again, a thin line of blood appeared on his neck, as if it had been gently grazed by the sharpest blade. The man widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. He wanted to say something, but only a choking sound came from his throat. Then, His body seemed to lose support and fell straight to the ground, no longer moving. At this moment, the others didn't even have time to grab their weapons. Yi Fan's movements were incredibly fast, like a sudden storm, leaving people unable to react. In the blink of an eye, several flashes of sword light appeared, and those people's necks also bore fatal wounds, blood gushing out. Facing these enemies who attempted to kill him, Yi Fan felt no compassion. In his view, since these people were from Prince Xiaofeng's side, their death was already a foregone conclusion. No matter how noble their status, powerful their background, or large their forces, even if they were the prince of the great Xia Empire, as long as they threatened his life, there was only one outcome: death. It should be noted that Yi Fan was merely a 15-year-old boy. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage. Yet this seemingly weak boy was able to easily slay 5 or 6 experts at the 9th level of foundation establishment and one at the peak of foundation establishment in such a short time. This terrifying strength would be hard for anyone to believe if they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes. Yi Fan wielded his longsword, moving like a lightning bolt cutting through the night sky, his speed astonishing. Every flash of sword light accurately struck at the vital points of his enemies without any deviation. His figure was like a ghost, swiftly weaving through the dense crowd. People could only see blurry shadows flickering in and out, unable to capture his exact position, let alone make effective defenses. Yi Fan's swordplay was not only as swift as the wind, but also extremely ruthless. Every sword strike carried a thick, unyielding killing intent. This killing intent spread out, making the surrounding air seem bone-chillingly cold, causing everyone present to feel a sense of dread and horror. Those unfortunate enough to become the souls beneath Yi Fan's sword didn't even have time to blink before their precious lives were taken by his fierce swordsmanship. At the moment their lives ended, the expressions on their faces froze, a mix of terror and despair, as if they only truly felt the endless fear of death in the last moment of their lives. The desire for life and the fear of death were deeply etched on their lifeless faces. Yi Fan's eyes seemed to be encased in 1,000-year-old ice, his cold gaze devoid of any ripple of emotion. In his heart, there remained only an unwavering belief to take revenge for himself and his beloved Long Li. Anyone who attempted to harm him would be met with ruthless retaliation, showing no mercy. This bloody slaughter did not last long. Yi Fan and Wu Qian quickly retreated from the North City, resolutely heading toward the imperial capital of the Great Xia Empire. They knew that the road ahead was shrouded in thick fog, hiding endless unknowns and dangers. However, they were fearless in their hearts, firmly believing that no obstacle in the world could hinder their steps forward. Along the way, Yi Fan and Wu Qian braved the elements, traveling day and night. The cold wind howled through the wilderness, as if warning them not to take another step, but this only strengthened their resolve. When they reached a perilous valley surrounded by towering cliffs and strange rocks, there was only a narrow path winding through. Just as they stepped into the valley, a sinister laughter suddenly echoed, reverberating through the valley. Yi Fan, do you think you can easily reach the capital? Today will be your burial ground. With the sound falling, a group of black-clad assassins surged out from all directions, each with fierce eyes and wielding sharp blades. Yi Fan snorted coldly, his figure instantly flickering like a ghost. Drawing his long sword, its light illuminating the dim valley. Wu Qian was also unwilling to back down, wielding his long knife. Standing back-to-back with Yi Fan to face the enemies together. The battle erupted instantly, with shouts and the sounds of metal clashing intertwining. Wherever Yi Fan's sword pointed, blood splattered everywhere, each strike carrying his deep-seated hatred and determination. Wu Qian's long knife also swept through the air, forcing back the approaching enemies. Although the number of assassins was great, Yi Fan and Wu Qian worked well together, gradually gaining the upper hand in the grueling fight. However, just as they were about to drive back this group of assassins, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from deep within the valley, causing their hearts to tremble. A mysterious expert, masked and exuding a chilling pressure, slowly appeared. You've made it this far, which is somewhat impressive, but this is where it ends. The mysterious expert said coldly. Then in a flash, charged towards Yi Fan and Wu Qian like lightning, initiating a new round of life and death struggle. Yi Fan and Wu Qian dared not let their guard down. They quickly adjusted their states, their eyes showing seriousness and determination. Yi Fan took the lead, unleashing a fierce sword technique, his sword shadows weaving tightly towards the mysterious expert. The mysterious expert, however, floated effortlessly, easily dodging Yi Fan's attack, and countered with a palm strike, the wind howling like a landslide pressing towards Yi Fan. Seeing this, Wu Qian shouted loudly, his long knife slashing across with immense force. The blade energy colliding with the palm wind, creating a thunderous sound as rocks fell around them. Yi Fan seized this brief moment, lightly tapping his toes, circling behind the mysterious expert, unleashing a series of rapid thrusts. The mysterious expert seemed to have eyes on his back, twisting his body at an odd angle, not only neutralizing Yi Fan's assault, but also kicking towards Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan was caught off guard and was kicked several feet away, crashing heavily to the ground. But he quickly got up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze even colder. The mysterious expert, however, remained unhurried, quickly forming seals with his hands in front of him, and in an instant, an energy shield appeared before him. Wu Qian's long knife struck the shield, creating a shower of sparks, but it could not break through at all. At this moment, Yi Fan took a deep breath, channeling all his internal power into the sword. The sword glowed brightly as he charged towards the mysterious expert like a shooting star, shouting, "Today, I will break you." The mysterious expert sensed this powerful force and put away his contempt, fully preparing to face Yi Fan's lethal strike. Seizing the brief moment, Yi Fan tapped his toes again, circling behind the mysterious expert, launching another series of lightning-fast stabs. Yi Fan's eyes sharpened. He decisively whispered to Wu Qian, "You hurry and leave first. Go to the agreed place and wait for me. I have my own plan to escape." Although Wu Qian was worried, he knew Yi Fan was exceptionally clever and chose to trust him without hesitation. Taking advantage of the enemy's attention being drawn to Yi Fan, Wu Qian glanced around, spotting a fleeting gap, and like a cheetah, swiftly leaped several times, disappearing from everyone's sight. Seeing that Wu Qian had successfully departed, Yi Fan no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within him began to operate wildly. With his hands moving quickly, he formed intricate and profound hand seals, chanting incantations. As he executed the technique, the spiritual energy around Yi Fan began to gather rapidly, gradually forming a faint small cauldron in front of him. Although this cauldron appeared illusory, it emitted a terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, Yi Fan's face had turned as red as a ripe apple, and the veins on his forehead bulged like coiling dragons. With the blood flowing through his veins clearly visible, every cell in his body was frantically mobilizing the dwindling spiritual energy within him, fully engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the mysterious master across from him. Suddenly, the mysterious master felt an invisible yet extraordinarily powerful force wrapping around his body like a python. This force seemed to have endless, causing his body to involuntarily start moving slowly, inching closer to the cauldron that exuded a terrifying aura. The mysterious master was immediately filled with horror, his eyes wide open, as if his eyeballs might pop out of their sockets. He struggled desperately, twisting his body in an attempt to break free from this terrifying power. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a towering tree. The powerful force continued to steadily drag him toward the cauldron. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was not faring any better. As the mysterious master's body was continuously drawn into the cauldron, Yi Fan felt as if he were an overworked machine, on the verge of collapsing under such immense pressure. At this moment, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead like raindrops, soaking his cheeks and hair, then dripping onto the ground. His originally pure white garments were thoroughly drenched in sweat, clinging to him as if he had just been pulled out of water. However, Yi Fan was very clear in his mind that if he relaxed even slightly now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, despite his body being exhausted to its limit, he still gritted his teeth and persevered, desperately operating the devouring heaven technique. Waves of majestic spiritual energy surged from his meridians, continuously pouring into the cauldron, refining the mysterious master who had been absorbed within. Inside the cauldron, the light shone brilliantly, making it impossible to gaze directly at. The figure of the mysterious master appeared increasingly blurry under the dazzling glow, gradually twisting and deforming. Eventually, with a piercing scream, the entire body of the mysterious master completely vanished, replaced by strands of pure, exceptionally rich spiritual energy. These spiritual energies swirled and danced within the cauldron, resembling agile little dragons, joyfully frolicking. These energies surged like a mighty torrent, carrying overwhelming power. and flooded into Yi Fan's body through the intricate and complex meridians like a tidal wave. Yi Fan felt that in that instant. An irresistible surge of energy burst into his body, causing all his meridians to feel as if they were being forcibly stretched to their limits, about to burst. The sensation of swelling pain was akin to thousands of steel needles simultaneously piercing deep into his marrow, or countless heavy hammers striking every inch of his skin, causing pain that nearly made him faint, as if his whole body would completely shatter under such violent force in the next moment. However, despite enduring such intense agony, Yi Fan still clenched his teeth tightly, firmly holding onto the last shred of clarity and resilience within. The veins on his forehead bulged like twisted, writhing earthworms. Beads of sweat continuously rolled down his cheeks, soaking his clothes, yet he showed no intention of retreating, relying solely on his indomitable willpower to persist. Battling against this unimaginably powerful torrent of spiritual energy, Yi Fan gritted his teeth, desperately enduring the massive waves of spiritual energy that surged in like a tide, striving to guide them through his meridians like swimming dragons. Each time they passed through an acupoint or meridian, Yi Fan concentrated intensely, compressing and purifying these energies with utmost caution, making them increasingly pure and refined, like brilliant pearls. This process was extraordinarily difficult and painful, requiring Yi Fan's full attention. A moment's carelessness could lead to all his efforts being wasted. Chapter 58. Only one battle time seemed to freeze, with each second feeling unbearably long. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on, but the immense pressure surged in like a relentless tide, with waves more intense than the last, making him feel like a small boat in a storm, on the verge of being completely engulfed. However, just as he felt he was reaching his limit and about to collapse, suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from within him. This sound was like the galloping of 10,000 horses, the wrath of thunder, or the roar of an ancient beast, deafening and resonating through the heavens. The surrounding air trembled violently at that moment, forming visible ripples that spread outward. At the same time, Yi Fan's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling, blinding light that was impossible to look at directly. This light was like a burning sun, or a lightning bolt piercing the night sky, instantly breaking through the clouds and shooting straight into the sky, illuminating the entire heavens as bright as day. Wherever the light passed, all darkness was dispelled, and everything basked in this sacred radiance. As the light gradually faded, Yi Fan slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, and a hint of undeniable surprise flashed in his gaze. After enduring long, arduous training and relentless effort, he had truly succeeded in breaking through to the 5th level of Foundation establishment. At that moment, a power even more formidable and majestic than before began to surge continuously from within his body. This aura surged like a torrential wave, rapidly spreading outwards, quickly filling the entire space. As this powerful aura expanded, fierce winds arose wherever it went. These gales howled as they swept by, causing the surrounding trees and flowers, which had been quietly growing, to sway uncontrollably, producing rustling sounds, as if announcing Yi Fan's remarkable leap in strength to the world. However, having just completed his breakthrough, Yi Fan had no time to stabilize his aura. He knew very well that this place was absolutely not safe to linger in. Every extra minute of delay increased the likelihood of encountering unknown dangers. Therefore, he stepped forward without hesitation, darting towards the location previously agreed upon with his friend Wu Qian like an arrow released from a bow. All the way, Yi Fan was cautious, doing his utmost to conceal his whereabouts. He moved silently through the dense forest like a ghost. The agile figure darted through the night sky like lightning, moving so quickly that it was nearly impossible to catch a glimpse of him. Each step and movement was incredibly light, as if he were merely a fallen leaf drifting with the wind, leaving only a barely perceptible whisper of air in his wake. If one did not listen closely, it would be difficult to notice this subtle sound. Despite Yi Fan having heightened his vigilance to the utmost, with every action weighed and considered, a faint sense of unease still grew within him, difficult to suppress. This feeling of anxiety was akin to being locked onto by a ferocious beast lurking in the darkness, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end, as if sensing the chilling aura and sharp, killing intent emanating from that mysterious presence. Yi Fan often found himself under the illusion that there was an invisible pair of eyes, unseen and intangible, quietly hiding in some unknown corner, silently and intently monitoring his every word and action. These invisible eyes followed him like a ghost, and no matter where he went or what he did, he could feel that gaze watching and probing him. It was precisely because this unknown threat, whose source and nature remained undetermined, lingered in his mind like an unshakable gloom that Yi Fan dared not relax or let his guard down even the slightest bit. He understood well that a moment's negligence could lead him into an irreversible predicament, becoming prey for the beast lurking in the shadows. Therefore, he had to be fully alert, maintaining a heightened state of vigilance to face the dangers that could strike at any moment. As Yi Fan approached the agreed-upon location, he slowed his steps, carefully moving closer. He saw Wu Qian anxiously pacing in place, and upon seeing Yi Fan, a hint of relief appeared on his face. "You finally made it. I was worried something happened to you," Wu Qian said. "This place isn't safe for discussion. We should leave first," Yi Fan replied with a serious expression. Just as the two were about to leave, suddenly, the surrounding space rippled, and numerous runes flickered into existence, forming a massive ceiling formation. "Thinking of leaving? It's not that easy," a cold voice echoed within the formation. Immediately, a group of mysterious figures clad in black robes appeared at various corners of the formation, gripping various magical artifacts and staring coldly at Yi Fan and Wu Qian. Yi Fan's heart sank. He knew that a tough battle was inevitable. He exchanged a glance with Wu Qian, and they stood back to back, ready to face the impending fight. "Who are you? Why are you stopping us?" Yi Fan shouted. "Humph, Yi Fan, you killed so many of our brothers and expect to get away with it? Today is your death day," one of the black-robed figures shouted angrily. Yi Fan snorted coldly. "You were the ones who attacked me and my loved one first. I will naturally seek revenge for this." Yi Fan assumed they were sent by Prince Xiaofeng. With that, he took the initiative to strike, swinging his sword. And a blade of sword energy shot forth like a rainbow, piercing the sun towards the black-robed figures. Wu Qian also refused to be outdone. Wielding his long knife and attacking the enemy from the side, the black-robed figures unleashed their magical artifacts, and in an instant, the area was illuminated with brilliant light as various spells clashed with Yi Fan and Wu Qian's attacks, creating a series of thunderous sounds. During the battle, Yi Fan realized that the strength of these black-robed figures was not to be underestimated. They coordinated well, and the enhancement from the formation made them even more formidable. However, he showed no signs of retreat. The hatred and anger in his heart fueled his courage as he fought on. He constantly changed his sword techniques, trying to find a flaw in the formation. Meanwhile, Wu Qian fought fiercely to fend off the enemy's attacks, buying time for Yi Fan. His long knife danced like a whirlwind, every swing bringing forth a rain of blood. In the heat of battle, Yi Fan suddenly noticed that the energy fluctuation of the formation seemed slightly weaker in a certain corner. A thought crossed his mind, and seizing a moment of opportunity during an attack, he swiftly dashed towards that direction. The black-robed figures noticed and rushed to block him, but Yi Fan's speed was astonishing. He utilized all his skills to break through their encirclement. When he reached the weak spot of the formation, he shouted, thrusting his sword with all his might. And a dazzling light erupted, colliding with the formation's energy. With a loud bang, a crack appeared in the formation. Seizing the chance, Yi Fan shouted, "Wu Qian, run." Hearing this, Wu Qian immediately charged towards Yi Fan's direction. Together, under the onslaught of the black-robed figures, they exerted all their effort to escape through the crack in the formation. However, just as they broke free, they found themselves facing an even more powerful enemy ahead. This person exuded a strong aura, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. "Do you really think you can escape from my hands?" he said coldly. Yi Fan and Wu Qian felt a chill in their hearts, but they knew there was no retreat now. They could only fight. Chapter 59. Acting on behalf of heaven in Yi Fan's eyes, a chilling light flickered, sharp as blades, locking onto the figure ahead. The man was dressed in black and emanated an overwhelming aura, as if he were an unfathomable and immensely powerful abyss. With each step he took, it felt as though mountains were moving, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Yi Fan's voice was chilling to the bone, as if it could freeze the air around them. Every word was pronounced clearly and slowly through clenched teeth. "Who exactly are you to dare appear here, so recklessly?" The black-clad figure was enveloped in an intense aura of slaughter, his eyes filled with hatred and ferocity, resembling a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. Through gritted teeth, he roared, "You little bastard, you killed my precious grandson. Today is your death day. You'll pay with your life for his." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's brows furrowed slightly, but soon, As if he understood something, a cold smile crept onto his lips, and he spoke slowly. So you are the vice pavilion master Jia, the grandfather of that brat Jia Ren. I was wondering who had the audacity to seek trouble with me. Upon hearing Yi Fan exposing his identity, the black-clad man coldly snorted, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, clearly not expecting the other to guess his origins so quickly. However, that surprise quickly faded, replaced by a surge of anger and killing intent. What an arrogant little brat. My grandson led people to hunt you down, but then his soul tablet suddenly shattered. Who but you, the murderer, could have done such a thing? Today, no matter what, you won't escape my grasp. Facing the black-clad man's accusation, Yi Fan showed no fear, his expression remaining calm and composed. However, the words he uttered were even colder than the winter wind. Those who kill must be killed in turn. Your grandson was ignorant and dared to offend me. Naturally, he met his end. As for you, as the vice pavilion master of the Dragon Dam Pavilion, failing to properly discipline your descendants and instead allowing them to act recklessly, even attempting to defy authority, is a crime deserving of death. Just then, the previously calm air around them suddenly grew heavy, as if shrouded by an invisible, immense pressure. The entire space became tense and frozen due to the extreme standoff between the two, as if time itself had come to a halt. A thrilling and life-and-death intense showdown was about to officially begin. Yi Fan stood straight, his figure as proud and upright as a towering pine tree. Despite facing a powerful enemy at this moment, there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, it revealed a resolute determination, as if he viewed death with indifference. In his deep and bright eyes, it seemed as if a flame that would never extinguish was burning, leaving one in awe. The figure opposite him, dressed in black, was the deputy master Jia of the Longdan Pavilion, whose face was filled with rage, trembling with anger. Upon hearing Yi Fan's fearless words, he laughed in fury. Huh? What an ignorant brat. Today is your day of death. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his sleeve, and an immense and terrifying force surged towards Yi Fan like a roaring tide. Realizing he could not withstand it head-on, Yi Fan knew he had to act quickly. He lightly tapped the ground with his feet, swiftly sidestepping like a nimble swallow, his movements clean and decisive, showing no hesitation. At the same time, his hands began to form various complex and mysterious seals at an astonishing speed, chanting incantations with a deep and urgent voice, as if reciting an ancient and powerful spell. Just as the fierce attack from the black-clad man was about to hit Yi Fan, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a massive golden shield appeared out of nowhere, standing like an indestructible wall before Yi Fan. With a loud bang, the black-clad man's subsequent attack crashed violently against the golden shield, creating a dazzling display of sparks and energy fluctuations. However, despite the tremendous force, the golden shield that Yi Fan had conjured held steady, showing not a single crack or sign of damage. You think such trivial tricks can stop my attack? How foolish. The black-clad deputy master Jia snorted disdainfully, and before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed, swiftly closing the distance like a ghost in the dark night. At the same time, his large hands swung out, conjuring a thick and dark mist that surged straight towards Yi Fan's throat. Facing this sudden and aggressive attack, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed, a sharp glint flashing through them. In an instant, the powerful spiritual energy hidden within him surged forth like a flood, enveloping his entire body. Following that, Yi Fan's footwork became agile and varied, executing an incredibly exquisite movement technique. His figure flickered unpredictably, managing to create a safe distance from the black-clad man at the critical moment. However, Yi Fan did not stop there. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and locked his gaze onto the black-clad man, loudly declaring, "Deputy Master Jia, at this point, do you still refuse to see reason? Your grandson, Jia Ren, has been arrogant and lawless in our Longdan Pavilion. He not only acts recklessly and does evil, but he also tramples on the lives of others as if they were weeds. Today, he dares to gather people to intercept me and intends to put me to death. My actions against him are merely following the principles of heaven and acting on behalf of justice. But you, as the deputy master of the Longdan Pavilion, instead of restraining and punishing your grandson's misdeeds, you are solely focused on how to take revenge on me. Are you truly not afraid of the ironclad rules and punishments of the Longdan Pavilion?" Yi Fan's words were powerful and resonant, hoping to awaken the last shred of conscience and reason within the black-clad man. However, The black-clad man remained unmoved. Rules? In my eyes, only family ties are the most important. Prepare to die? With that, he pulled out a treasure emitting a ghostly glow from his bosom, causing the surrounding space to subtly twist. Chapter 60. I will never let you go. Yi Fan felt a sudden weight on his heart, as if a 1,000-pound stone pressed down upon him. He knew that a difficult and intense battle was about to unfold, and the possibility of easily winning was nearly non-existent. Therefore, he took a deep breath, letting the coolness reach his lungs, then slowly exhaled to calm his tense emotions. He began to mobilize all the spiritual energy in his body, continuously gathering it into his palms. At this moment, Yi Fan's gaze was firmly fixed on the mysterious figure shrouded in black shadow, holding the treasure that radiated a ghostly light. This treasure looked extremely eerie, its glow causing the surrounding space to exhibit a slight distortion. Facing such a powerful and mysterious enemy and weapon, a tremendous pressure surged within Yi Fan. However, his bright eyes remained steadfast. He understood that if he chose to retreat now, only death awaited him. Conversely, if he fought bravely, there might still be a slim chance of survival. Deputy Master Jia, since you remain stubborn and unrepentant, don't blame me for being merciless. With this shout, Yi Fan wasted no time and launched the first attack. He flicked his wrist, instantly drawing the long sword from his back, simultaneously executing his most skilled lightning sword technique. In an instant, the sword light flickered brightly, like a colorful rainbow slicing through the sky, rushing straight towards the black-clad man with the force of thunder. Upon seeing Yi Fan's fierce assault, the black-clad man felt a chill run down his spine and dared not underestimate him any longer. He quickly formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations, and a beam of light shot from his hands, instantly merging into the treasure. Under the black-clad man's control, the treasure erupted with dazzling light, howling as it met Yi Fan's incoming long sword. The two weapons collided in midair with a thunderous bang, creating an earth-shattering noise. The sound was like a thunderclap, deafening, shaking the entire space. The immense impact radiated outward from the point of collision, like a surging tide sweeping in all directions. Surrounding buildings began to shake violently under the force, cracks appearing in the walls, and roof tiles falling like rain, as if these structures were utterly helpless against such terrifying power. Nevertheless, Yi Fan did not feel discouraged by his initial attack failing to land. He flashed, moving with the agility of a ghost, quickly circling around the black-clad man. His steps were light and swift, each movement accompanied by a whisper of wind, making it difficult to track his trajectory. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's eyes remained fixed on the black-clad man, not letting slip any hint of weakness. His long sword danced like the wind, creating layers of sword shadows, continuously launching wave after wave of attacks towards the black-clad man. Facing Yi Fan's relentless assault, the man in black remained unusually calm and composed. He focused intently on countering each of Yi Fan's attacks, using his powerful spiritual energy and the might of his magical treasures to neutralize Yi Fan's strikes effortlessly. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to give ground, and in the blink of an eye, several rounds had passed. Despite both exerting their utmost, neither had gained a clear upper hand. However, Yi Fan was well aware that if this stalemate continued, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. After all, the man in black's strength was unfathomable, and with magical treasures assisting him, Yi Fan would ultimately succumb to fatigue. At that moment, an idea flashed through Yi Fan's mind. He suddenly slowed his attack rhythm, intentionally revealing a slight flaw at the junction of his moves. Although this flaw was minuscule, it was a potentially fatal opening for an experienced master. The man in black did not miss this opportunity. A glint of joy crossed his eyes, thinking he had finally spotted Yi Fan's oversight. Without hesitation, he fully channeled his spiritual energy into his magical treasure and swung his arm forcefully, causing the treasure to transform into a streak of flowing light, crashing towards Yi Fan with overwhelming force. Just as the powerful magical treasure, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, was about to strike Yi Fan with lightning speed, Yi Fan's figure flickered, and he executed his unique skill, the Mizhuang step. In an instant, his body became ethereal like a ghost, seemingly transforming into a wisp of smoke, easily evading the potentially fatal blow. At the same time, Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, keenly focused on the fleeting opportunity in battle. He quickly mobilized all the spiritual energy within him, continuously gathering it into one point. Like rivers converging into the sea, ultimately condensing into a pinpoint-sized ball of spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he thrust the long sword in his hand forward. With this motion, the highly concentrated ball of spiritual energy suddenly erupted, transforming into a dazzling beam of light that shot straight towards the man in black's chest with overwhelming force. Although the man in black was exceptionally skilled, he could not evade such a rapid and precise attack. With a loud bang, the beam of spiritual energy struck solidly against the man in black's chest. Under the impact of this powerful force, the man in black lost control of his body, flying backward like a kite with its string cut. In midair, a mouthful of bright red blood spewed from his mouth, and drops of blood blossomed in the air, creating a shocking sight. Subsequently, the man in black crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. His chest was a bloody mess, blood gushing out and staining the ground beneath him. The once mighty magical treasure also slipped from his grasp due to the severe injury, clattering to the ground nearby, its flickering light gradually dimming. Yifan's face was as serious as water as he slowly walked towards the man in black. When he approached, he looked down at the gasping man in black, his expression cold and devoid of pity, and said coldly, "Deputy Pavilion Master Jia, at this point, do you have any last words?" Although the man in black was severely injured and hanging by a thread, his eyes still burned with fury and deep resentment. He struggled to muster his last breath, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. "Don't be complacent. My Jia family will never let you go." However, before he could finish his sentence, another mouthful of blood gushed out, and his head tilted, completely losing consciousness. Chapter 61. The Changing Winds of the Capital. Yifan looked at the lifeless body of the Deputy Pavilion Master Jia from Longdan Pavilion, feeling no sense of relief in his heart. He knew that the enmity with the Jia family was likely just beginning. Yifan's expression was grave as he raised his hand to use a spell to properly store the Deputy Pavilion Master's body. Afterward, he and Wu Qian set out on their journey to the capital of the Great Xia Empire. Along the way, the scenery changed, but hidden waves lurked beneath. When they reached a bustling small town, they saw a crowd bustling about, making an extraordinary noise. Wu Qian's gaze suddenly fixed, his eyes flashing with surprise and excitement. For it was his parents standing by the street, looking around. Wu Qian dashed over and tightly embraced his parents, crying tears of joy. At this moment, his friends Xiao Li and Xiao Lin also emerged from a nearby shop, and upon seeing each other, they exchanged warm greetings. Just as they were talking, a slight commotion arose in the distance. Yifan looked alert and saw several distinguished yet somewhat disheveled figures approaching quickly. As they drew closer, Yifan recognized that they were the alchemists who had escaped from the northern city prison. The alchemist greeted Yifan with a slight bow, gratitude and determination in his eyes. "Brother Yi, Brother Wu, it's good to see you. Thanks to Brother Wu's help, we were able to escape from the prison. We have heard that there is a significant event occurring in the capital, which seems closely related to the great situation of the world, so we wish to investigate further. Perhaps we can play a part in it." Yifan nodded slightly. "In that case, let us travel together for mutual support." Thus, they all organized their gear, each with their own thoughts and goals, and continued their journey towards the capital. Along the way, they exchanged their experiences and insights, feeling both amazed and contemplative, filled with both anticipation and a hint of worry for their upcoming trip to the capital. This was because no one could predict what opportunities and crises lay hidden behind the heavy fog of the capital, waiting for them to uncover the truth. As Yifan and the others stepped onto the land of the capital, the noise and splendor hit them like a wave. His gaze was calm as he quickly arranged accommodations for everyone. Then he flickered away like a ghost towards the Longdan Pavilion. Inside the Longdan Pavilion, there was a deathly silence, as if the air had solidified, and the heavy atmosphere made it almost hard to breathe. Yifan stood in the center of the hall, facing the pavilion master Long Tian, who sat upright in his chair. Yifan respectfully performed a deep bow, then straightened up. His voice, though low, carried an unshakable determination. "Master Pavilion, I have personally executed Deputy Pavilion Master Jia and his grandson Jia Ren. These two have committed countless atrocities, oppressing the good, and are truly heinous beyond measure. They cannot be tolerated. As a man of justice, I cannot allow them to continue their rampant ways and bring disaster to the world." Long Tian sat quietly, a complex expression flashing momentarily across his deep-set eyes. There was surprise, doubt, and a hint of barely perceptible concern. However, he did not immediately respond to Yifan's words, merely frowning slightly and falling into a long silence. After a while, Long Tian finally slowly opened his mouth, his tone particularly grave. Yi Fan, your actions have certainly vented the anger in your heart, but you must understand that this is the capital, a place of great significance. Any slight disturbance can cause a huge uproar. The Jia family holds considerable power in the court, and they will not let this matter rest easily. They will surely find ways to trouble us. However, at this point, Long Tian paused slightly, his gaze fixed firmly on Yi Fan, and then said, since the matter has already occurred, and you have done nothing wrong, then my Long Dan Pavilion will naturally not stand by idly. We will face the various crises that may arise together. Yi Fan felt warmth in his heart. He knew that his fate was now more closely tied to Long Dan Pavilion from this moment on. He clenched his fists and said, Grandmaster, I am not afraid. As long as it is a matter of justice, I, Yi Fan, will definitely move forward bravely, even if it means going against the world. At that moment, in a seemingly peaceful and harmonious dark corner of the capital, countless pairs of eyes sparkled with greed and ambition. Various forces, like wild beasts lying in wait, could no longer suppress their inner restlessness and began to stir. An unprecedented, complex, and thrilling storm was brewing rapidly around Yi Fan and Long Dan Pavilion, set to sweep through the entire capital like a sudden tempest. In this prosperous capital of the Great Summer Empire, the surface remained bustling with traffic and vibrant festivities. But beneath this lively scene lay surging undercurrents. Crown Prince Xiaofeng was shocked to hear that the envoy he sent to the northern city had met with a gruesome death. Meanwhile, the high-ranking vice pavilion master Jia of Long Dan Pavilion and his grandson had also mysteriously vanished without a trace. This series of sudden changes infuriated the Emperor of the Great Summer, and in his rage, a decree descended from the heavens, ordering the relevant officials to thoroughly investigate the matter and severely punish the culprits. Although Yi Fan cleverly concealed his true identity with that incredibly magical mask and maintained a high level of vigilance and caution throughout his actions, no matter how meticulous one is, there is always a flaw. He ultimately could not completely escape the keen senses of the meticulous and calculating nobles of the capital. It should be noted that the earlier incident where Long Li was injured by the crown prince had already caused a stir, and coupled with the ambiguous and elusive relationship between Yi Fan and Long Dan Pavilion, it naturally became the focal point of suspicion among many. These nobles secretly began their investigations, attempting to unveil the mysterious veil surrounding Yi Fan and uncover the potential truths hidden behind the events. In an instant, all the major families and sects in the capital were observing in the shadows, each with their own thoughts. Some wanted to take the opportunity to bring down Long Dan Pavilion and secure a place in this power game. Others were curious about who Yi Fan truly was, daring to stir up trouble under the emperor's feet. Yi Fan knew very well that his situation was perilous, but he was not afraid. He traversed the streets and alleys of the capital, seeking out the Crown Prince's influence, attempting to find a way to strike against Crown Prince Xiaofeng. Every step felt like walking on thin ice, and each appearance could be a test of life and death. Meanwhile, within Long Dan Pavilion, Pavilion Master Long Tian was also making urgent arrangements. On one hand, he had to deal with pressure from all sides to protect the reputation and safety of Long Dan Pavilion. On the other hand, he was secretly supporting Yi Fan's actions, knowing that if this matter was not handled properly, Long Dan Pavilion and even the entire capital would fall into irreversible disaster. In the ever-changing capital, Yi Fan and Long Tian were like a solitary boat sailing through a storm. The situation in the capital resembled a surging sea, with undercurrents flowing and crises lurking everywhere. Yi Fan and Long Tian faced enormous challenges. They had to fight with all their might to find a glimmer of hope amidst the turbulent undercurrents. They knew that only by moving forward courageously and not fearing difficulties could they survive in this ever-changing capital. Chapter 62. Increasingly cautious in the grand hall of Long Dan Pavilion, adorned with intricate carvings and splendid beauty, a solemn and serious atmosphere filled the air, heavy enough that it seemed the very air might condense into droplets of water. This magnificent building had witnessed the passage of countless years and changes, but at this moment, its solemnity was overshadowed by a tense and oppressive emotion. Pavilion Master Long Tian sat on the throne, symbolizing supreme power, his cold face resembling ancient ice, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet even so, it was difficult to conceal the hint of appreciation he held for Yi Fan deep in his eyes. Finally, after deep contemplation, Long Tian slowly waved his wide sleeves and made the difficult decision to allow Yi Fan to leave this place to pursue his own journey of training and cultivation. Hoping to enhance his own cultivation level, Long Tian's gaze softened, like the warm sun of spring shining down on Yi Fan. This young man before him was not only the ideal choice for his granddaughter's husband, but also the key figure carrying the future hope of Longdan Pavilion. He gazed deeply at Yi Fan, feeling endless pride and eager expectations swell within him. He leaned slightly forward and spoke in a low, steady voice. Yi Fan, your talent is indeed unparalleled, that is beyond doubt. However, at this moment, even if I keep you in Longdan Pavilion, it may not significantly help in saving Lier. After all, the Great Summer Empire is like a ferocious beast. Its power is unimaginably vast and cannot be confronted directly by our current Longdan Pavilion. However, you need not worry too much. My Longdan Pavilion has accumulated deep foundations and high prestige over several generations. Although the Crown Prince harbors ambitious desires to easily shake our Longdan Pavilion, it will not be an easy task. So, you can rest assured and boldly leave, wholeheartedly dedicating yourself to the arduous training. Only when your cultivation reaches great heights will you have the strength to awaken the slumbering Lier and ensure the safety and long-term stability of our Longdan Pavilion. Yi Fan stood in place, his heart swirling with a mixture of emotions. He deeply understood that every word Long Tian spoke was true. In this prosperous and hidden dragon capital of the Great Summer, he was like a tiny grain of sand in the vast ocean, insignificant and powerless. Faced with those formidable and fearsome enemies, he had no room to fight back. Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh, then slowly raised his hands and slightly cupped his fists, respectfully bowing to Long Tian. With a firm and sincere tone, he said, Master Pavilion, you are absolutely right. Yi Fan will definitely do his utmost, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent, and will not disappoint your earnest expectations of me. Once my cultivation reaches a certain level and I possess enough ability, I will definitely return to awaken Lier from her coma and protect our Longdan Pavilion. After finishing these words, Yi Fan resolutely turned around, his steps light and swift, as if he had transformed into a shadow, silently leaving Longdan Pavilion. Like a shadow, he traversed the streets and alleys of the capital. He first visited the residences of his brothers Wu Qian and Wu Shuang, with whom he had fought side by side. When they met, though there was reluctance and worry in their eyes, there was more trust and encouragement. They knew that Yi Fan was shouldering significant responsibilities on this journey. Though they spoke little, their exchanged glances conveyed endless strength. After bidding farewell, Yi Fan slowly turned around, his deep and determined gaze fixed like a blazing fire towards the direction of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in the distance. There, the towering mountains rise in layers, shrouded in mist, resembling a mysterious fairyland. However, for Yi Fan, it is a place filled with endless unknowns and daunting challenges. Yet, deep in his heart, a fiery flame ignites, a light of belief that he desires to become stronger and conquer all difficulties. Yi Fan gently adjusted his slightly disheveled clothing, took a deep breath, and suddenly unleashed the abundant true energy within him, his figure shooting out like an arrow released from a bow. He seemed to tread on air, light as a swallow, moving at an astonishing speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye to several dozen zhang away, accompanied by the powerful airflow generated by his rapid movement. The surrounding grass and trees rustled, as if bidding farewell to this brave and fearless young man. As Yi Fan raced forward, the whistling wind sounded in his ears, like an impassioned battle song, urging him to keep moving forward. At this moment, his feelings were a mix of emotions. On one hand, facing the unknown journey ahead, he inevitably felt a little anxious. On the other hand, whenever he thought of the beautiful and gentle woman, Long Li, a warm current surged in his heart, bringing him immense warmth and sweetness. Moreover, the deep-seated hatred buried in his heart had never been forgotten, with the desire for revenge gnawing at his soul like a fierce beast, urging him to quicken his pace. The moment he stepped into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a suffocating, primal, and wild aura swept over Yi Fan like a surging wave. Looking up, he saw towering ancient trees piercing the clouds, their lush branches intertwining to form a massive green canopy that completely obscured the sky, with only a few rays of sunlight occasionally filtering through the leaves, falling like golden threads, creating patches of dappled light and shadow. All around, Various sounds rose and fell. Deep, powerful beast roars, crisp and pleasant insect chirps, and melodious bird calls. These sounds intertwined, seemingly playing a grand symphony unique to this mysterious mountain range. However, for Yi Fan, who had just entered this place, this symphony felt more like a formidable warning, reminding him of the countless unknown dangers lurking here. Yi Fan took a deep breath, steadied himself, then cautiously moved forward. Stepping lightly, he widened his eyes, alertly scanning every corner around him, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. Just then, without warning, a fiery red figure suddenly sprang out from the nearby bushes. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a fox with a coat as bright as fire. Its tail was held high, resembling a blazing flame, tracing beautiful and dazzling arcs in the air as it ran. This fox moved with extraordinary agility, vanishing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan's heart suddenly jolted, and a layer of fine sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew that this fox was no ordinary creature, but the legendary spirit fox of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Despite its seemingly lively and cute appearance, which appeared harmless, it possessed high intelligence and was extremely adept at using various means to confuse people's minds. Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but grip his weapon tightly and become even more cautious. Chapter 63. Incremental growth. As he continued to delve deeper into the inner region, Yi Fan encountered a pack of gale wolves. They were agile and fierce, closing in on him in a fan shape under the leadership of the alpha wolf. Yi Fan quickly drew his sword, its blade glinting coldly in the dim light. He took a deep breath and maximized the operation of his spiritual power, preparing to face this battle. The gale wolves let out a series of low growls, rushing toward Yi Fan like black lightning. In an instant, the wind howled, and dust swirled, making the whole scene terrifying. Seeing this, Yi Fan dared not slack off. His figure moved rapidly, darting like a ghost among the wolves. His sword danced in a dense flurry, forming a dazzling barrier that protected him tightly. However, the gale wolves were exceptionally fierce and cunning, coordinating seamlessly to attack Yi Fan from all angles. Sharp claws occasionally grazed his body, leaving shocking bloody marks. Yet at this moment, Yi Fan was completely immersed in the battle, oblivious to the pain his body endured. His mind held only one unwavering belief: to survive and grow stronger. Time passed minute by minute, and the life and death struggle intensified. Yi Fan's clothes had long been stained red with blood, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. But the sword in his hand continued to wield like the wind, never pausing. Finally, after an arduous and intense battle, Yi Fan successfully repelled the fierce pack of gale wolves. At this point, he was gasping for breath, utterly exhausted, with injuries all over his body, blood-stained. Enduring the excruciating pain and fatigue, Yi Fan struggled to find a place to rest. His efforts were not in vain. He eventually discovered a very concealed cave. Entering the cave, Yi Fan took a moment to catch his breath before immediately tending to his wounds. Once the wounds were treated, he slowly sat down, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state for cultivation. During the cultivation process, his mind gradually calmed down, and Long Li's gentle and beautiful face involuntarily appeared in his mind. Remembering her affectionate gaze and encouraging words filled Yi Fan's heart with strength, reinforcing his determination to improve his cultivation. Time passed quickly, and Yi Fan engaged in countless struggles within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range day after day, gradually becoming accustomed to the harsh and perilous environment. Each thrilling battle with powerful beasts seemed to open a door to a higher realm for him. He focused intently on each opponent, carefully observing their attack patterns and weaknesses, skillfully drawing valuable combat experience from them. While Yi Fan was fighting hard in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Long Tian in the Longdan Pavilion was constantly keeping an eye on Yi Fan's every move. He knew very well that Yi Fan's journey of experience in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was bound to be fraught with thorns and hardships. However, it was precisely because of such trials that Yi Fan could stand out in this tumultuous and chaotic era, truly growing into a strong person capable of protecting the people and things they valued. Yi Fan's life in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was full of ups and downs, filled with countless unexpected challenges and difficulties. Once, he unfortunately encountered a massive, ferocious giant python. The giant python opened its huge mouth, revealing sharp fangs, lunging aggressively at Yi Fan. Facing such a formidable enemy, Yi Fan showed no fear. Skillfully dodging the giant python's attacks, while waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. After a fierce battle, Yi Fan finally found the giant python's flaw and defeated it in one fell swoop. Another time, Yi Fan encountered a cunning fox demon. This fox demon was adept at changing forms and used various tricks to confuse Yi Fan. But Yi Fan, with his keen insight and clever mind, saw through the fox demon's schemes one by one, ultimately defeating it. However, the most perilous encounter was with a giant mountain ape. At that time, Yi Fan was exploring the mountains and was suddenly attacked by the mountain ape without any defenses. The mountain ape was incredibly strong and swift as lightning, and Yi Fan was injured when he let his guard down. Blood flowed profusely from his wound, and the pain was unbearable, putting Yi Fan's life in jeopardy. Yet, even in this desperate situation, he had no intention of giving up. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and fought fiercely against the mountain ape using the techniques he had learned. Perhaps it was divine favor, or perhaps Yi Fan's indomitable will move the heavens. At a crucial moment, he unleashed an astonishing power, ultimately driving the mountain ape back and narrowly escaping with his life. Despite facing countless setbacks and hardships along the way, none of these could defeat Yi Fan. On the contrary, they were like a raging fire, continuously igniting the fighting spirit hidden deep within him. He understood deeply that to establish himself and survive in this perilous survival of the fittest world, he must constantly surpass himself and break through his own limits. Over the long years, Yi Fan trudged along the arduous path of cultivation, diligently studying day after day, and gradually comprehended and mastered the subtle methods of circulating spiritual energy within his body. This mysterious and powerful force flowed joyfully through his meridians like a lively spirit, responding to his thoughts. Yi Fan knew that mere theory could never make a true strongman. So he applied what he learned to practical combat without hesitation. As time passed, the sword in his hand became increasingly skillful and effortless, each move flowing naturally like clouds and water, with an ominous and chilling momentum emanating from between the sword moves. Like a flash of lightning cutting through the sky, it instantly tore through the darkness, bringing endless shock. Whenever night fell and the world fell into a peaceful silence, Yi Fan would quietly leave everyone's sight, seeking a safe place undisturbed by others. Whether in a serene valley, by a tranquil lakeside, or atop a towering peak, he would immerse himself in cultivation under the bright moonlight. His figure floated gracefully, the sword's shadow flickering, with man and moon reflecting each other, as if he had become one with this vast world, indistinguishable from each other. The cool moonlight cast upon him added an air of transcendent elegance. Meanwhile, in the distant Longdan Pavilion, the pavilion master Long Tian was also closely watching Yi Fan's growth. For every small progress Yi Fan made, Long Tian felt both gratified and hopeful. He understood that each small step forward for Yi Fan meant getting closer to the grand goal he had in mind. However, as someone who had been through it, Long Tian also knew that the challenges awaiting Yi Fan would only grow more difficult and treacherous. The path to the peak was filled with thorns, laden with countless unknown variables and deadly dangers. Nevertheless, Long Tian firmly believed that as long as Yi Fan remained true to his original intention and persevered, one day, this young figure would stand at the pinnacle of the world, becoming an unparalleled powerhouse admired by all. At that time, he would protect everything they cherished with unmatched strength, allowing the light of justice to shine forever on the earth. Chapter 64. Perseverance in the vast and endless Beast Mountain Range. Yi Fan trudged forward alone, facing a path thick with thorns, yet this did not hinder his resolute steps. Holding a sharp sword, he fearlessly faced fierce and brutal monsters, engaging in thrilling life-and-death battles. Each swing of his sword was accompanied by the force of thunder. Each agile dodge showcased his extraordinary reflexes and bodily coordination. These combat experiences were undoubtedly the best honing stone for Yi Fan, allowing his strength to advance rapidly without him even realizing it. With practical experience sprouting like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, rapidly climbing upward. Looking at his unique phantom steps, his movements were light and agile, resembling a ghost swiftly traversing through the dense forest. Meanwhile, the lightning-fast, unmatched sword technique and phantom steps complemented each other perfectly. At this moment, Yi Fan had mastered this sword technique to perfection. His figure moved like the wind, elusive and unpredictable, with the sword in his hand transforming into dazzling flashes of cold light, rising and falling in a mesmerizing display. Whenever he thrust his sword, it would produce a sharp, piercing howl, cutting through the air as if it could easily tear apart the space before him. Moreover, the technique of condensing qi into a cauldron that Yi Fan mastered had become increasingly flexible and varied. Once, he could only condense the true qi into a cauldron at specific positions to defend against enemy attacks, but after long periods of hard training and countless battles, he could now control the true qi cauldron to appear around him at will. These true qi cauldrons acted like loyal guards, always on standby, ready to protect Yi Fan from the overwhelming attacks coming from all directions. After these thrilling and perilous battles and countless days and nights of relentless cultivation, Yi Fan successfully raised his cultivation level to the 8th stage of foundation establishment. This should have been a cause for joy, but a faint shadow of gloom lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. He understood deeply that although his cultivation had improved, his physical strength had reached a bottleneck. Like a box filled with priceless treasures, though the contents were invaluable, the exterior was too fragile to withstand a blow. As his cultivation continued to rise, Yi Fan increasingly felt the overwhelming pressure when the spiritual energy in his body attempted to transform into more powerful true qi, nearly causing his body to collapse. This situation made Yi Fan anxious. If he could not find a solution soon, his future cultivation path would become arduous. Thus, Yi Fan began to brainstorm strategies, tirelessly traversing the inner regions of the Beast Mountain Range, searching for possible spiritual herbs, hoping to gain insights for alchemy from them to develop useful pills for himself. However, each hopeful venture ended in disappointment upon his return. Yet Yi Fan did not easily give up. He firmly believed that as long as he persevered, he would one day find the key to breaking through his predicament. Heaven does not disappoint those with a heart. After a long and arduous search, Yi Fan finally discovered a mysterious waterfall in a secluded mountain valley. From a distance, the waterfall resembled a silver dragon pouring down from the heavens, carrying a thunderous momentum, roaring as it rushed toward the deep, bottomless pool below. The water violently crashed against the jagged rocks, instantly splashing thousands of crystal-clear droplets, like smoke and mist, dreamlike and surreal. At the same time, the immense impact created deafening booms, resonating through the clouds, as if the entire valley trembled in response. Yi Fan stood quietly beneath the waterfall, the rushing water roaring down like a wild horse breaking free, crashing heavily onto his seemingly frail body. Each drop felt like a heavy hammer, carrying immense force, mercilessly striking his skin, muscles, and bones. Yi Fan gritted his teeth tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, enduring the excruciating pain brought by the water flow, refusing to let out a single groan. His legs seemed to have rooted deeply into the ground to withstand the powerful impact. The water continuously battered him, splashing countless droplets that enveloped him, making him look like a statue wrapped in a curtain of water from a distance. Day after day, Yi Fan persisted here, enduring the relentless baptism of the water flow. His originally fair skin gradually turned dark and rough, covered in various bruises and scars, yet he never showed any sign of retreat. He knew that to stand out on this perilous and challenging path of cultivation, he must possess an incredibly resilient body. However, despite the immense sweat and effort he put in, the speed of improvement in his physical strength remained frustratingly slow. Each time, he eagerly checked his physical condition. The results were always disappointing. Those tiny advancements seemed insignificant compared to his ambitious goals. Nevertheless, these setbacks did not crush Yi Fan's resolute heart. The unwavering light in his deep-set eyes shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Whenever the night was quiet, Yi Fan would sit alone by the waterfall, gazing at the pitch-black sky, silently vowing in his heart, no matter how rugged and bumpy the road ahead is, I will find a way to break through my physical limits. Even if I endure countless hardships, I will carve out my own brilliant chapter on this path of cultivation. Yi Fan had been enduring beneath the massive waterfall, which resembled the Milky Way cascading down, for a long time. Each day, the surging water struck his slightly frail body fiercely like an army charging, yet he showed no sign of retreat. Although this daily torment made the enhancement of his physical strength exceedingly slow, at the same time, his inner willpower grew increasingly unyielding. On one ordinary day, as usual, Yi Fan closed his eyes in the deep and tranquil cave behind the waterfall, meditating. Suddenly, a faint yet mysterious aura brushed gently past his nose. Yi Fan's heart stirred, and he immediately opened his eyes, beginning to search for this elusive aura. After a careful search, He finally discovered a piece of spiritual crystal in a corner of the cave, radiating a strange light. Chapter 65. A difficult problem. The crystal lay quietly there, as if it were a brilliant pearl birth between heaven and earth. When Yi Fan held it in his hands, he instantly felt a pure and immensely powerful energy continuously surging from within the crystal. After some sensing and probing, Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised to discover that this object had an extraordinarily special magical effect for tempering his physical body. Thus, filled with anticipation and a bit of nervousness, he cautiously began to try to absorb the power within the crystal. However, as soon as he started absorbing, the overwhelming energy rushed into Yi Fan's body like a wild horse breaking loose. The intense impact caused excruciating pain, making him tremble all over, as if every muscle and bone was being hammered mercilessly. However, Yi Fan did not give up. He gritted his teeth tightly, relying on his tenacious willpower to endure. As time passed, Yi Fan gradually adapted to this painful sensation. Through his persistent efforts, the meridians in his body began to be nourished by the power of the crystal, and the originally narrow and fragile pathways slowly widened and strengthened. Gradually, Yi Fan was able to guide the violent energy more smoothly through his meridians, allowing it to eventually merge into his flesh and bones. Meanwhile, Yi Fan understood that to become a true powerhouse, he could not neglect the cultivation of any skill. Therefore, even during intense battles with demonic beasts, he continued to diligently hone his swordsmanship and agility. In the dense, deep, and perilous mountain forest, Yi Fan moved like a spirited phantom. Whenever he encountered powerful demonic beasts, he not only showed no fear, but viewed them as excellent opportunities to enhance his strength. He skillfully employed strategies, drawing on the surrounding spiritual energy, guiding it according to the unique methods recorded in the heaven-devouring technique, allowing the lightning sword technique to circulate endlessly within him. As a result, the already powerful lightning sword technique became even more formidable, while the accompanying elusive steps became increasingly unpredictable and difficult to grasp. Each intense battle was akin to a life-and-death examination for Yi Fan. However, it was these thrilling experiences that allowed him to continuously push beyond his limits, gradually achieving a transformation from naivety to maturity. Hard work pays off. After long years of relentless effort, Yi Fan finally achieved a thrilling result. He was astonished to find a significant improvement in his physical strength. Now, he could effortlessly bear more vigorous, true energy transformed from spiritual energy, which undoubtedly laid a solid foundation for him to climb higher in the future. Determined to fully master this mysterious and powerful technique, Yi Fan resolutely chose to enter the secluded cave, embarking on a journey of isolated cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and just a few days flew by. When Yi Fan finally concluded this long period of closed-door training and stepped out of the cave, a vast and overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from his body. Once already extraordinary in temperament, he now seemed reborn, exuding a heart-stirring pressure. After this arduous training, Yi Fan successfully broke through the long-standing bottleneck of the 8th level of foundation establishment and stepped into the brand-new realm of the 9th level. At this moment, the true energy within him surged like a rushing river. Its potency more than doubled compared to before. His body had also become as solid as a rock, as resilient as fine steel, far surpassing his past in both strength and endurance. Yi Fan was on an unstoppable upward trajectory on this long path of cultivation. However, as his cultivation realm continued to rise, he deeply understood one principle: to continue moving further along this path and to soar higher. Merely relying on the increase of true energy was far from enough. Strengthening his physical robustness gradually became a crucial element. Unfortunately, the precious spiritual crystal that had once helped him lay a solid foundation had vanished without a trace after that fortuitous encounter, as if it had evaporated from the world, making it impossible to find again. Meanwhile, those body-refining pills, bone-refining pills, and body-forging pills once regarded as treasures for cultivation, although they had achieved remarkable results in the past, gradually became insignificant as Yi Fan's strength increased, providing little assistance for his current advancement. Facing such a predicament, Yi Fan did not easily give up, but instead secretly resolved to find new methods and ways to further hone his body. In that quiet, deep, and silent cave, Yi Fan sat quietly on a cold rock, eyes tightly closed, brows furrowed, completely immersed in deep thought and meditation. He had been pondering here for a long time, determined to find a new way to strengthen his physical body, but every attempt ended in failure, like a headless fly bumping around, unable to break through the incredibly solid barrier. Day after day, Yifan's thoughts seemed to be gradually enveloped by a dense fog, making him feel increasingly confused and helpless, unable to find a single gap or exit to escape. However, just when it seemed hopeless, one day, while Yifan was fully concentrating on his cultivation of condensing energy into a cauldron, a dazzling flash of lightning seemed to cross his mind, instantly illuminating that dark and chaotic realm of thought. Yifan suddenly awakened from that state of confusion, his heart racing, and beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his agitated emotions, then closed his eyes again, focusing all his energy, attempting to awaken the mysterious existence that had been sleeping deep within his mind, the spirit of the devouring cauldron, known as Schirlinger. Reflecting on this arduous journey of cultivation, Yifan couldn't help but silently blame himself. Since embarking on this thorny and challenging path, he had almost completely forgotten about this important and special partner. It was clear that he could not be the first person to cultivate the devouring technique. How did those pioneers who came before him cleverly use the devouring cauldron to successfully break through the physical strength bottleneck he was facing now? With this thought, a strong desire and expectation ignited in Yifan's heart. He sincerely hoped that Schirlinger could serve as a bright lighthouse, guiding him in the right direction and helping him unravel this tricky problem that had troubled him for a long time. Chapter 66. Swift Attack. Yifan slowly closed his eyes, concentrating his mind, allowing his consciousness to gently sink into the vast sea of awareness like a light feather. He silently recited Schirlinger's name in his heart, as if it were the key to unlocking a mysterious door. Time passed second by second, and the surroundings were tranquil, with only Yifan's breathing and heartbeat intertwining. He didn't know how long it had been, but suddenly, a faint light flickered in the sea of awareness, like a shooting star crossing the night sky. Immediately after, a playful yet slightly lazy voice drifted over. "Oh dear, you finally remembered this girl." Yifan was overjoyed to hear the voice and quickly said, "Schirlinger, I've encountered a problem, and I hope you can help me solve it." With that, he recounted the difficulties he was currently facing in detail. After listening to Yifan's account, Schirlinger was silent for a moment, then let out a crisp and pleasant laugh like silver bells. "Haha, is this little matter really worth your distress? Those predecessors at your current level would seek a rare treasure called Spirit Essence Crystal. Coincidentally, the Spirit Crystal you discovered earlier is indeed the Spirit Essence Crystal. This crystal contains the purest essence of heaven and earth and an unmatched life force. If you can integrate it into your body, it can not only reshape your meridians to make them incredibly resilient, but also significantly enhance your physical body, far exceeding the effects of any pills you have previously used." However, at this point, Schirlinger deliberately paused. Yifan's heart jumped to his throat, and he impatiently asked, "However, what?" Schirlinger chuckled lightly. "However, the Spirit Essence Crystal is extremely rare, mostly hidden in perilous depths or closely guarded by terrifying beasts. But don't be discouraged. As long as you can find Spirit Essence flowers, you can also refine Spirit Essence pills to assist your cultivation. Although the effects of Spirit Essence pills are not as extraordinary as those of Spirit Essence crystals, they are sufficient for your current stage of cultivation. Moreover, compared to Spirit Essence crystals, Spirit Essence flowers are relatively easier to find." Yifan frowned slightly, and at this moment, a resolute light flickered in his deep eyes, shining as brightly as the most brilliant star in the night sky. He clenched his fists tightly and said in a deep voice, "What if it's a dangerous place? To achieve my breakthrough, even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, I, Yifan, will forge ahead fearlessly." Standing beside him, Schirlinger couldn't help but show a hint of admiration, nodding with a smile and saying, "Good, it's rare to have such a resolute determination. However, you must understand that this perilous place is fraught with dangers, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible consequences. Therefore, before you proceed, you must make thorough preparations, not only to enhance your strength and adaptability to various emergencies, but also to maintain a calm and composed heart. Rest assured, when the crucial moment arrives, I will undoubtedly extend a helping hand to assist you." Encouraged by Schirlinger's words, Yifan did not hesitate at all and turned to enter the deep, dark cave. From this moment on, he decided to enter seclusion for cultivation here, aiming to become even stronger. The cave was quiet, with only the faint fluctuations of spiritual power generated by Yi Fan's continuous operation of his techniques echoing within. He sat cross-legged, fully focused, repeatedly refining and honing his techniques, striving to reach perfection. At the same time, he summoned the spiritual energy throughout his body to gather like a gentle stream in his dantian, then slowly released it, continuing this cycle endlessly. In addition to cultivating his techniques, Yi Fan also spent a great deal of time carefully studying the map of the Beast Mountain range in his mind, combining it with his past experiences to speculate on the various dangers he might encounter along the way. For every potential threat, he seriously considered countermeasures, leaving no detail overlooked. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days passed. After this period of hard cultivation and careful preparation, Yi Fan finally felt that he was well prepared to formally embark on the thorny and challenging path. On that morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Yi Fan took a deep breath and stepped out of the cave with steady and powerful strides. He looked up at the mysterious and perilous place in the distance, his eyes revealing no fear, but rather a strong desire and anticipation. As Yi Fan's figure gradually disappeared into the dense forest, only a clear trail of footprints remained, winding off into the distance. Despite the uncertain future, filled with countless unknown dangers and hardships, Yi Fan's steps remained firm and powerful, as if an unseen force was guiding him forward. Perhaps it is this indomitable spirit and unwavering belief in moving forward that destined him to create a magnificent legendary chapter for himself on this perilous path. Yi Fan stood tall like a pine, his face resolute as iron, and his deep-set eyes radiated a fearless light as he forged ahead through thorns and brambles, bravely advancing towards the inner region of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. In his mind, the inner region perhaps concealed invaluable spirit essence crystals and spirit essence flowers, and as long as he could obtain them, his cultivation would surely reach new heights. As for the core area of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, although he yearned for it, he also knew that he had no chance of stepping into it at this moment. With his current cultivation, recklessly intruding would undoubtedly be seeking his own demise. Alone in the inner region, he trudged forward amidst dense ancient forests that almost blocked out the sunlight. Within the ancient forest, mysterious mist gently spread like a veil, weaving in and out everywhere. The mist carried a slight chill, quietly dampening Yi Fan's clothes and shrouding his vision with a hazy curtain. The occasional low growls of demon beasts echoed, resembling the muffled rumble of thunder rolling through the woods, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Each growl felt like a prelude to death, making Yi Fan's nerves taut like a bowstring, ready to respond to any sudden danger. Yet, his footsteps showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they grew even more steadfast, driven by the burning desire for the spirit essence crystals and spirit essence flowers, urging him to explore deeper into the unknown. After a long search, Yi Fan finally arrived at the edge of a deep valley. It seemed as if there were spirit veins hidden within the valley, emitting strong and enticing fluctuations of spiritual energy. However, within those fluctuations, there was also a faint aura of danger, as if an invisible giant beast lay in ambush. Issuing a muted warning, Yi Fan's expression turned grave as he stepped cautiously into the valley. However, the moment he entered, the tranquility was instantly shattered. A group of fire spirit foxes sprang out from the depths of the valley like phantoms, launching a swift attack on Yi Fan. Chapter 67. Foundation Establishment Completion. These fire spirit foxes were surrounded by blazing flames, resembling flowing clouds of fire, and they moved incredibly agilely, leaping and darting across the rugged ground of the valley as if it were flat terrain. They opened their sharp mouths and spewed forth jets of flames, which were bright red and tipped like sharp arrows, whistling through the air as they shot towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan's heart tightened, and he dared not delay for a moment. He immediately focused his mind and quickly cast a spell. With swift hand gestures and muttered incantations, he erected a shield in front of him that emitted a ghostly blue light. The shield rippled like water, deflecting the incoming flames and sending sparks flying. At the same time, Yi Fan drew his long sword, its blade glinting coldly in the dim light of the valley. He swung the sword, and in an instant, sword shadows flickered, like a silver light engaging in a dance with the fire spirit foxes. The fire spirit foxes continued their assault, jumping and pouncing around Yi Fan, flames shooting out relentlessly. Yi Fan defended and countered, sometimes using the shield to withstand the flames, sometimes using his sword techniques to drive back the fire spirit foxes. His feet moved swiftly through the valley, raising clouds of dust. After a fierce battle, Yi Fan finally seized an opening amidst the fire spirit fox's attacks and struck fiercely, managing to drive the group away. However, after this battle, the spiritual energy within him had been significantly depleted, his breath became slightly disordered, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. After a brief rest, Yi Fan resolutely continued his exploration deeper into the valley. As he moved forward, an ancient and secret cave gradually came into view. Inside the cave, a strange and enchanting light flickered, a ghostly blue with hints of golden yellow, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky or the mysterious treasures of the deep sea. Upon seeing this light, Yi Fan's heart surged with ecstatic joy. In his understanding, such an unusual light must be related to the spirit essence crystals or spirit essence flowers, and surely that invaluable treasure lay hidden within this cave. Filled with joy, he stepped into the cave, unconsciously quickening his pace. Little did he expect that this action would awaken a long-sleeping stone-armored giant beast. In an instant, the beast's massive body trembled slightly, followed by an enraged roar. This roar resounded like the tolling of a great bell, causing stones to tumble from the cave walls and dust to swirl. The giant beast slowly lifted its enormous body, each muscle bulging with immense power, then surged towards Yi Fan like a tidal wave. Yi Fan instantly realized that the difficulty of the battle ahead far surpassed his expectations. The giant beast's colossal form and the overwhelming pressure it exuded made him acutely aware of the vast gap between him and his opponent. Yet, there was no hint of fear or retreat in his gaze. Instead, it grew even more resolute, like a sharpened blade, ready to strike. He swiftly mobilized all his spiritual energy, channeling it through his meridians and circulating it throughout his body. At this moment, he unleashed a powerful move from the heaven-devouring technique. He moved his hands in swift motions, conjuring swirling black vortices of spiritual energy, and dashed towards the stone-armored giant beast like a flash of lightning. In an instant, his fists and feet collided with the beast's hard rock armor, producing a series of resounding clangs, echoing through the valley like the sound of heaven and earth collapsing. Yet, under the beast's tempestuous attacks, Yi Fan found himself hanging by a thread, life and death precariously balanced on a single thought, but he still gritted his teeth, enduring and refusing to give up any chance of survival. Yi Fan darted around, moving like a ghost through the gaps in the stone-armored giant beast's attacks. He seized the moment, conjuring the heaven-devouring cauldron, which instantly enlarged and radiated a dark glow, enveloping the giant beast. The stone-armored giant beast sensed the threat, its rocky scales standing on end like a solid armor, and it shook violently, partially dissipating the cauldron's suction. Seeing this, Yi Fan quickly formed hand seals, chanting incantations, and a series of spiritual patterns flew from his hands, merging into the cauldron. The small cauldron's light surged, and the cauldron's spirit-devouring child, exerted all its strength to assist, unleashing a powerful devouring force that slowed the giant beast's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan charged forward with his sword, gathering spiritual energy on the blade and executing the lightning sword technique, each strike carrying the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, heavily striking the giant beast's scales, sending sparks flying. After a prolonged and intense battle, Yi Fan finally found a flaw in the giant beast. He poured all his spiritual energy into his sword and thrust it fiercely into the beast's vital point. The giant beast let out a deafening wail, its massive body slowly being drawn into the cauldron, transforming into pure spiritual energy. Yi Fan panted heavily, and deep within the cave guarded by the giant beast, he found the spirit essence flower emitting a soft glow. Eagerly, he began to refine the spirit essence pill, absorbing its power. As the essence and vitality surged into his body, his meridians felt as if they were being reshaped, and the strength of his physical body began to gradually increase, steadily advancing towards a higher realm of cultivation. Under the nourishment of the spirit essence pill's power, Yi Fan's body trembled slightly, every muscle and every meridian undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. He could clearly sense the source of power hidden deep within his body gradually expanding and deepening, as if a trickling stream was converging into a surging river. As the process of physical enhancement progressed, Yi Fan's perception of the surrounding spiritual energy became increasingly sharp. The energy fluctuations that once seemed vague and difficult to grasp now appeared as clear threads interwoven in the air. In the tranquil training cave, Yi Fan's expression was resolute as he decided to attempt to operate the mysterious and domineering heaven-devouring technique. He sat cross-legged, forming hand seals, and as the technique activated, the aura around him began to flow slowly, gradually forming a vortex of spiritual energy. In a moment, the spiritual energy seemed to be drawn towards him, surging in at a speed several times faster than before. Moreover, under the refinement of the heaven-devouring technique, this energy became even purer, with impurities being eliminated one by one, like streams of refined spiritual spring flowing into his meridians, nourishing his body and dantian. In the following days, Yi Fan immersed himself in his training, undistracted. Each time he operated the heaven-devouring technique, he could feel the connection between himself and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth becoming increasingly close, and the technique's intricacies gradually became clear within him. Finally, through relentless effort, Yi Fan successfully cultivated the heaven-devouring technique to a small success stage. At this moment, he only needed to move his hands and feet lightly to feel the fusion of spiritual energy and physical power complementing each other. Compared to other cultivators of the same level, his strength had already undergone a qualitative leap, as if he were a brilliant star rapidly rising on the path of cultivation, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp light burst forth, piercing through the void before him. At this moment, not only had his physical strength reached a brand new height, but his overall strength had also undergone a qualitative leap. His cultivation had reached the peak of foundation establishment, and he knew that this was a significant breakthrough on his path of cultivation, as well as the key to unlocking the doors to higher realms. However, Yi Fan did not feel satisfied. He was well aware that in this vast cultivation world, countless unknown challenges and powerful opponents awaited him. Chapter 68. Immensely comforted after enduring countless hardships, Yi Fan finally raised his cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment. However, as his strength increased, he gradually realized that merely relying on the arduous training within the Myriad Beasts mountain range made it difficult to achieve further qualitative leaps and breakthroughs. After repeated contemplation and weighing the pros and cons, Yi Fan made up his mind to return to Huashan Sect to seek new opportunities and cultivation resources. Deep within Yi Fan's heart, besides his persistent pursuit of the path of cultivation, lay a deep-seated longing and concern for his family. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a gap, and a long time had passed since he left home to embark on his journey of cultivation. Whenever the night grew quiet, the kind faces of his parents and the innocent smile of his sister, Yi Qin, would involuntarily appear before him, making his wandering heart yearn even more to return home as soon as possible. Thus, Yi Fan summoned his mount, the Fire Cloud Phoenix, without hesitation. A flash of fiery red light appeared, and a gigantic phoenix with vibrant feathers like flames appeared before him. Yi Fan leaped gently and landed steadily on the wide back of the Fire Cloud Phoenix. Then, the Fire Cloud Phoenix spread its wings, accompanied by a clear cry, and dashed towards the east like a burning meteor. Along the way, Yi Fan soared through countless mountains and rivers. When he flew over Jiang City, he suddenly felt a stir in his heart, and the figures of Li Ming and his son flashed in his mind. Recalling the scene when he had helped Li Ming by using the medical skills he learned from Huashan Sect to save Li Ming's father, it felt as if everything had happened just yesterday. To Yi Fan, it was just a trivial act of kindness. But perhaps it was this chance encounter and assistance that completely changed the originally tragic fate of Li Ming and his son. Thinking of this, Yi Fan felt that since he was passing through this place, he should take the opportunity to visit this father and son and understand how they were doing now. As for Long Tian, Yi Fan had already learned that he was currently at the headquarters of Long Dan Pavilion in the capital of the Daxiao Empire, so it was not convenient for him to visit the Long family's old residence for the time being. However, Yi Fan knew that this friendship would not fade due to time and distance, and when suitable opportunities arose in the future, he would definitely visit again. The Fire Cloud Phoenix spread its wide and magnificent wings, suddenly flapping powerfully and soaring into the sky. It was enveloped in blazing flames, like a burning fireball, cutting through the sky at an astonishing speed, leaving a long trail of fiery red, as if a brilliant meteor was rushing by from the horizon. Shortly thereafter, the Fire Cloud Phoenix flew Yi Fan over Jiang City. From the air, a prosperous scene unfolded below. The wide streets were bustling with traffic, with horse-drawn carriages and ox carts coming and going, the sounds of hooves and rolling wheels intertwining to form a unique urban symphony. Pedestrians on both sides of the road were also numerous, some hurriedly passing by while others strolled leisurely, chatting and laughing with each other, creating a lively atmosphere. Yi Fan guided the fire cloud phoenix to gradually lower its altitude, eventually landing steadily in a quiet and secluded area on the outskirts of the city. He gently patted the fire cloud phoenix's head, signaling it to hide and rest, then carefully stored it in his spirit beast pouch. After doing all this, Yi Fan walked towards Li Ming's house. Along the way, Yi Fan saw that the people of Jiang City were living peaceful and happy lives. Shops along the streets were thriving, with vendors enthusiastically calling to attract customers. Children were playing and laughing in the streets, their silver bell-like laughter echoing in the air. Elderly people sat at their doorsteps soaking up the sun, leisurely chatting about everyday matters. This scene, full of the warmth of human life, stirred an inexplicable emotion in Yi Fan's heart. And he couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that the daily lives in this ordinary world can radiate such warmth and beauty. Before he knew it, Yi Fan had arrived at the small courtyard door of Li Ming's house. Although this small courtyard was not large, it was well maintained by its owner. The ground was swept clean, with not a speck of clutter. A few green plants grew in the corners, stretching their branches and leaves towards the sunlight, bursting with vitality, adding a touch of natural charm to the entire courtyard. Yi Fan approached with light and steady steps, extending his right hand to gently knock on the slightly old but time-worn door. His movements were gentle and rhythmic, as if afraid to disturb those inside. After a moment, a faint creaking sound was heard, and the tightly closed door slowly opened a crack. Then, a familiar figure appeared in the doorway. It was Li Ming, and when he saw that it was Yi Fan standing outside, he was momentarily taken aback, his eyes revealing a hint of disbelief. However, in just an instant, his originally calm face blossomed like a lake's surface brushed by spring wind, instantly blooming into a flower of exquisite surprise. "Brother Yi, what brings you here?" Li Ming's voice trembled slightly with excessive excitement, the emotions contained within bursting forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Yi Fan smiled slightly and stepped into the courtyard. His bright, star-like eyes quickly scanned the surroundings and soon noticed Li Ming's father sitting by the table in the room. At that moment, Li's father was sitting upright, his complexion rosy and his spirit vibrant. Compared to his previously haggard appearance, he clearly looked much better now. "Yi Xiaoyu, you are truly a rare guest." Upon seeing Yi Fan walk in, Li's father quickly stood up and hurried over with a face full of enthusiastic smiles. Everyone gathered around, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively and cheerful. Li Ming seemed particularly excited, passionately recounting various interesting events that had happened in Jiang City during this time. And when he reached exciting parts, he gestured with his hands and feet, causing everyone to burst into laughter. At the same time, he didn't forget to mention the significant changes in his family's life, expressing deep gratitude towards Yi Fan in his words. Yi Fan quietly sat beside him, smiling and listening attentively to Li Ming's narration. He occasionally nodded to show agreement or to respond, letting Li Ming know that he was paying attention to every word he said. Seeing the genuine joy and happiness on the faces of this father and son, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a warm current rise in his heart. Reflecting on the moment, he had unhesitatingly extended a helping hand to them. He felt sincerely gratified to be able to assist such a kind and simple family. Chapter 69. Fanmen. As everyone sat together in the room, laughter and joy rose and fell, creating a harmonious and lively atmosphere. Just as everyone was deep in conversation, Li Ming, who had been smiling, suddenly became serious. He paused his conversation slightly, then cautiously reached into his chest pocket with his right hand, moving slowly and solemnly. As his hand slowly emerged, a faint ethereal light gradually appeared. Once fully withdrawn, everyone focused their gaze and saw that it was a smooth, lustrous token. Under the dim light in the room, the token emanated a mysterious and enchanting glow, as if it contained endless power and stories. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the surface of the token was as smooth as a mirror, with a delicate and warm texture, resembling a piece of fine jade. Most strikingly, the two large characters Fanmen were engraved at the top front of the token. These characters had strong, powerful strokes, revealing a sense of ancient grandeur that made one involuntarily take notice. Li Ming respectfully held the token with both hands, and walked step by step to Yi Fan. He slightly bowed, raised the token above his head, and earnestly presented it to Yi Fan, saying sincerely, "Brother Yi, this is the organization that my brothers and sisters have gradually developed using the silver you left behind back then." Upon seeing this, Yi Fan was slightly taken aback at first, then raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of subtle surprise and curiosity. He gazed at the token, nodding thoughtfully, but did not immediately reach out to take it. Li Ming seemed to sense Yi Fan's thoughts and quickly continued to explain. "At first, we planned to wait until you returned to discuss and decide on the name of the sect together. However, we didn't expect that our fan men would develop so rapidly, far exceeding everyone's expectations. So, after some discussion, we decided to select the character fan from your name as the name of the sect. Moreover, everyone unanimously agreed that only you are qualified to hold the position of sect master. My father and I are just managing it temporarily. Ultimately, this is all your foundation." After saying this, Li Ming bowed again, holding the token steadily, waiting for Yi Fan's response. After hearing this news, Yi Fan fell into deep thought, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the past. At that time, he was just a young man with lofty ambitions, newly stepping into the world. He remembered that he had once solemnly urged Li Ming to establish an organization specifically for gathering intelligence. The purpose was simple: to amass wealth in this world full of conflict and uncertainty, allowing himself to have more resources for survival and to seek various information. However, he never expected that after so many years of development, this initial idea he had casually mentioned would evolve into such a large and remarkable force. Nowadays, even the emperor of the mighty Xia Empire and the esteemed prince were feeling quite troubled by this power, which shows just how astonishing it had grown. And behind all these achievements lay the meticulous management and clever operations of Li Ming and his father. With their exceptional wisdom and decisive courage, they gradually transformed Yi Fan's seemingly casual remark into reality, continuously pushing it forward to grow, ultimately making it a force capable of shaking the entire eastern region and even beyond on the continent of Jiuzhou. Li Ming and his father looked at Yi Fan earnestly, starting to detail the information about the leaders in various regions. From their physical characteristics to personality traits, every detail was explained clearly. Then, they talked about the unique code words and various secret symbols used by fan men, as well as their meanings and usage rules. These codes were designed very cleverly. Some were hidden in seemingly ordinary colloquial phrases, making them hard to detect without prior knowledge of the intricacies. Others were concealed within the layouts of specific buildings, requiring keen observation of the surrounding environment to uncover. Although the entire rule system was complex, it was well organized, with every detail carefully considered, fully showcasing the good intentions and extraordinary wisdom of Li Ming and his father. Yi Fan listened quietly, feeling deeply moved. He knew that all of this was meticulously prepared by Li Ming and his father to repay the life-saving grace he had shown them back then. This bond was heavy as a mountain, making it impossible for him to refuse. So, when Li Ming and his father handed him the document containing the important personnel list and connection methods, Yi Fan accepted it without hesitation, extending his hands to receive it steadily. He first examined the document carefully, as if he wanted to imprint every word in his mind. Then, he cautiously folded the document and placed it in his chest, gently patting his chest to ensure its safety. After doing all this, Yi Fan looked up, his gaze firmly fixed on Li Ming and his father, nodding seriously, indicating that he would not fail the mission and would properly utilize this intelligence to complete the task. He did not hesitate for a moment as he extended his hands to firmly receive the document containing the important personnel list and connection methods. This document felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, for the information it contained related to the lives and deaths of countless people and the rise and fall of the sect. Yi Fan cradled the document in his hands as if holding an incredibly precious pearl, carefully. His eyes were fixed on the densely packed text, scrutinizing it closely. Each line of text was like a dancing note, playing a mysterious and tense melody. After a while, he gently exhaled, as if he had memorized all the key information. Then, he gently and cautiously folded the document and placed it in what he considered the most concealed and safe spot. At this moment, Li Ming, who was standing to the side, had red eyes and spoke with a slightly trembling voice. "Big brother, this journey is long and fraught with danger. You must take great care. Everyone in the is eagerly waiting every day. hoping you can return safely as soon as possible and lead us towards a brighter and more glorious tomorrow. Li Ming's words were filled with deep reluctance, trust, and expectation for Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded slightly, indicating that he had heard Li Ming's admonition. His eyes, deep like a tranquil pool, appeared particularly resolute at this moment, as if no difficulty or obstacle could hinder his steps forward. Rest assured, brothers, once I handle matters at home properly, I will return as soon as possible. After saying this, Yi Fan decisively turned around and strode towards the door. When he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped, turned back, and looked deeply at the crowd behind him. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, Yi Fan took a deep breath, and his entire body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. His figure flashed through the air and instantly was dozens of feet away. Yi Fan sped eastward, aiming for Mount Hua, located in the most remote corner of the Eastern Territory. His speed was astonishing, his feet barely touching the ground, and his clothes fluttering. The sunlight cast a golden outline on him. As he continued forward, his figure gradually shrank, but he remained steadfastly racing towards the distance. From afar, Yi Fan's figure became smaller and smaller, eventually turning into an insignificant black dot. However, this little black dot did not disappear. Instead, it continued to speed along the predetermined path until it completely merged into the vast and boundless horizon, never to be seen again. Chapter 70. The warm little courtyard. Yi Fan raced forward, riding the winds like a phoenix soaring high, passing through layers of clouds and mist. His heart had long flown to the Mount Hua he yearned for, and his longing for the Hua mountain sect burned like a raging flame, growing ever more intense. Meanwhile, his concern for his family at home surged like a roaring tide, constantly rolling and stirring in his heart. He understood deeply that this return was of great significance. It was not only for him to achieve breakthroughs on his cultivation path, but more importantly, he wanted to make up for the debts to his family that he had long neglected in pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts. This sense of guilt weighed on him like a heavy boulder, making it hard for him to breathe. After several days of relentless travel, Yi Fan finally set foot on the territory of Mount Hua. When the familiar landscape came into view, his eyes instantly became moist. Memories of the past surged in his heart like a flood. The carefree scenes of playing and laughing on this vast land during his childhood felt as if they had happened just yesterday. Unable to contain himself, Yi Fan quickened his pace, racing towards Mount Hua like an arrow released from a bow. Along the way, he greedily admired the beautiful scenery around him. Mount Hua stood majestically, piercing the clouds, with mist swirling around, creating a dreamlike ambience, resembling a paradise on earth. Yi Fan climbed vigorously along the winding mountain paths, each step filled with strength and determination. Every grass and tree in the mountain seemed to recognize this long-lost friend, gently swaying and emanating a warm and friendly aura, as if welcoming Yi Fan home. Before long, Yi Fan arrived at the gate of the Hua Mountain sect. Looking at the solemn and majestic sect building before him, he was filled with emotions. Despite enduring the trials of wind and rain, it still stood tall, though now it bore more traces of the passage of time compared to the past. These marks witnessed the countless disciples who had diligently practiced and grown here, and carried too many of Yi Fan's memories and emotions. Yi Fan walked slowly to the gate, took out a crystal-clear disciple token from his pocket, and handed it to the two gatekeeping disciples. The two disciples, who had been standing there somewhat bored, were momentarily taken aback when they saw the token in Yi Fan's hand, as if they couldn't immediately react. However, just a moment later, surprise appeared on their faces, and one of them quickly bowed and greeted him with respect and excitement. "Brother Yi Fan, you actually returned." Yi Fan smiled faintly and nodded in response. He stood tall like a pine tree, his steps firm and powerful, and thus he strode confidently into the sect. Inside the sect, many disciples were bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. When they noticed Yi Fan's return, they all stopped and cast eager glances at him. Among these gazes were curiosity, admiration, and a bit of envy. Yi Fan seemed oblivious to everyone's attention. He hurriedly made his way to the mission hall. Upon entering the hall, Yi Fan submitted the records of his external training tasks to the disciple in charge of registration and smoothly completed the cancellation procedures. Immediately afterward, he turned around without hesitation and quickly walked towards the alchemy hall. In front of the alchemy hall, a middle-aged man who looked like a steward was standing with his hands behind his back. When he saw Yi Fan approaching, a look of appreciation and expectation flashed in his eyes. As Yi Fan drew near, The steward smiled and said, "Yi Fan, I heard that your external training yielded remarkable results, and you have already reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. Such achievements are truly extraordinary. Our sect is currently flourishing, and outstanding disciples like you should become the mainstay of the sect." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression became even more respectful. He bowed deeply to the steward and sincerely replied, "Thank you for your kind words, steward. I understand the heavy responsibility on my shoulders and will do my utmost to contribute to the prosperity of the sect. However, I have been away from home for many days and am very concerned about my parents and younger sister. So I respectfully request your permission to return home for a visit." The steward smiled and nodded slightly in agreement. "That is only right. You should leave quickly. After enjoying the family reunion and the joy of being together, return to the sect so we can discuss important matters together." Yi Fan respectfully bowed deeply to the steward and then resolutely turned around, walking with determined yet slightly hurried steps towards the direction of his home at the foot of the mountain. All the while, he was eager to return, wishing he could fly to his family immediately. Soon, the familiar little courtyard appeared before Yi Fan's eyes. This courtyard, filled with countless childhood memories and familial warmth, looked so inviting at this moment. Yi Fan's heart began to race uncontrollably, as if it would leap out of his throat. He approached the courtyard door quietly, slowly extended his right hand, and gently pushed open the slightly old but still sturdy door. The door creaked softly, breaking the original tranquility of the courtyard. Yi Fan looked up and saw his father bent over, carefully tending to the green vegetables in the garden. His mother was sitting on a small stool, focused on mending a piece of clothing, and his younger sister, Yi Qin, was standing by the drying rack, diligently hanging up the freshly washed clothes. This warm scene filled Yi Fan's heart with a surge of warmth. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Yi Fan could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He shouted loudly, his voice trembling slightly with joy. His busy parents suddenly looked up. When they saw Yi Fan standing at the door, their eyes first flashed with a hint of astonishment, which was soon replaced by an incredible joy. Tears gushed out like a flood breaking through a dam. Hearing her brother's call, Yi Qian dropped the clothes in her hands with a thud. She didn't bother to pick them up and, like a happy little bird, opened her arms and rushed towards Yi Fan without a care. "Brother, you really came back." Yi Qian plunged into Yi Fan's embrace, holding him tightly, afraid that if she let go, he would disappear again. On that sunny afternoon, the Yi family was finally reunited. They embraced each other tightly, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the entire world appeared to consist only of their entwined figures and the overflowing joy. This warm little courtyard had witnessed too many sorrows and joys, but now it was filled with happiness. Yi Fan felt the warm embrace of his family and listened to their choked words. A long-lost sense of tranquility surged in his heart. This feeling was like a ship that had drifted for too long finally finding a harbor to dock safely. It was like a traveler lost in the desert suddenly discovering an oasis, receiving the nourishment of life's source. Yi Fan silently vowed in his heart, no matter how many bumps and rugged paths lay ahead in his cultivation journey, he would steadfastly continue on, because he knew that only by becoming stronger could he protect this hard-won familial bond. He wanted to use his own hands to shield his family from the wind and rain, ensuring they would always live in peace and happiness. At the same time, Yi Fan understood that as a cultivator, he bore a much greater mission to explore the endless mysteries and pursue higher realms, to protect his loved ones. To awaken Longli, he yearned to bravely forge ahead on this challenging path, continuously breaking through himself, bringing glory to his sect, and welfare to the people of the world. At this moment, Yi Fan stood in the center of the courtyard, gazing firmly into the distance. There, perhaps countless unknown dangers awaited him, but he was unafraid. Chapter 71. Protecting the hometown he loves in the following days. Yi Fan seemed to forget all the disturbances of the outside world, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the warm atmosphere brought by family. Every morning, when the first rays of sunlight spilled into the courtyard, Yi Fan would wake up early to carefully repair the slightly worn farming tools with his father. The father and son skillfully handled the tools while chatting softly, laughter occasionally echoing in the air. At noon, Yi Fan would walk into the kitchen and busy himself with his mother. He would diligently cut and wash vegetables, occasionally asking his mother for cooking tips. Before long, delicious dishes filled with color and aroma were served on the table, and the family gathered together, joyfully enjoying this rare reunion time. During the leisurely moments in the afternoon, Yi Fan would quietly sit in the yard, patiently listening to his sister recount various interesting happenings in the village. Whenever she mentioned the difficulties and confusion she encountered in her cultivation, Yi Fan would smile, pause his actions, and thoughtfully provide detailed and practical advice, even personally demonstrating the corresponding cultivation methods to help his sister continually break through herself. However, such peaceful and beautiful days did not last long. One day, while Yi Fan was meditating in the courtyard as usual, suddenly, an extremely powerful and evil aura began to faintly emanate from a distant place. This mysterious aura was like a piercing cold wind that instantly penetrated Yi Fan's body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and the originally calm and serene gaze now sparkled with a sharp light, mixed with vigilance and deep concern. With years of cultivation experience, he quickly realized that this aura was extraordinary, definitely not something an ordinary existence could emit. Moreover, as time passed, this evil aura became increasingly intense, seemingly approaching their village at an astonishing speed. Yi Fan knew very well that a huge crisis was likely about to descend upon this land he loved so dearly. Thinking of this, he quickly stood up and walked into the house with a serious expression. Seeing the concerned gazes of his parents and sister, Yi Fan tried to keep himself calm and firmly instructed, "Dad, Mom, and little sister, it might not be safe outside. Please stay at home and don't go out. I'll check the situation." After saying this, without waiting for his family to respond, Yi Fan's figure flickered and vanished like a flash of lightning, rushing towards the direction from which the evil aura emanated. As he got closer to the source, Yi Fan could distinctly feel that the evil aura became even stronger and more nauseating. Meanwhile, the surrounding natural spiritual energy, which had originally been stable and orderly, began to stir wildly as if frightened by something, becoming extremely chaotic. When Yi Fan arrived at the scene at breakneck speed, what he saw made him gasp in shock. A dense, ink-black cloud loomed heavily overhead, as if it were about to pour down at any moment. Beneath this cloud, several figures in black robes appeared indistinctly. Their faces were shrouded in shadows, giving them a terrifying and eerie appearance that sent chills down one's spine. They were gathered around an ancient formation, chanting incantations. The formation resembled a giant beast with a gaping mouth, emitting a chilling dark glow. This light, like a greedy demon, continuously devoured all the life around it. The originally lush flowers and trees quickly withered and died upon contact with this light, losing their former vitality. Some weaker beings had no power to resist. Under the eerie light, their bodies twitched a few times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Seeing this, Yi Fan's heart burned with rage. He glared furiously and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you cast such an evil formation here? Don't you fear divine retribution?" As Yi Fan's furious voice echoed, the leader of the black-robed figures slowly turned to face him. His eyes, hidden in darkness, coldly stared at Yi Fan, revealing a hint of disdain and contempt. Then, he let out a strange, sharp laugh, as if it came from the depths of hell. "Ha ha ha, kid, you really don't know how to live. You dare to question us? Let me tell you, this is the key to our revival. If you're smart, get out of here quickly. Or don't blame us for being ruthless and erasing you." How could Yi Fan be easily intimidated by such a few words? He opened his eyes wide, and his spiritual energy surged like a raging tide, violently rolling within him. In an instant, the overwhelming aura of a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator erupted from him like a volcanic eruption, pouring out without reservation. Don't even think about it. I, Yi Fan, will not allow you wicked people to succeed in your schemes today, nor will I let you commit atrocities here and harm the world. Yi Fan shouted angrily, his voice shaking the heavens, and his imposing presence made people involuntarily glance over. As his words fell, before the sound even dissipated, Yi Fan's figure flashed and transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward the group of black-robed figures. At the same time, he swung his long sword fiercely, releasing a sharp and unmatched sword energy that instantly tore through the air, aiming directly at the leading black-robed man with the force to destroy heaven and earth. Seeing Yi Fan's swift attack, the black-robed figures dared not show any signs of slackness. They began to chant low incantations, waving their hands to cast various strange and unpredictable spells to counter Yi Fan's assault. In an instant, colorful lights intertwined, colliding and exploding. unleashing countless dazzling sparks and wildly violent energy fluctuations. The entire space seemed to be torn apart by this terrifying power, on the verge of collapse. Yi Fan understood that the battle before him would likely be a protracted and exceptionally arduous struggle. However, to protect his beloved hometown and the family and friends living here, he had long disregarded life and death. Even if the road ahead was rugged and thorny, he would never take a step back. In this intense clash, Yi Fan unleashed his most skilled lightning sword technique. His long sword swung faster and faster, eventually forming a dense array of sword shadows, resembling an electric net. These sword shadows shimmered with blinding lightning, sweeping outward in all directions, truly impenetrable. Not a drop of water could leak through. Each sword move contained immense spiritual power, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, cutting gold and jade. Faced with Yi Fan's fierce and savage attack, the black-robed figures did not show any weakness either. The spells they cast were eerie and strange, with black mist coiling like agile and venomous snakes, trying continuously to erode Yi Fan's unparalleled sword energy. Chapter 72, A Glimmer of Flaw. Yi Fan's figure was agile as he swiftly traversed the edge of the formation, searching for a flaw. He knew full well that once this evil formation was fully activated, the consequences would be unimaginable, so it had to be broken quickly. Suddenly, he noticed that one corner of the formation had weaker fluctuations of spiritual energy. His gaze sharpened. He lightly tapped his toes, and with the Misty Steps technique, he shot toward that flaw like an arrow released from its bow. The leader of the black-robed figures saw that his attack was so easily neutralized by Yi Fan and couldn't help but widen his eyes in anger, roaring, "Kid, don't be arrogant." After saying that, he quickly formed complex and mysterious hand seals. As the seals were completed, several columns of black energy, as dark as ink and exuding a terrifying aura, shot toward Yi Fan like lightning. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Yi Fan showed no signs of fear. He tightly gripped his long sword, his arm muscles tensed, veins bulging, and the sword glimmered with dazzling cold light. He swung the long sword faster and faster, creating a dense protective net. A series of loud bangs rang out as the black energy columns collided with Yi Fan's sword light, instantly erupting in a blinding flash and shockwave. However, Yi Fan's strength clearly exceeded the leader's expectations, despite the impressive power of these energy columns. He shattered them one by one. Nevertheless, the massive impact contained in the energy columns was still formidable, causing Yi Fan's figure to stagger slightly, and he struggled to maintain his balance. At the same time, he felt a surge of blood rising in his chest, involuntarily spilling a bit of bright red blood from the corner of his mouth. Just then, a distant anxious shout rang out, "Brother Yi." This sudden voice distracted Yi Fan, causing a brief lapse in his previously focused attention. The black-robed figures, who had been waiting for an opportunity, naturally would not let this perfect chance slip by. They unleashed a fierce spell that transformed into a black light blade, whistling toward Yi Fan at lightning speed. Since Yi Fan was momentarily distracted, he had no time to execute an effective defensive move. As the light blade was about to strike his body at a critical moment, he relied on his instinct developed over years of training and suddenly sidestepped. However, despite his best efforts to evade, the light blade grazed his shoulder, creating a shocking spray of blood. "Guardian Wong, you actually came in person. What are we to do now?" Yi Fan said with an anxious expression, his voice slightly trembling with tension. Yet, facing the urgent situation, Guardian Wong showed no fear. He stood firm, his hands dancing like agile butterflies, and dazzling spiritual light erupted with his movements, showcasing the exquisite spells he had learned over the years. At that moment, several esteemed elders of the Huashan sect were gathered together discussing important matters. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in to report, "Elders, there are sounds of fierce fighting coming from the foot of the mountain." Hearing this, the elders were all taken aback. After a brief discussion, they decided to send Guardian Wong along with several capable disciples to investigate the situation. When Guardian Wong and his group arrived on the scene, they immediately recognized that it was their own sect's disciple who was struggling in battle. Without hesitation, he led the others into the fray, joining the life-and-death struggle like a surging torrent. With the powerful support of Guardian Wong and several senior brothers, Yi Fan, who had been feeling overwhelmed, suddenly felt a significant reduction in pressure. At this moment, he seemed to be filled with renewed strength, radiating an unprecedented fighting spirit. Everyone worked together with perfect understanding, attacking and defending in seamless coordination. Gradually, the tide of battle began to shift in their favor, and their advantage became increasingly apparent. Yi Fan's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, fixated on a glimmer of flaw within the enemy's formation. He understood that this fleeting opportunity must not be missed. So he took a deep breath, channeling all his spiritual energy into the tip of his long sword. In an instant, the sword glowed with dazzling brilliance, shining like a blazing sun. Then, Yi Fan shouted loudly, using all his strength to thrust forward. A thunderous crash resounded, shaking the entire valley. The seemingly indestructible evil formation finally crumbled under Yi Fan's thunderous strike, unable to withstand the pressure. As the formation shattered, countless beams of light shot out like meteors, instantly disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, the black-robed figures controlling the formation suffered a strong backlash, each spewing blood and being uncontrollably thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Fan slowly sheathed his gleaming sword, then walked steadily toward Guardian Wang. When he saw that everyone around him was safe and sound, the tension that had been taut in his heart finally eased slightly, and he let out a long breath. However, Yi Fan knew very well that the calm before him was merely superficial. The sudden emergence of this evil force, daring to act so unscrupulously at the foot of Huashan, surely concealed a far greater and more sinister conspiracy behind it. Moreover, from the current situation, it is clear that their actions have not yet ended, and more unpredictable dangers are likely to follow. Thinking of this, Yi Fan secretly clenched his fists and vowed to quickly improve his strength. Only by doing so would he have enough ability to face the looming crises and protect those people and things that are crucial and immensely cherished to him. After bidding farewell to Protector Wang and several senior brothers one by one, Yi Fan set out on his way home. Along the way, he kept replaying the thrilling battle in his mind, contemplating how he could become stronger. The moment Yi Fan pushed open the door to his house, his parents, who had been anxiously waiting inside, rushed forward. Seeing their son standing safely in front of them, their hearts, which had been hanging high, finally settled down. His mother tightly grasped Yi Fan's hand, examining him up and down with concern in her eyes. His father patted Yi Fan's shoulder, nodding with approval, yet unable to hide the worry on his face. Yi Fan knew very well that what had happened this time was just the tip of the iceberg in the overall situation. Since the evil force had already extended its reach to the surrounding areas of Mount Huashan, it would certainly not retreat easily. Moreover, up to now, the true mastermind behind the scenes had yet to reveal themselves, and no one knew how many insidious and cunning schemes were brewing in the dark. In the following days, Yi Fan wholeheartedly accompanied his family, enjoying the joy of family life. However, every night after his family fell asleep, he quietly made his way to the library of Huashan sect. There, the ancient books piled up like mountains, but Yi Fan was undeterred by the difficulties before him, diving into the sea of books and immersing himself in research. Every night, Yi Fan eagerly flipped through the yellowed pages, not letting slip any clue that might be related to the evil force and the strange formations. His eyes sparkled with determination under the candlelight, as if he wanted to uncover the secrets hidden within these ancient texts. Thus, day after day, night after night, Yi Fan diligently devoted himself to studying. Despite the long hours of reading causing his eyes to often feel sore and his body to gradually become exhausted, his desire for the truth never waned. Finally, the heavens did not disappoint the diligent. On a quiet, deep night, when Yi Fan gently brushed away the dust from an ancient scroll, a mysterious text caught his eye. After careful study, Yi Fan was astonished to discover that this menacing evil force was very likely the remnants of the demonic sect sealed by righteous people 1,000 years ago. After that earth-shattering battle between good and evil, although the demonic sect was severely weakened, some residual forces still lurked in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Now, they actually attempted to use an ancient and evil formation to collect the power of countless beings in the world to unseal the long-sealed leader of the demonic sect, thus reviving the former glory of the demonic sect and wreaking havoc on the world once more. Even more shocking was that if this evil formation were to be successfully activated, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, not only would the Eastern realm suffer catastrophic disasters, falling into a state of devastation, but even the vast expanse of the Jojo continent would likely find it difficult to escape, facing an unprecedented great crisis. Upon realizing the severity of the situation, Yi Fan resolutely decided to take decisive action and not give the evil force a chance to catch its breath. and rise again. He knew he had to strike a fatal blow while the enemy had not fully regained its strength, completely eradicating this hidden danger. After making up his mind, Yi Fan immediately set off for Huashan's sect, where he reported this shocking secret to the sect leader and the elders in detail, explaining his plan to take the initiative. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the sect leader and the elders all wore serious expressions, and after a moment of contemplation, they expressed their agreement and support for Yi Fan's proposal. With everyone's approval, the sect leader swiftly initiated subsequent actions. He first carefully selected a group of strong and talented disciples from within Huashan's sect. At the same time, the sect leader actively contacted other nearby sects, explaining the righteousness of the matter and successfully persuading them to join this righteous battle against the demonic sect. As a result, various forces came together to form a large coalition army. In the days that followed, the sect leader worked tirelessly, personally training this newly formed coalition. He generously imparted the unique techniques and valuable experiences he had accumulated over the years for combating evil spells. However, during the training, Yi Fan keenly noticed an issue. Despite the large number of coalition members and their seeming grandeur, there was a significant difference in strength among individuals, and they severely lacked coordinated teamwork. Yi Fan did not dare to delay and hurriedly reported his observations to the sect leader. Upon hearing this, the sect leader also furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After much contemplation, the sect leader finally devised a solution, based on the disciples' different strengths and levels of cultivation. The entire coalition would be divided into several smaller teams. Each team would be assigned clear and specific tasks, along with corresponding tactical arrangements. Afterward, the coalition members trained more intensively according to the new structure and tactical requirements. Day after day, they sweated profusely, continuously honing their skills and striving to enhance their cooperation abilities. Hard work paid off. After a long and arduous period, the overall combat effectiveness of the coalition finally achieved a qualitative leap and received unprecedented enhancement. Once everything was ready, the Huashan sect stood on high alert. The sect leader sat firmly within the mountain gate, like an anchor, providing everyone with endless reassurance and confidence. The rest were led by the highly respected and powerful elder, who, together with the coalition formed with other sects, embarked on the perilous and unknown path to defeat the demonic sect. This grand army followed the faint traces left by the lingering evil aura, crossing mountains and rivers. They traversed dense forests, climbed steep peaks, and waded through rushing streams, steadfastly approaching the lair of the demonic sect. Along the way, the elder's expression was grave. He knew this journey was fraught with dangers, and a moment's carelessness could lead to the annihilation of the entire army. Thus, he repeatedly urged the coalition disciples behind him to maintain a high level of vigilance and never let their guard down. After all, no one could predict what treacherous traps the cunning demonic sect would set along the way. After several days of arduous travel, the coalition finally arrived at the valley where the demonic sect's lair was located. In the valley, a thick layer of black mist enveloped the area, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, exuding a chilling and eerie atmosphere. Occasionally, eerie sounds echoed from within the valley, resembling the wails of evil spirits, making everyone feel a chill down their spine. Yi Fan stood quietly at the front of the valley, his piercing eyes seemingly able to penetrate the heavy fog before him. Perceiving the dangers hidden within, he tightly gripped the sword in his hand, its blade gleaming with a cold, piercing light, as if it could not wait to drink the enemy's blood. Seeing this, the Grand Elder immediately issued a loud order, demanding that the allied forces quickly form a tight defensive formation. The various squads coordinated closely with each other, cautiously and slowly advancing into the valley. Every step was exceptionally difficult, as if they were not walking on solid ground but on an abyss that could collapse at any moment. Just after stepping into this mysterious and tranquil valley, suddenly, the surroundings seemed to tear open, and countless cultists surged out. They came like tidal waves, filling the air with chilling and bizarre battle cries that seemed to come from the depths of hell, piercing through the eardrums and souls of those who heard them. At the same time, these cultists wildly waved various weapons exuding an evil aura. Some weapons flickered with a strange cold light, others burned with fierce flames, and some released thick black smoke that sent shivers down one's spine. In the face of this sudden attack, the Allied forces showed no signs of retreat. They launched a fierce counterattack, and in an instant, brilliant spells illuminated the sky like fireworks. interweaving with sharp sword energies, creating a stunning yet deadly scene. In a flash, both sides were engulfed in a fierce melee. Chapter 74. Reluctant Roar. Wherever Yi Fan swung his sword, blood splattered everywhere. He executed a swift martial technique, quickly weaving through the cultists, causing enemies to fall wherever he passed. However, the cultists were numerous and fearless, and despite the allied forces being prepared, they gradually fell into a tough battle. Protector Wong led a squad skilled in supportive spells, continuously enhancing the defenses and attack spells for the allied forces while healing the injured disciples. Yet, among the cultists, there were also evil practitioners proficient in dispelling enhancement spells, attempting to break through the defensive line and strike at the rear of the allied forces. At a critical moment, Yi Fan sensed the enemy's intentions and forcibly broke through their ranks to return and provide support, fighting alongside the Grand Elder. The two combined their efforts to unleash a large defensive formation secret to the Huashan sect, firmly protecting the rear of the allied forces while counterattacking the approaching evil practitioners. This intense battle had lasted a long time, with the battlefield littered with corpses and blood staining the earth. Both sides had suffered heavy losses, yet the stalemate continued. Prolonged attacks had yielded no significant results, and the morale of the allied forces was gradually declining. Just at this critical moment, Yi Fan stepped forward, fully aware that continuing like this would be extremely disadvantageous for their side. After careful consideration, he decided to take the risk of infiltrating the enemy ranks alone to directly attack the enemy's vital points and break the deadlock. Thus, Yi Fan consulted several respected elders in the sect and received their support and blessings. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward, speeding like a bolt of lightning into the depths of the valley. The cultists were taken aback to see Yi Fan daringly charge into their territory alone. They immediately called to their companions and swarmed toward Yi Fan, attempting to intercept him. However, Yi Fan's speed was like that of a gale, and the sword in his hand danced with such precision that the cultists could not approach him. In this way, Yi Fan cut through numerous obstacles and traps. Although he sustained several wounds, he gritted his teeth and showed no signs of retreat. Finally, after enduring countless hardships, Yi Fan successfully reached the entrance of the mysterious demon temple deep within the valley. This temple looked eerie and terrifying, exuding a chilling, evil aura. Yi Fan knew in his heart that this place must be the core of the entire evil force. He steadied his mind, took a deep breath, and firmly gripped his sword, resolutely stepping into the demon temple. As soon as he entered the temple, Yi Fan felt a cold and damp aura rush towards him. The interior of the hall was dimly lit, and the walls flickered with strange runes, as if they were telling some unknown secret. In the center of the temple, Yi Fan discovered an enormous magic circle. This magic circle emitted a dark glow, and powerful energy waves radiated from it, making one shiver. At the center of the magic circle, several old men in black robes were frantically channeling magical energy, doing their utmost to maintain the operation of the formation. It seemed that whatever was sealed within this magic circle was extremely important. Otherwise, these cultists would not guard it so desperately. Yi Fan's gaze was resolute. Without a hint of hesitation, he moved like the wind, charging straight toward the old men in black robes. The old men, who had been focused on channeling magical energy, suddenly sensed a sharp aura rapidly approaching. Startled, they hurriedly stopped their actions, turned around, and confronted Yi Fan. For a moment, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Neither side spoke, but the atmosphere was tense, as if a monumental battle was about to erupt at any second. In this suffocating silence, Yi Fan suddenly moved. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between Yi Fan and the black-robed elders in this grand and eerie demon temple. The black-robed elders unleashed the cult's sinister spells, which were extremely treacherous and ruthless. Dark magical energies surged like twisting, venomous vines, sweeping toward Yi Fan with overwhelming force, attempting to bind him tightly. However, Yi Fan's figure was as agile as a ghost, and the sword in his hand moved with such precision that it created a shimmering barrier of cold light. With every swing of his sword, he accurately struck down the incoming magical vines, accompanied by crisp snapping sounds, as the magical vines broke apart, dissipating into strands of black smoke in the air. In this fierce exchange, Yi Fan maintained a high level of alertness and sharp reflexes. His gaze was keen as he continuously searched for flaws in the black-robed elders' attacks. Finally, he spotted a fleeting gap and, without hesitation, lightly tapped his toes on the ground, propelling himself forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on one of the black-robed elders, thrusting his sword directly at him with an unstoppable momentum. The black-robed elder's face changed drastically upon seeing Yi Fan's swift attack, and in a panic, he hurriedly tried to sidestep. Unfortunately, despite his quick reaction, he failed to completely evade Yi Fan's lethal strike. With a soft hiss, Yi Fan's sword energy sliced through his arm, leaving a deep wound from which black blood gushed forth, splattering onto the cold, hard ground of the temple, forming a shocking pool of blood. The other black-robed elders, witnessing Yi Fan's formidable strength, turned pale, their wariness growing like wild grass. They knew that if they did not suppress Yi Fan completely at this moment, he would become a future threat. Thus, they exchanged glances, each seeing determination in the other's eyes, and immediately unleashed more intense and frenzied attacks. Only the figures of the old men in black robes flickered like phantoms, their hands quickly forming seals in front of them. Streams of dark, foul-smelling magic erupted from their palms, intertwining like spiritual snakes. This magic rapidly gathered in the air, forming a huge and eerie magic barrier that tightly trapped Yi Fan within. The magic within the barrier seemed almost tangible, rolling and surging, emitting a chilling, howling sound, as if it were a demon ready to devour. Yi Fan was trapped inside but remained calm and composed, his eyes steady and cool, showing no signs of panic. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within him surged like a roaring river. Yi Fan slowly closed his eyes, immersing his entire mind into his body, fully circulating his spiritual energy. As his thoughts flowed, the spiritual energy accelerated through his meridians, crashing against the barriers like overwhelming tides, wave after wave, growing stronger. Gradually, a dazzling light radiated from his body, initially flickering like fireflies, then becoming increasingly bright, ultimately transforming into a brilliant light cauldron that firmly protected Yi Fan's form. The powerful force contained within that light caused the surrounding magic barrier to melt away upon contact, like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, retreating with hissing sounds, as if unwillingly howling in anger. Chapter 75, Seclusion and Cultivation. Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes widened, revealing determination and resolve. He shouted loudly, his voice like a great bell, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. He raised his long sword high, its blade shimmering coldly, seemingly sensing its master's overwhelming fighting spirit, vibrating with a hum. Then, Yi Fan swung his sword violently. In that moment, it seemed as if time stood still. A powerful sword wave, like a solidified silver light circle, rapidly expanded outward in a ring from the center of the long sword. Where the sword wave passed, the space rippled, and the originally indestructible magic barrier was forcibly torn open like fragile glass under the impact of the sword wave. Magic surged around the opening, flashing with eerie light. Without hesitation, Yi Fan transformed into a streak of light, darting through the gap like lightning. His gaze was firmly locked onto the magic array at the center of the magic hall, which shimmered with brilliance, its runes flashing as if calling out to Yi Fan. Without any pause, Yi Fan continued to rush towards the magic array, his figure appearing solitary, yet incredibly resolute in the magic hall, like a fearless warrior bravely advancing towards the unknown dangers. The old men in black robes changed their expressions drastically, anxious and burning with urgency, hurriedly chasing after him, the wide black robes flapping behind them. Their eyes were filled with eagerness and anger, trying to stop Yi Fan's reckless actions before he reached the magic array. However, at this moment, Yi Fan had completely cast aside all concerns, with only the firm belief of destroying the array in his heart. He focused completely, merging the exquisite skills of the Huashan sect with his own years of martial arts insights, as the true energy within him surged like a raging tide. In an instant, Yi Fan unleashed a move of unparalleled power, capable of shaking heaven and earth, condensing energy into a cauldron. He swiftly moved his hands, quickly forming an enormous, indistinct energy cauldron in front of him. This cauldron seemed to possess spirit, surrounded by dazzling light and violent airflow. As soon as it took shape, it rushed forth with unstoppable momentum like a dragon emerging from the sea, emitting a deafening howl as it charged straight towards the magic array at the center of the magic hall. Wherever it passed, the ground was torn apart, and the magic in the air was scattered by this immense force. Under the powerful suction of the small cauldron, the magic array began to shake violently, like a small boat in rough waves. At the array's core, the light flickered like a candle on the verge of extinguishing, wavering as if in painful struggle. The old men in black robes, witnessing this scene, showed expressions of terror, anxiously turning back towards the array's core, their wide robes flying wildly in the wind. They quickly moved their hands and chanted incantations, attempting to stabilize the faltering array with their powerful magic. However, Yifan would not easily give them such an opportunity. His figure flickered like a ghost, the long sword in his hand swinging with relentless precision, unleashing sharp sword chi that resembled solidified silver dragons. Continuously howling towards the magic array. Wherever the sword chi struck, the defensive magic around the array was torn apart like fragile spider webs. Under the immense force of Yifan's energy cauldron and the relentless onslaught of his lightning-fast sword techniques, the magic array finally could not bear the burden. With a thunderous boom, the magic array collapsed like a fallen beast, completely shattering into countless fragments of magic that flew in all directions. The objects previously sealed within the array were also drawn in by that immense power, being absorbed into Yifan's condensed small cauldron. Inside the cauldron, light flickered as it began to refine them. With a gentle flow of light, the sealed objects gradually transformed into pure spiritual energy, slowly flowing into Yifan's body like a trickle. Yifan felt a surge of mighty and pure power rushing through his limbs and bones, and at that moment, his aura became even stronger and deeper. As the magic array collapsed with a deafening roar, those who had relied on the array's magic to commit evil outside the valley instantly lost their source of power, as if their spines had been pulled out. Their bodies began to tremble, magic rapidly dissipating, their faces filled with fear and despair. Meanwhile, the coalition forces waiting outside the valley keenly seized this excellent opportunity, their morale soaring as they surged forward like a tidal wave. The coalition soldiers bravely led the charge, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Their weapons glinting coldly as they surrounded the powerless magic cultists, easily capturing them as if catching fish in a barrel. Yifan slowly walked out of the magic hall, his clothes gently fluttering in the breeze, appearing slightly fatigued, yet exuding a sense of determination. He looked up at the gradually calming valley, seeing the eerie and terrifying scenes that had been eroded by magic slowly dissipate, sunlight pouring down and dispelling the gloom as the flowers, grass, and trees in the valley seemed to come back to life. The tense string in Yifan's heart finally relaxed. He knew that the victory in this fierce battle was hard won, and his mission was finally accomplished, saving countless beings from the suffering inflicted by the magic cult. After successfully resolving this thrilling crisis of the magic cult, Yifan's status within the Huashan sect soared, becoming a model admired by many disciples. His heroic deeds spread like legends, endlessly recounted by the disciples. Throughout the eastern realm of the cultivation world, Yifan's name shone like a brilliant star, widely praised. Various sects, hearing of his great achievements, sent gifts and heartfelt letters of gratitude. The Huashan sect was filled with jubilation, hosting a grand and solemn celebration banquet to commemorate this great victory. At the banquet, decorations were abundant, and the atmosphere was joyous, with disciples laughing and gathering from all walks of life. Yifan sat in a prominent position, receiving congratulations and admiration from all, knowing that this was not just personal glory, but a testament to the unity of the entire cultivation world in the fight against evil. However, Yifan was not overwhelmed by the glory before him, which was as vibrant as a blooming flower scene. His gaze remained resolute and calm, as if a towering mountain resided within his heart, unshaken by the clamor and praise of the outside world. Deep within him, only his profound love for his family and his deep affection for his beloved Long Li burned like an everlasting flame. He understood that on the path of cultivation, filled with thorns and dangers, only by possessing extraordinary strength could he provide an unbreakable safe haven for his family and retrieve Long Li's lost souls, allowing her to heal completely and regain her former vitality and joy. Thus, amidst the accolades, Yifan meticulously arranged for his parents' daily life. He found them a tranquil and abundant place to live, entrusting several trusted senior brothers to take care of them, ensuring their well-being. Once everything was settled, Yifan resolutely stepped into the secluded room in the back mountain of Huashan sect, designated for closed-door cultivation. The stone door of the quiet room slowly closed, completely isolating him from the disturbances of the outside world, and thus began his arduous journey of closed-door cultivation. Chapter 76. resilience and persistence inside the tranquil and deep quiet room. Yi Fan felt as if he were abandoned in the vast and lonely depths of the ocean. Surrounding him was darkness like ink, silent and serene, with only his steadfast heart emitting a faint yet dazzling light, like the most brilliant star in the night sky. Yi Fan tirelessly immersed himself in the profound secrets of the Huashan sect's ultimate classic, heaven-eating technique. This ancient technique contained endless mysteries and profound philosophies. Every page, every line was like a treasure trove hidden in mist, waiting for him to unveil its veil and explore its core secrets. He focused completely on the world of the technique, repeatedly dissecting and analyzing every move recorded in the book, reconstructing and combining them in his mind. He constantly pondered how to maximize these seemingly simple movements and techniques to break through his existing shackles and reach a higher level of martial arts. However, the beginning of everything is difficult, and Yi Fan's initial path of cultivation was not smooth. Despite his immense efforts, progress was exceptionally slow. The spiritual power within him flowed like a trickling stream in the mountains, constantly flowing but unable to gather into a powerful torrent. Faced with such difficulties, Yi Fan showed no signs of discouragement or retreat. On the contrary, he actively sought solutions. He knew that the spiritual veins within the mountain gate contained abundant and pure spiritual energy, so he tirelessly searched for suitable locations of these veins. Once found, he sat down cross-legged in a nearby cave, adjusted his breathing, and guided the flowing spiritual energy into his body. As time passed, a large amount of spiritual energy began to surge into Yi Fan's meridians. This powerful energy charged like a fierce beast, wildly crashing against his fragile meridians. The excruciating pain caused Yi Fan to tremble uncontrollably, but he gritted his teeth and endured the torment without yielding an inch. At that moment, Yi Fan resembled a butterfly trapped in a thick cocoon, struggling with all his might to break free from his bindings and welcome the glorious moment of transformation. As time flew by, Yi Fan's understanding of power deepened through his daily rigorous cultivation, gradually touching upon the mysterious and profound truths of power. He studied the Huashan sect's signature technique, heaven-eating technique, day and night, constantly contemplating its subtle connections with the lightning sword technique. After countless trials and failures, Yi Fan finally succeeded in merging the essence of both, creating a unique sword technique that belonged solely to his personal style. Every time Yi Fan swung his sword, it would cause the surrounding air to violently tremble, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy. The sword light sped by like lightning, dazzling the eye. As the sword shadows flickered, even the hard stone walls of the quiet room were etched with deep sword marks, as if the walls were as fragile as tofu under Yi Fan's sword. At the most critical moment of his cultivation, Yi Fan made a surprising decision. He decided to challenge his limits by attempting to compress the spiritual power within him. This process was akin to rowing upstream in a raging river. Any slight misstep could not only render all previous efforts futile, but could also result in damage to his meridians due to the uncontrollable violent spiritual energy, plunging him into an irreversible state of madness. However, faced with such immense risks, Yi Fan showed no signs of retreat. He clenched his teeth tightly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, but his gaze remained as firm as ever. During the long and arduous cultivation process, whenever Yi Fan felt exhausted and wanted to give up, the deep longing for his beloved surged like a clear spring in his heart, providing him with endless motivation and courage, supporting him through one challenge after another. Yi Fan's expression was as grave as still water, his eyes tightly closed, as if he were gathering all his energy to control the spiritual energy within him. At this moment, he was completely immersed in his internal world, single-mindedly guiding the surging, vast sea of spiritual energy. He cautiously sank his consciousness deep into his dantian, which resembled a vast universe, with the flowing spiritual energy akin to hazy nebulae, vast and boundless, yet somewhat chaotic. Yi Fan took a deep breath, then steadied his mind, resolutely embarking on this long and arduous journey of compression and refinement. With his powerful will and mental strength, he began to slowly guide the scattered spiritual energy towards the center. As his thoughts continuously drove the energy, it gradually formed a massive energy sphere, starting to endure Yi Fan's intense compression. Each compression was a thrilling and arduous battle for Yi Fan. During this process, it was evident that the total amount of spiritual energy in his dantian was decreasing rapidly at a visible rate. However, at the same time, the quality of the energy underwent subtle yet significant changes. The once thin and almost imperceptible spiritual energy, mixed with countless impurities, was gradually expelled as it went through round after round of intense compression, as if those impurities had encountered a natural enemy. This scene resembled carefully refining precious gold from a rough ore, as the useless impurities were gradually expelled from his body, replaced by wisps of seemingly weak yet exceptionally pure spiritual energy. They sparkled like dazzling pearls within Yi Fan's dantian, shining with enchanting brilliance while bravely facing the next wave of harsher compression challenges. Time quietly passed, and the once abundant spiritual energy in the dantian began to decrease at a visibly noticeable rate. The previously surging and continuous spiritual energy had become thin, but surprisingly, its color deepened and intensified during this transformation. It is like a once murky stream that, after the sedimentation and baptism of time, gradually gathers into a pool of rich and sweet essence. At this moment, Yi Fan is drenched in sweat from head to toe. Large beads of sweat continuously slide down his forehead, flowing down his cheeks and soaking his clothes. Each drop of sweat seems to be a release of the power within him, telling of the immense pressure he is currently enduring. Nevertheless, Yi Fan's gaze remains unwavering, like the brightest star in the night sky, shining with a light of tenacity and persistence. Chapter 77. A historic moment. The dense spiritual energy, under Yi Fan's exquisite control, seems to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, continuously solidifying. Initially, this spiritual energy appeared gaseous, swirling like smoke and mist, but as time passed, it gradually underwent a marvelous transformation, beginning to take on a liquid texture. This change is akin to morning dew condensing into droplets, or clouds transforming into fine rain, leaving people in awe. And this is just the beginning. Soon, the liquid spiritual energy boldly advances towards a solid state. During this process, the spiritual energy continuously condenses, its volume shrinking while its density dramatically increases. The once scattered strands of spiritual energy are now drawn together by some mysterious force, intertwining and gradually forming a more compact and stable structure. Every thread of spiritual energy undergoes this earth-shattering change, as if they are immersed in a blazing fire and undergoing relentless forging. All impurities are eliminated under such harsh conditions, leaving only the purest and most powerful core of spiritual energy. This core quietly rests deep within Yi Fan's dantian, emanating a faint glow. Although this glow seems weak, the energy contained within is heart-pounding, as if it could penetrate all barriers and reach the depths of the soul. At this moment, Yi Fan can clearly perceive the qualitative leap of power within his body. This feeling is both strange and familiar, stirring up waves of excitement in him. For he deeply understands that this is not just a significant breakthrough and transformation in his personal cultivation, but also a crucial step on his long path of cultivation. At the same time, it represents a glimmer of dawn and hope for saving his beloved Longli. As long as he can steadfastly walk down this path, continuously enhancing his strength, one day he will definitely overcome numerous difficulties and rescue Longli from her dire situation. As the spiritual energy continuously gathers and refines within his dantian, it feels as if an invisible force is reshaping the world inside him. The once slightly thin and fragile meridians, which had limited capacity, are now quietly undergoing a transformative change. That pure and powerful spiritual force surges like a tidal wave, constantly impacting and nourishing these meridians. They greedily absorb this powerful energy, gradually becoming wider and thicker, much like the land that rejoices at the arrival of much-needed rain. The meridians, once as narrow as winding paths, are now expanded into wide and deep thoroughfares. The previously weak and fragile walls are becoming increasingly solid, akin to an unbreakable fortress. The current meridians resemble widened and deepened river channels, capable of accommodating the surging torrents of spiritual power. Whenever the spiritual power circulates rapidly within the meridians, it triggers a slight tremor, as if the entire body resonates with it. This sensation is both marvelous and heart-shaking, making one marvel at the infinite potential within the human body. Each flow of spiritual power resembles a grand parade. Countless pure streams of spiritual energy are neatly arranged, moving along the meridians in an orderly manner, their momentum grand and spectacular, leaving people in awe. Moreover, Within this seemingly calm and orderly flow lies a tremendous potential for destructive power. Once unleashed, it will surely shake the heavens and the earth. However, Yi Fan does not become complacent or stagnant due to his current achievements. He knows that the path of cultivation is endless, and only by continuously breaking through himself can he reach greater heights. Thus, he resolutely embarks on a path filled with dangers and uncertainties, attempting to merge this exquisitely condensed spiritual power with his own divine consciousness. It is essential to note that this is an extremely dangerous and challenging task. A moment's inattention could lead to his divine consciousness being overwhelmed by the violent force of spiritual power, causing his awareness to fall into chaos or even permanently dissipate into the world. Faced with such a severe challenge, most people would likely have already backed down. But the deep longing for Long Li and his unwavering determination to seek the truth become the driving force for Yi Fan to forge ahead. He focuses intently, carefully manipulating the spiritual power and divine consciousness, slowly and cautiously guiding them closer to each other. Every step is taken as if walking on thin ice, fearful of making even the slightest mistake. As time passes, sweat gradually soaks his clothes, but Yi Fan never gives up, gritting his teeth and persevering. At the moment when the first faint yet crucial strand of spiritual power perfectly merges with Yi Fan's divine consciousness, he feels as if he has pushed open a magnificent door hidden behind the mundane world, leading to a mysterious and brand new realm. In an instant, his perceptive ability skyrockets like a rocket ignited, ascending at an astonishing geometric rate. At this moment, he can not only keenly capture the extremely subtle fluctuations of spiritual power around him, even if these fluctuations are as fleeting as a candle in the wind. Even more astonishing is that he possesses a magical insight capable of penetrating thick mountains, clearly sensing the direction of the spiritual veins hidden deep within the mountains and their unique rhythmic pulse. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's thoughts race like a wild horse, becoming unprecedentedly agile. His understanding of swordsmanship also surges forward, directly leaping to a brand new pinnacle. Those sword moves and intentions that once left him scratching his head in confusion now appear as clear as the patterns laid out in his palm. In such a wondrous and powerful new state, Yi Fan resolutely embarks on the path of recultivating the lightning sword technique. He no longer relies solely on spiritual power to wield his sword. Instead, he skillfully integrates his vast divine consciousness into it. Thus, every sword shadow that cuts through the void causes the surrounding space to slightly distort, creating ripples that seem to convey the shock and awe brought about by this transcendent power. After countless arduous attempts and years of painstaking cultivation, Yi Fan finally arrives at this historic moment. With incredible perseverance, extraordinary comprehension, and an unwavering pursuit of the sword path, he successfully achieves a seamless fusion between the lightning sword technique and his powerful spiritual energy and divine consciousness. At this moment, it feels as if the entire world has come to a standstill, and time has frozen in this instant. Yi Fan's sword glows with a dazzling brilliance, akin to divine thunder descending from the heavens, carrying the power to annihilate the world. His spiritual power surged like a roaring torrent, continuously pouring into the sword's body. Chapter 78. Fusion. This astonishing sword technique not only perfectly absorbed the essence of the lightning sword technique, which was as fierce and powerful as a thunderstorm and as swift as lightning, but also skillfully integrated Yi Fan's unique method of spiritual energy operation, along with his extraordinarily agile and keen spiritual perception ability. It can be said that the emergence of this sword technique was like a dazzling star suddenly rising in the vast sky of the cultivation world, illuminating everyone's gaze and simultaneously announcing to the world that Yi Fan had officially entered the ranks of the top cultivators. With such an unparalleled sword technique at his side, he undoubtedly laid a solid and unmatched foundation for his upcoming journey to seek the lost souls of his beloved Long Li. At this moment, Yi Fan's originally sharp-featured face appeared particularly solemn, and the deep, ocean-like gaze in his eyes flickered with determination and focus. He understood deeply that on this arduous cultivation path, only by continuously achieving self-breakthroughs and being willing to innovate could he calmly face the increasingly powerful various severe tests and ultimately succeed in rescuing his beloved Long Li. Thus, at this critical juncture, Yi Fan decisively resolved to deeply merge the two sword techniques he had recently painstakingly comprehended with the ever-mysterious and profound heaven-devouring technique once again. He yearned to create a new sword technique that was more powerful and sharper than ever before through this unprecedented bold attempt. One of them was the terrifying lightning soul-devouring sword. This sword technique was an extraordinary skill created by Yi Fan after enduring countless hardships to perfectly combine the enigmatic heaven-devouring technique with the world-renowned lightning sword technique of the Huashan sect. When practicing this magical sword technique, Yi Fan first needed to carefully guide the spiritual power within his body, allowing it to flow slowly along the unique and intricate operation route of the heaven-devouring technique. At the same time, he had to fully mobilize the surging spiritual power within him, causing it to gallop wildly through his meridians like wild horses. When the moment to draw the sword arrived, the turbulent spiritual power within Yi Fan would intertwine and merge with the condensed qi into a tripod. These immensely powerful forces seemed to be attracted by an invisible gravity, continuously converging onto the sword in his hand. In an instant, the originally ordinary sword blade was tightly wrapped in a layer of faintly visible gravitational force, shimmering with a dreamlike, misty vortex glow. From a distance, it appeared as if a lively little stream was joyfully weaving between the sword's body. Every time Yi Fan swung this immensely powerful longsword, it would be accompanied by a deafening roar, like thunder suddenly erupting. This sound echoed through the heavens, resembling dazzling lightning tearing through the vast sky, rushing in with a terrifying destructive force. Its power was so immense that it was almost unimaginable, capable of easily ripping apart the void and opening a bottomless spatial rift. Even more terrifying was that behind this unparalleled destructive power, there was also the powerful gravitational force generated by the tripod as assistance. Once this bizarre gravitational force acted upon an enemy, it could instantly break through their defenses and directly penetrate their bodies. It could ruthlessly pierce through the opponent's seemingly indestructible physique like a razor-sharp blade. Moreover, it would continuously devour the opponent's spiritual power, causing their strength to decline rapidly. Over time, the enemy's meridians and organs would suffer severe damage, plunging them into extreme pain from which it would be difficult to extricate themselves. The other dread-inducing sword technique, Lightning Soul Sword, was a stunning masterpiece that Yi Fan creatively fused with the lightning sword technique after countless deep explorations and mastery of spiritual consciousness. When Yi Fan decided to unleash this extraordinary sword technique, he first needed to concentrate, mobilizing the vast spiritual consciousness power within him. He slightly closed his eyes, tightly gripped the sword hilt, and focused entirely on guiding the spiritual consciousness power to continuously gather. As time passed, this spiritual consciousness power gradually condensed into a powerful force, tightly wrapping around the long sword like a tangible entity. This spiritual consciousness power was like countless fine, yet incredibly resilient invisible threads, extremely sensitive, capable of accurately capturing the faint fluctuations emitted by the enemy's soul. Even the slightest movement could not escape its perception. Just as Yi Fan was about to strike, the spiritual consciousness power that had been entwined around the sword suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Following this, these lights swiftly transformed into mysterious spiritual patterns resembling lightning, racing toward the depths of the enemy's soul with a speed as fast as lightning and as swift as the wind, carrying an earth-shattering power. With a loud bang, the spiritual patterns accurately struck the enemy's soul. In an instant, the enemy's soul seemed to be crazily pierced by thousands of lightning arrows, and the heart-wrenching pain was beyond description. The enemy's consciousness instantly fell into chaos under this terrifying attack, completely losing their sense of direction and judgment. Moreover, it was highly likely that their souls would suffer severe damage from such a tremendous impact, plunging them into endless darkness and deep fear, completely losing the ability to continue fighting. At this moment, Yi Fan stood in an open valley, surrounded by silence, with only the rustling of leaves in the breeze. He tightly gripped the sword hilt, his gaze firm and focused, inwardly pondering how to perfectly merge the two vastly different yet immensely powerful sword techniques to create an unprecedented ultimate sword technique, the Lightning Soul Devouring Sword. Yi Fan took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and instantly entered a state of self-forgetfulness. He concentrated his mind and began to comprehend the mysteries and connections between these three powers. First, Yi Fan carefully guided the powerful spiritual energy generated by the long-practiced heaven-devouring technique within his body, allowing it to flow slowly in his dantian. This spiritual power acted like an incredibly deep vortex, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding space, continuously gathering within, making the already majestic spiritual power even more formidable. Meanwhile, Yifan constantly recalled the essence of the lightning sword technique in his mind. He skillfully activated the lightning power hidden within the sword body and fused it with the spiritual power circulating in his dantian. In an instant, the originally calm and peaceful spiritual power was infused with an extreme violent electrical attribute, as if a stormy wave suddenly rose beneath the calm surface of a lake. As time passed, Yifan's understanding of the fusion of these three powers deepened. Gradually, he could clearly sense the subtle changes and interactions that occurred as each strand of spiritual power and each bolt of electrical power intertwined and wrapped around each other. This wonderful feeling excited him, but he did not let it distract him. He maintained a high level of focus and continued to explore the infinite potential of this new sword technique. Chapter 79, Lightning Soul Devouring Sword Technique. Following that, Yifan took a deep breath and slowly extended his right index finger, cautiously guiding his powerful soul consciousness into it bit by bit. It is important to note that this was the most crucial and dangerous part of the entire process, for even the slightest mistake could lead to a fierce backlash from the powerful spiritual energy and violent lightning force against his fragile consciousness. Yifan was fully concentrated, channeling all his energy and attention, his finger controlling the soul consciousness power like a skilled and experienced craftsman meticulously carving a rare treasure. He delicately divided the consciousness power into strands and threads, carefully intertwining them with spiritual power, lightning power, and the mysterious devouring power, gradually weaving them into a complex yet tightly connected energy web. As time passed, beads of sweat gradually covered Yifan's forehead, trickling down his cheeks and evaporating upon hitting the ground. Meanwhile, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, clearly indicating that this level of operation was a significant burden and challenge for him. However, despite the indescribable pain brought by each fusion of powers, Yifan gritted his teeth and persevered, not daring to relax for a moment. After countless days and nights of hard work, having experienced unimaginable difficulties and poured in countless sweat and effort, he finally welcomed that exciting moment when he successfully fused the three completely different yet complementary powers together. At this moment, the sword technique named Lightning Soul Devouring Sword had undergone a transformation, emanating astonishing power. It not only inherited the destructive power capable of devastating the physical body from the Lightning Soul Devouring Sword technique, but also possessed the extraordinary ability to strike the soul with precision from the Lightning Soul Sword technique. When Yifan gently waved the long sword in his hand, a brilliant light burst forth from the sword body. Within this light, there was the terrifying pressure of the devouring power that instilled fear, along with the violent momentum of lightning akin to a thunderous roar, and deep within that dazzling light, there was a faint mysterious feeling unique to soul consciousness. Such a miraculous sword strike seemed to bring forth the harshest judgment from the heavens to the world. Whether it was the enemy's indestructible physical body or the hidden soul, they would involuntarily tremble before this astonishing sword, shattering into pieces like fragile porcelain, turning to dust and vanishing without a trace. Undoubtedly, this unmatched sword would become Yifan's most powerful and reliable assistant on his quest for redemption. Yifan tightly gripped the long sword in his hand, feeling the surging and relentless immense power within the Lightning Soul Devouring Sword technique. Deep inside his heart, there was both the joy born from the emergence of the new sword technique and a profound sense of gravity regarding the unknown challenges ahead. He clearly understood that although this sword technique had already exhibited extraordinary power, to truly unleash its maximum potential, he needed to continuously practice and improve it. Only in this way could he rely on this unparalleled sword technique to overcome obstacles on the long journey to find Long Li's soul. In order to fully master this mysterious and powerful sword technique, Yifan resolutely embarked on the journey to find a secluded place for closed-door training. After several days of searching, he finally discovered a quiet and deep valley. The valley was picturesque, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and it was permeated with rich spiritual energy, as if it were a gathering place for the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Surrounding the valley, steep cliffs towered into the clouds, forming natural barriers that isolated the noise and disturbances of the outside world, creating a tranquil and safe environment for Yi Fan to cultivate. Here, he could immerse himself in the study of sword techniques without any distractions. Yi Fan knew that mastering a skill was no easy task and required a lot of time and effort. Therefore, from the moment he stepped into the valley, he began to train diligently day and night. Every morning, when the first rays of sunlight fell into the valley, Yi Fan was already wielding his long sword, darting through the mountains and forests like lightning. Each time he swung his sword, a sharp wind would rise, accompanied by the howling of spiritual energy, the violent speed of lightning, and the intense fluctuations of his consciousness. However, every beginning is difficult. At first, despite Yi Fan's utmost efforts, the execution of the lightning soul-devouring sword technique still appeared somewhat awkward and stiff. The fusion of the three different attributes, spiritual power, lightning power, and consciousness, always encountered various problems, preventing the full power of the sword technique from being unleashed. Faced with such difficulties, Yi Fan did not feel discouraged. On the contrary, relying on his unwavering willpower, he practiced repeatedly, observing the changes in the three powers during each sword strike, feeling their interrelationships, and continuously adjusting the rhythm of spiritual energy operation. The intensity of lightning power activation and the compatibility of consciousness with the previous two. Thus, after countless attempts and failures, Yi Fan gradually grasped the key techniques and principles. As time went on, he became increasingly adept at using the lightning soul-devouring sword technique, and his swordsmanship became more and more proficient. Now, when Yi Fan drew his sword, there was no longer any sense of stiffness. Instead, it flowed seamlessly and naturally like flowing water. The shimmering sword energy, carrying a destructive momentum, instilled fear in those who beheld it. With the deepening of his training, Yi Fan was astonished to find that the lightning soul-devouring sword technique was like a treasure trove filled with endless mysteries. When he infused his emotions and will into it like flowing water, the power of the sword technique underwent a qualitative leap, akin to a phoenix reborn. Thus, he gathered his deep yearning for Long Li, his steadfast belief in saving his beloved, and his burning anger against the evils of the world, all into the sword. At this moment, the lightning soul-devouring sword technique seemed to possess life, with each swing embodying Yi Fan's emotions, its power astonishing and earth-shattering, capable of shaking the valley and resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, like a passionate and powerful symphony. Chapter 80, Bits of Fun. In that secluded place for closed-door training, Yi Fan was fully immersed in the ultimate exploration of the sword path. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with dangers. In the depths of the valley, when he unleashed his unparalleled sword technique, the fierce energy surged like a raging tide. Yi Fan opened a mysterious restriction, and in an instant, the ground shook violently, revealing a group of rune puppets slowly emerging. These puppets were all tall and robust, shimmering with strange light, evidently crafted from rare materials. Their shells were as hard as iron, seemingly able to withstand all attacks in the world. Their eyes glowed with a deep light, containing powerful spiritual energy that seemed capable of penetrating the soul. Yi Fan, seeing the situation, showed no signs of retreat. His eyes revealed fearlessness and determination. He stood tall and agile, like a black lightning bolt, instantly unleashing his unique skill, the lightning-devouring soul sword. This sword technique was as fast as a shooting star. With layers of sword shadows, each sword energy carried a chilling power, engaging in a thrilling life-and-death struggle with the puppets. Yi Fan moved gracefully like a ghost, effortlessly weaving through the encirclement of puppets, as if he were a fish playing in the water. Wherever he went, sword shadows flickered, resembling bursts of starlight. As the cold light passed, the puppets' hard bodies were torn apart like fragile paper, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. However, the puppets seemed endless, surging in waves. They appeared to possess intelligence, constantly changing formations and adjusting tactics in the battle, intending to trap Yi Fan in this iron cage until he was exhausted and perished. At this critical moment, a fierce light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He poured all his spiritual energy into the lightning-devouring soul sword, pushing its power to its peak. In an instant, a powerful spiritual storm erupted around him, strong enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Within the storm, silver snakes danced wildly, and lightning roared like an enraged dragon. The impact of his divine consciousness surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming everything. under the ravaging of this violent spiritual storm. The surrounding puppets were crushed like ants, reduced to dust. The once terrifying forbidden formations in the valley crumbled under this unstoppable force, turning into nothingness. Yi Fan let out a long breath, slowly sheathing his sword, exuding a sharp and confident aura, as if declaring his invincibility to the world. After a long and arduous refinement, Yi Fan successfully emerged from seclusion amidst the expectations of all. At this moment, he had mastered the immensely powerful lightning-devouring soul sword to perfection, reaching a realm of great achievement. He stood proudly, his posture as upright as a pine tree, with a demeanor as majestic as towering mountains, instilling a sense of awe. His aura was increasingly stable and profound, like a towering mountain, with an unfathomable vastness of spiritual energy flowing slowly within him, yet it was restrained and subtle, showing no signs of ostentation. His eyes were deep and bright, like the brilliant stars in the night sky, reflecting confidence and determination, as if nothing in the world could hinder his steps forward. Yi Fan walked calmly, slowly stepping out of the tranquil place of seclusion. With each step, a powerful and restrained aura emanated from him, quietly spreading like ripples. This aura contained not only his profound strength, but also the sharpness and dominance unique to the perfected lightning-devouring soul sword technique. He slightly tilted his head, raising his eyes towards the sky of his sect, his gaze piercing through the clouds like an arrow, revealing unwavering determination. It seemed that countless unknown challenges and opportunities awaited him in the vast expanse above, and he was fully prepared to use this unparalleled sword technique to write his own legendary chapter in this world. Yi Fan knew in his heart that the journey to seek the dragonly soul would be fraught with thorns, filled with unpredictable hardships and dangers. Yet, at this moment of departure, what first surfaced in his mind was not the numerous crises of the unknown journey, but the safety of his family and their future life. This deep concern for his family flowed like a warm current in his resolute heart. Thus, he quickened his pace, hurriedly heading towards his parents' home. In the courtyard, the sunlight dappled the ground, and his parents were busy with some trivial matters at home. His father's rough hands skillfully handled the objects at hand, while his mother quietly reminded him of something. The marks of time had quietly etched lines on their faces, but their accompanying figures appeared incredibly warm. Upon seeing Yi Fan, his parents' eyes instantly filled with appreciation and love. Their gaze seemed to say that no matter how the outside world changed, having their child by their side was the most beautiful thing in the world. Yi Fan slowly approached, his movements gentle yet firm, as he lightly took his parents' weathered hands. Although those hands were no longer delicate, they conveyed endless warmth and strength to him. He began to share the results of his closed-door cultivation and his plans for the upcoming journey to find the dragonly soul with his parents, speaking candidly. His voice was deep and steady, each word filled with respect and affection for them. As he spoke, he carefully took out some invaluable pills and a treasure emitting a mysterious glow from his bosom. These treasures were obtained through countless challenges and fortuitous encounters during his arduous cultivation process. He handed the pills and treasures to his parents one by one and, like a patient teacher, meticulously explained their uses and methods of application. He personally demonstrated the steps for taking the pills and the miraculous effects of the treasures for defense and daily assistance, ensuring that his parents could use these items to withstand potential dangers and live safely after he departed. His parents listened attentively, frequently nodding. Although they might not fully understand the profound nature of these cultivation treasures, they knew that this was a tangible manifestation of their son's deep love and concern for them. Following this, Yi Fan's footsteps led him to Yi Qin's room. At this moment, Yi Qin was fully focused on her cultivation. Her figure appeared lively and concentrated in the interplay of light and shadow in the room, with spiritual energy seemingly wrapping around her, as if attracted by her earnestness. When the door was gently pushed open, Yi Qin looked up to see her brother Yi Fan arriving, and her previously calm expression instantly blossomed into a radiant smile like spring flowers, her eyes sparkling with surprise and affection. Without thinking, she immediately stood up and leaped towards Yi Fan like a joyful little deer. Yi Fan looked at his sister's demeanor, filled with affection. He slightly raised his hand and gently stroked Yi Qin's head, the gesture carrying endless care and love, just like their countless interactions from childhood to now, natural and warm. Then, his voice sounded gently, filled with a brother's unique concern, inquiring about Yi Qin's progress in cultivation and her daily life. Yi Qin obediently responded one by one, sharing the confusion she encountered during her cultivation, her small breakthroughs, and the little amusing things in her life with Yi Fan. Chapter 81. About to depart, Yi Fan listened attentively, occasionally nodding and smiling. Once Yi Qin finished speaking, he solemnly took out a sword manual from his bosom. This sword manual was carefully selected from numerous texts, its content complementing Yi Qin's cultivation traits and current realm, capable of helping her advance further on the path of swordsmanship. He handed the sword manual to Yi Qin and began to impart the insights and experiences he had accumulated over the years of cultivation without reservation. His eyes were full of expectation as he earnestly said, "Sister, I am about to depart. During my absence, you must diligently cultivate this sword manual, integrating my teachings to continuously enhance your strength so that you can protect yourself in this ever-changing world." Yi Qin tightly grasped the sword manual, nodding earnestly. Her eyes filled with determination and trust in her brother. After all matters were meticulously arranged, Yi Fan slowly turned around. His face bore a serious and resolute expression, as if enveloped by an unbreakable belief. Then, he decisively lifted his foot, striding forward with a steadfast gait, leaving behind the loving and worried gazes of his parents and sister. His increasingly distant silhouette appeared lonely and determined on the wide and long road of the sect. Each step seemed to echo a dull sound in the silent air, as if he was declaring his determination to this familiar land to burn his boats. The solid footprints were deeply imprinted on the stone path of the sect, just like the mark he left in everyone's heart, an incredibly resolute and unyielding figure, evoking respect and reverence. Yi Fan's heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew that the unknown journey ahead was like a perilous path shrouded in mist, hiding countless challenges and dangers, each capable of devouring him like a fierce beast at any moment. However, deep in his heart, the figure of Long Li shone like a brilliant star, illuminating his path forward, giving him endless courage and strength. For Long Li, for that hot and unquenchable love burning deep in his heart, he had already cast aside all fear and hesitation. Even if the world ahead was filled with hostility and obstacles, he would not retreat, but forge ahead. His belief was as solid as a rock. He was determined to break through all barriers with his own hands, cross the boundaries of life and death, and retrieve Long Li's lost soul, allowing their souls and bodies to merge perfectly once again. Yi Fan's figure was as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had stepped out of the towering gate of Huashan's sect. His steps were firm and powerful, without a trace of hesitation or pause, as if each step bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. In his deep-set eyes, a resolute light flickered, revealing an unwavering determination to move forward without looking back. Thus, Yi Fan resolutely bid farewell to the land that had nurtured his growth. With a soft sound, Yi Fan leaped lightly, like a nimble bird, landing steadily on the broad and sturdy back of the Fire Cloud Phoenix. The Fire Cloud Phoenix sensed its master's arrival and excitedly raised its head, emitting a high-pitched, passionate cry that reverberated through the clouds, startling the birds and beasts in the mountains to flee in all directions. Then, it spread its enormous wings and suddenly flapped them, instantly stirring up a surging wave of heat, akin to a raging flame. Carrying Yi Fan, it transformed into a dazzling fire meteor, rushing towards the distant Jiang City at lightning speed. As they drew closer to Jiang City, the bustling sounds of the city gradually reached Yi Fan's ears. Once inside the city, Yi Fan did not dare to pause for a moment, hurrying directly towards the locations of the Fanmin and Longdan Pavilion. When Yi Fan stepped into Fanmin, a scene of bustling activity greeted his eyes. Numerous disciples were sweating profusely in the spacious martial arts arena, diligently practicing. Some wielded long swords with agile postures, while others executed powerful fist techniques with great momentum. The entire sect was orderly, with all affairs running smoothly, showing no signs of chaos or error. Not far away, in the Jiang City branch of Longdan Pavilion, a rich aroma of pills wafted through the air. Customers and cultivators came and went, some intently selecting their desired pills, while others sat in groups, exchanging insights on alchemy. The place was bustling and extraordinary, yet everything appeared to be well organized, with no abnormal situations in either internal management or daily operations. After confirming that everything was well, Yi Fan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally felt a bit more at ease. However, he also clearly knew the immense responsibility he bore. The moment he thought of Long Li's current condition, His brows couldn't help but furrow tightly. Long Li's situation was indeed dire. Her soul had been severely injured, and she urgently needed 3 rare treasures: soul-nurturing grass, soul stones, and soul crystals, to aid in her recovery. First, regarding the soul-nurturing grass. It is said to only grow in the perilous, ghostly Deep Valley, where the atmosphere is thick with sinister energy. That place is shrouded in layers of fog all day long, making it difficult to discern the hidden dangers within. Moreover, it is said that powerful, vengeful spirits guard the area around the soul-nurturing grass, and anyone attempting to approach and harvest it must face one severe test after another. Next, concerning the soul stones, these precious items are said to only appear in the core area of ancient battlefields. The ancient battlefield still bears the terrifying energy fluctuations left behind by the earth-shattering war. Not only that, but there are also powerful restrictions in place, and many ferocious beasts inhabit the area, making it an absolute forbidden zone that everyone fears to tread. Finally, there are the soul crystals, whose existence is shrouded in mystery. According to legend, there is only a slim chance of finding a soul crystal at the bottom of the unfathomable and mysterious soul abyss. Within the soul abyss, violent soul storms rage continuously, distorting the entire space. The danger here far exceeds what people can imagine. A moment of carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Chapter 82. A shudder of fear yet. Yi Fan's eyes burned with fierce flames, showing not even a hint of fear. He clenched his fists tightly, the force seemingly capable of crushing steel, while deep within, he silently vowed, no matter what difficulties and dangers awaited him ahead, thorny paths, even if it were a mountain of knives or a sea of flames, a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, he would find a way to obtain those 3 rare treasures and successfully prolong Long Li's soul, which was in dire straits. After a brief rest and adjustment, Yi Fan resolutely embarked on the perilous and challenging journey to find the soul-nurturing grass. Guided only by the scant clues in his possession, his figure gradually receded, eventually disappearing into the vast, unknown world at the distant horizon. Yet even so, the unwavering determination and fearless courage he left behind resonated like a stirring battle song, lingering in the air for a long time, refusing to dissipate. At this moment, Yi Fan's gaze was incredibly firm, like 2 brilliant stars embedded in his resolute face. After a period of deep contemplation, he had already formulated a clear plan in his heart. Although many paths lay before him, he ultimately decided to first head to the core area of the 10,000 Beast Mountain range to explore. The reason for this choice was simple. Compared to other completely unfamiliar and unpredictable places, this vast and boundless 10,000 Beast Mountain range felt somewhat familiar to Yi Fan. In the past, he had ventured into this mysterious mountain range twice, although both times he had only cautiously lingered around its periphery and inner areas, never daring to step foot into the unfathomable and mysterious core region. Those 2 unforgettable experiences remained vividly etched in his mind, even as time passed. Recalling the first time he stepped into this mysterious land, he had just begun to emerge, like an uncarved jade, naive and inexperienced. When he cautiously ventured into the outer regions, he never expected to encounter so many ferocious low-level demon beasts. These beasts had sharp fangs and eyes that glinted with malice. They lurked in the grass or suddenly leaped down from the treetops to launch surprise attacks, making it nearly impossible to defend against them. The scene at that time was truly thrilling, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. However, fortunately, he possessed extraordinary wit and bravery. Faced with the onslaught of the demon beasts, he remained calm under pressure, cleverly using the surrounding environment to evade attacks and look for opportunities to counterattack. At the same time, perhaps a touch of fortune was smiling upon him, ultimately allowing him to successfully escape numerous crises unscathed. After a period of diligent training, his strength had slightly improved. Thus, filled with courage and a desire to explore the unknown, he resolutely ventured deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, this time directly entering the more dangerous inner regions. Here, the demon beasts were not only more numerous, but also more cunning and vicious than those he had encountered before. They were familiar with every corner of the forest and adept at using the complex terrain to set deadly traps. Moreover, the miasma that permeated the inner area was ever present. Inhaling even a small amount could leave one dizzy and potentially unconscious. Beneath the seemingly calm and ordinary ground often lay bottomless pits. A misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. One could say that every step taken here felt like walking on the edge of life and death, with the chilling breath of mortality constantly looming nearby. Despite the dangers of these two experiences, it was precisely through these near-death trials that he gained a profound understanding of the terrain and geography of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. He was well aware of where the demon beasts were likely to hide and which paths were relatively safe. At the same time, he gradually discerned the habits and unique attack methods of various demon beasts. Additionally, he could now detect and cleverly avoid hidden dangers, such as miasma and traps. All of these valuable insights and experiences undoubtedly became a solid foundation for him to navigate the martial world and face various challenges in the future. At this moment, it was already Yi Fan's third time stepping into this mysterious and perilous 10,000 Beasts mountain range. With each entry, he felt a deep sense of awe. He knew full well that the core area of this vast mountain range was essentially a death trap, fraught with endless dangers and challenges. In that core area, powerful high-level demon beasts roamed freely, their territorial instincts exceptionally strong. Any outsider daring to intrude would instantly provoke their wrath, leading to a thrilling life-and-death confrontation. Furthermore, the concentration of spiritual energy here was beyond imagination, almost solidifying into substance. However, this dense spiritual energy was not docile. Rather, it was extremely violent and difficult to control. For cultivators, while abundant cultivation resources could be obtained here, a moment's carelessness could lead to being backfired by this overwhelming force, plunging one into an abyss of no return. Not only that, but the terrain of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was also intricate and ever-changing. Steep and towering peaks reached into the clouds, while bottomless valleys crisscrossed. Dense and shadowy forests blocked out the sun, hiding countless ancient and mysterious prohibitions. These prohibitions were like beasts lying in wait in the darkness, ready to mercilessly devour those who unwittingly stepped into their domain. Despite the thorny path ahead and the numerous challenges, the thought of Long Li drove Yi Fan to step forward without hesitation, resolutely advancing deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. His frail yet determined figure gradually disappeared into the dense jungle, leaving behind a series of unwavering footprints. These footprints seemed to be Yi Fan's silent declaration to this majestic mountain range, showcasing his determination and courage to forge ahead without retreat. Yi Fan cautiously stepped toward the core area of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, each step feeling as if he were walking on the edge of a knife. Exceedingly careful, the surroundings were as silent as death, with only the faint sound of his footsteps, as light as a mosquito's wings, and his slightly heavy breathing. Suddenly, a low growl that seemed capable of tearing the earth apart erupted, a sound that seemed to emanate from the underworld, causing the ground to tremble. Chapter 83. At the critical moment in that instant, his previously calm gaze suddenly became incredibly sharp, like two cold rays of light, alertly scanning every inch of space around him. Where his gaze fell, there was silence, but beneath this tranquility seemed to hide endless danger. Suddenly, a heavy and low footstep echoed from deep within the woods, accompanied by the creaking sound of branches and leaves being trampled. Following that, a gigantic and fearsome black-scaled demon tiger slowly emerged from the shadows. Its massive form resembled a moving hill, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The black-scaled demon tiger's eyes were like two blazing blue flames, fixed intently on Yi Fan, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Undoubtedly, this black-scaled demon tiger was one of the undisputed overlords of this area, radiating a pressure so powerful that it seemed almost tangible, freezing the surrounding air and making it difficult to breathe. Faced with such a formidable foe, Yi Fan dared not show even the slightest hint of negligence. He took a deep breath, slowly reached for the sword at his waist, which had accompanied him for many years. As the blade was drawn, a faint light reflected upon it, gleaming with cold brilliance. However, before Yi Fan could fully prepare himself, the black-scaled demon tiger could no longer contain its impatience and launched a fierce attack. With a powerful push from its legs, it transformed into a black lightning bolt, pouncing toward Yi Fan. At the same time, it opened its massive maw, revealing sharp, deadly fangs, while its enormous claws created a foul wind as they swung through the air. Seeing this, Yi Fan pushed off the ground with great force, his figure swiftly dodging to the side, narrowly avoiding the tiger's frontal assault. He then swung his sword, aiming a fierce strike at the tiger's side. However, The black-scaled demon tiger was indeed a battle-hardened beast, reacting with incredible agility. Just as the sword light was about to make contact, it suddenly twisted in the air, skillfully evading the blow. Not only that, its thick and powerful tail whipped through the air like a hard steel whip, howling as it struck toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed, and with a light tap of his toes, he leaped back several feet like an arrow released from a bow. That extremely fierce strike barely grazed him, the gust of wind stinging his cheek. Yi Fan knew that the strength of this demon beast was unfathomable. Fighting it head-on would be like striking a rock with an egg. He had to find a flaw to have any chance of survival. Yi Fan's figure flickered as he executed his agile footwork, employing the elusive steps to evade. His figure moved like a ghost, swiftly darting around the massive black-scaled demon tiger. For a moment, all that could be seen in the arena were flickering afterimages that dazzled the eyes. The black-scaled demon tiger, thoroughly enraged by Yi Fan's series of bizarre movements, opened its enormous maw and let out deafening roars of fury while its claws slashed through the air, launching increasingly fierce and violent attacks. However, Yi Fan, caught in the fierce battle, remained composed. As time passed, he gradually calmed down and keenly noticed that after each pounce from the black-scaled demon tiger, there was a fleeting defensive gap on its right rear side. This discovery filled Yi Fan with joy, and after careful consideration, he resolutely decided to take a risk and try it. When the black-scaled demon tiger lunged at him again, Yi Fan pretended to be at a disadvantage and retreated repeatedly. Seeing this, the black-scaled demon tiger thought it had found an opportunity and immediately charged forward with its powerful limbs. As the tiger's form stretched to the limit, the gap on its right rear was fully exposed. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with determination as he turned around without hesitation. At the same time, the spiritual energy within him surged like a raging torrent into the sword in his hand. In an instant, the sword's blade shone brightly as if a lightning bolt had split the sky. Yi Fan gripped the hilt tightly and thrust the sword forward with all his might. This strike was as fast as the wind and as forceful as a thunderclap, aiming straight for the exposed flaw on the black-scaled demon tiger's right rear. The lightning-fast sword technique shot towards the black-scaled demon tiger like a meteor streaking across the night sky, carrying unparalleled momentum. The fierce sword aura whistled through the air, leaving a trail of dazzling light. The black-scaled demon tiger, as the ruler of this forest, was remarkably agile despite its massive size. When it sensed the deadly threat approaching from behind, it immediately attempted to evade by turning sideways. However, Yi Fan's speed was too swift, and even with all its strength, the tiger could not completely avoid the strike. There was a dull thud as the razor-sharp blade easily pierced through the tiger's tough scales, embedding itself deep within its body. In an instant, blood spurted out like a crimson flower blooming in the night sky, shocking to behold. The severely wounded black-scaled demon tiger let out a deafening roar of pain, its voice echoing through the skies, sending chills down one's spine. At the same time, it began to thrash its massive body wildly, attempting to shake Yi Fan off. Faced with such a fierce struggle, Yi Fan showed no signs of retreat. He gripped the hilt firmly and twisted with all his might. As the blade twisted, more blood gushed from the wound, staining the ground around him. Then, without hesitation, Yi Fan withdrew the sword, swiftly leaping back. At that moment, the injured black-scaled demon tiger had fallen into a state of extreme frenzy. Its originally crimson eyes now burned like flames, filled with endless killing intent and fury. Ignoring its own injuries, it opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at Yi Fan without hesitation. After the intense confrontation, Yi Fan's spiritual energy was already over half consumed, but he gritted his teeth, enduring the fatigue and pain, and focused intently on the charging black-scaled demon tiger, preparing to face its next wave of frenzied attacks. Just at this critical juncture of life and death, a melodious flute sound suddenly drifted from afar. The flute's notes were clear and pleasant, like heavenly music, penetrating through the dense forest and softly reaching everyone's ears. Even more astonishing was that this flute sound seemed to contain a mysterious power, gradually slowing the frantic movements of the charging black-scaled demon tiger. The tiger appeared confused and uneasy at the sudden flute sound. It halted, perked up its ears to listen to the beautiful melody, and the murderous glare in its eyes gradually receded. Despite its lingering unwillingness, influenced by the flute sound, it finally cast one last glance at Yi Fan, then slowly turned away, stepping heavily back into the depths of the dense woods, disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 84. The mysterious elder Yi Fan let out a long sigh of relief, the tension that had been tightly wound in his heart finally easing somewhat. But the confusion about the mysterious flute sound deepened. He couldn't help but lift his head, gazing in the direction of the sound. Pondering, this flute sound is so strange and captivating. Could it be hiding some unknown secret? Perhaps in that place, I might find the soul-nourishing grass I have long sought, or other unexpected precious treasures. With this thought in mind, Yi Fan no longer hesitated and resolutely set off toward the source of the flute sound. As he drew closer, the strange feeling in his heart intensified. It was as if an invisible and powerful force was drawing him forward, and the scenery around him quietly began to change. The originally lush and thriving forest gradually became sparse, replaced by a colorful meadow filled with blooming flowers. The meadow was dotted with countless flowers that glimmered with faint bioluminescence, and from a distance, it resembled a dazzling starry sky fallen to the earth, breathtakingly beautiful, as if he were in a dreamlike fairyland. Yi Fan continued onward, soon arriving at the center of the meadow. There, he saw an elderly man dressed in a pure white robe, leisurely playing a delicate flute. This elder had hair as white as snow, and although his face was lined with wrinkles, his expression appeared exceptionally serene and peaceful, giving off an aura of someone who had no desire to contend with the world. Even more astonishing was the unique, transcendent aura radiating from the elder, making it impossible for others to gauge the depth of his true cultivation. When the tune ended, the elder slowly opened his eyes, which were deep and tranquil like still water, and they fell directly on Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan suddenly felt as if he had been completely seen through by the elder, as if even the most hidden corners of his soul had nowhere to hide. "Young man, why do you take such risks to venture into the heart of this perilous myriad beast mountain, and dare to engage in fierce combat with that extremely ferocious black-scaled demon tiger?" The elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his figure appearing somewhat mysterious under the hazy moonlight. His voice was deep and rich, as if it transcended time and space, slowly echoing through the eerily silent valley. Yi Fan did not dare to delay, quickly bowing respectfully to the elder and sincerely replying, "Respected elder, I have come for a reason. My beloved, Long Li, is severely injured, and her soul is gravely damaged. She urgently needs soul-nourishing grass to prolong her life. In addition, I also need to find soul stones and soul crystals to assist in her treatment, which is why I risked everything to enter this place, just to seek these treasures." As he spoke, a hint of anxiety appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. The elder nodded slightly upon hearing this, then stroked his long beard thoughtfully and said, "I see. However, you must know that the soul-nourishing grass is a rare spiritual item in the world, exceptionally precious. Although it may be possible to find traces of it in the core area of the 10,000 Beast Mountains, wherever such spiritual items grow, there will inevitably be powerful demonic beasts guarding them. Just like the black-scaled magic tiger you encountered earlier, it is merely a small role in this grand scheme. As for the soul stone and soul crystal, they are even more elusive and difficult to obtain." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's mood became heavy, but his gaze remained steadfast, showing no signs of retreat. He took a deep breath and once again cupped his hands towards the elder, saying, "What you say is indeed correct. But even if the road ahead is filled with thorns and fraught with difficulties, I will certainly do my utmost to give it a try. I earnestly request the elder, considering my sincere heart, to bestow guidance and point me in the right direction." The elder smiled slightly, his smile warm like the gentle sunlight of spring, and his gaze fell on Yi Fan, seemingly filled with appreciation. He softly said, "Young man, since you possess such unwavering faith and fearless courage, I am naturally willing to help you. Deep within this vast and undulating mountain range, there lies a mysterious and ancient ruin. It is said that the magical herb that nourishes the soul-nourishing grass, grows within this ruin. However, here, the elder paused slightly, then continued with a serious tone, this ruin is not so easy to enter. Inside, it is filled with various intricate mechanisms and traps, and there is also a powerful ancient prohibition silently guarding it. Only by successfully unraveling the profound and difficult puzzle of the formation at the entrance of the ruin can one possibly step into this mysterious place." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow, secretly pondering the difficulties and dangers within. But he quickly raised his head again, his eyes shining with determination. and he cupped his hands in salute to the elder, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, elder. Even if the road ahead is rugged and fraught with danger, I will surely do my utmost to give it a try." The elder looked at Yi Fan's unyielding appearance with satisfaction and nodded. He then reached out to stroke his white beard and slowly said, "As for the soul stone and soul crystal you seek, I do know a thing or two. It is said that at the end of this mountain range, there is a place called the Soul Abyss. It is filled with a chilling aura, permeated with rich soul power fluctuations, and it is very likely to hide the items you need. But be careful, the Soul Abyss is an extremely dangerous place, where countless powerful and ferocious souls roam freely. A moment of carelessness could lead to being seized by them and becoming a walking corpse. Therefore, you must be doubly cautious." Yi Fan stood quietly in place, fully focused on listening to the elder's wise and caring words. Every word struck his heart like a heavy hammer, stirring up a deep sense of emotion and warmth within him. As the elder finished speaking, Yi Fan's eyes couldn't help but become slightly moist. He looked at the kind yet imposing elder before him, and his gratitude surged like a tidal wave. This kindness was invaluable to him, like a beacon of light in the darkness, illuminating his path forward. Yi Fan slowly bent down, his movement gentle and solemn, as if facing the most sacred thing in the world. When his body bent to 90 degrees, he paused for a moment, then slowly straightened up. This deep bow not only expressed his endless respect for the elder, but also contained his unwavering commitment. After standing straight, Yi Fan fixed his determined gaze on the elder and sincerely and powerfully said, "Thank you for the reminder, elder. I will keep it in mind and do my utmost to live up to your earnest expectations." After saying this, he turned around and stepped forward with steady and resolute steps toward the depths of the mysterious mountains. Yi Fan gradually walked further away, his figure blending into the lush and thriving forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him. A gentle breeze brushed past, lifting the corners of his clothes as if sending him off. Although the mountain path was rugged and difficult, Yi Fan's pace never faltered. He held on to his hopes and beliefs for the future, moving forward unhesitatingly into the unknown. That determined figure eventually disappeared among the lush mountains, leaving behind a sense of tranquility and vibrant life. The elder shook his head gently. "Do not thank me too soon. The 10,000 Beast Mountains have undergone the passage of time, hiding many secrets and dangers. Your journey there could be perilous. I will give you a protective talisman. It may save your life at a critical moment." As he spoke, a talisman emitting golden light appeared in the elder's hand, which he handed to Yi Fan. Chapter 85. The unkillable Yi Fan cautiously took the talisman, and as soon as he touched it, he immediately felt a warm power flowing into his body like a gentle stream. This power quickly spread throughout his body, calming his previously tense mood and greatly boosting his confidence. After deeply bowing to the elder who had given him the talisman to express his gratitude, Yi Fan resolutely turned around and walked with determined, powerful strides toward the ruins deep within the mountains. Each of his steps was steady and decisive, as if he had already placed life and death aside, for he knew that ahead awaited not only unknown dangers, but also numerous difficult challenges. Yet he faced them without fear, bravely moving forward. Yi Fan followed the direction indicated by the elder, moving swiftly deeper into the mountains. The further he went, the more the atmosphere around him became eerie and terrifying. The cold mountain wind howled past, rustling the leaves as if countless invisible ghosts were whispering. An ancient and mysterious aura filled the air, faint yet ever-present, sending chills down his spine. Nevertheless, Yi Fan was not intimidated by this terrifying environment. Instead, he became even more cautious. He focused intently on the sounds around him, not letting any abnormalities escape his notice. After a grueling trek, Yi Fan finally reached the entrance of the ruins. Before him stood a grand and magnificent massive stone door, towering into the clouds, like an insurmountable barrier blocking his way. The stone door was densely carved with various strange runes and patterns, each rune taking on different forms and flowing lines. Some resembled winding dragons, some looked like soaring birds, and others resembled blooming flowers. They intertwined with one another, forming a breathtaking yet perplexing tapestry. Even more astonishingly, those runes flickered with faint light from time to time, dimming and brightening as if telling Yi Fan long-forgotten stories. Yi Fan widened his eyes, carefully examining the array puzzles on the stone door. He noticed that the flickering of the runes was not random. Rather, it followed a specific rhythm and sequence. So, he calmed his mind and focused on uncovering the mysteries contained within. He closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, and gradually allowed his restless heart to calm down. Then, he concentrated, cautiously mobilizing the powerful spiritual energy within him and slowly infusing it like a gentle stream into the stone door before him. As the spiritual power made contact with the stone door, it was as if a stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. The originally dull and lifeless runes on the surface of the stone door suddenly shone with a dazzling light, resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky. However, at the same time, some of the runes seemed to have their vitality drained, completely extinguished and plunged into darkness. Yi Fan stared intently at the changes in these runes, his mind racing as he tried to find a clue from this seemingly chaotic phenomenon to unravel the mystery hidden behind the stone door. Time passed unknowingly, each second feeling exceptionally long. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on Yi Fan's forehead, sliding down his cheeks, yet he remained oblivious, fully immersed in the deduction of this mysterious formation. Just as Yi Fan felt increasingly fatigued and was about to give up, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind like lightning. He had seen some records about similar formations in the ancient texts of the Huashan sect. This sudden memory surged a wave of ecstasy in his heart, like a ship lost in the vast sea suddenly spotting a lighthouse in the distance. He quickly recalled the key points and crucial details from those records, then decisively adjusted the output method and intensity of his spiritual power. With a new approach, Yi Fan once again launched an assault on the stone door. With a thunderous boom, it sounded like thunder on a clear day, deafening. The massive stone door began to move slowly, accompanied by a series of muffled rumbling sounds, gradually opening a crack. A musty, decayed aura surged forth from the gap, like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing towards Yi Fan. The smell was pungent and unpleasant, making him feel nauseous. Inside the door, there was nothing but darkness, deep and profound, as if it were an endless abyss with no end in sight. Yi Fan steadied himself, took a deep breath, then reached for the sword at his waist, resolutely stepping into this unknown and dangerous ruin. Just as he stepped into this mysterious place, a chilling sound of mechanisms activating suddenly rang in his ears. This unexpected noise startled him, and his body reacted instantly. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes like a dragonfly touching water, and his whole body soared into the air like an arrow released from a bow. At the very spot where he had just stood, several sharp, gleaming stone spikes suddenly burst forth from the ground, as if they aimed to pierce anything that dared to approach. Yi Fan agilely completed a beautiful somersault in midair, then landed steadily on a nearby passage. This passage was dark and deep, with no end in sight, and a sinister and eerie atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Yi Fan took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and cautiously walked forward along the passage. On both sides of the passage walls, flickering ghostly green phosphorescence lit up intermittently, casting a weak and eerie glow that elongated his tall figure, resembling a ghost. As he walked, Yi Fan arrived at a fork in the road. He stopped, scanning the left and right passages with vigilant eyes. With his keen intuition and years of adventure experience, he could clearly sense that both the left and right passages concealed unknown and tremendous dangers. However, at the same time, a faint scent of soul-nurturing grass wafted from the left passage. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Fan made up his mind and resolutely chose the left passage. He took a few steps forward when suddenly, a group of fierce demon beasts resembling bats swooped down on him like a black whirlwind. The eyes of these beasts glowed with a blood-red light, emitting piercing shrieks that sent chills down one's spine. In the face of such danger, Yi Fan dared not let his guard down. He quickly drew his long sword, his wrist flicking as the sword's light danced, unleashing sharp sword energy. He then executed his most proficient technique, the phantom steps, his figure flickering unpredictably as he weaved through the swarm of demon beasts. Meanwhile, the sword in his hand transformed into bolts of lightning, striking down fiercely at the beasts. With each swing of Yi Fan's sword, dazzling sword light erupted. The sword light was like thunder from the heavens, containing immense spiritual power. The sound of piercing echoed continuously as one bat demon after another fell to the ground under his fierce attacks, kicking up clouds of dust. However, despite Yi Fan's overwhelming offensive, the sheer number of bat demons was staggering, seemingly endless. Chapter 86. Danger averted. Yi Fan was caught in a fierce battle, moving like a specter through the multitude of bat demons. His gaze was sharp and focused, while he fought fiercely, keenly searching for any weaknesses in the beasts. Time passed second by second, and Yi Fan never gave up his search until, finally, his efforts were rewarded as he noticed that the bellies of the bat demons seemed to be more vulnerable than other parts. Finding a breakthrough, Yi Fan decisively adjusted his tactics, concentrating his attacks on the beasts' bellies. What followed was a grueling and intense battle. Yi Fan unleashed all his skills, his long sword cutting through the air, relentlessly striking at the bellies of the bat demons. Each attack was accompanied by Yi Fan's furious roar and the demons' wails, filling the battlefield with the stench of blood and gunpowder. After a prolonged and bloody fight, Yi Fan finally succeeded in driving back the troublesome demon beasts. He stood panting in place, looking at the corpses of the beasts scattered around, a sense of accomplishment swelling in his heart. But he knew it was not the time to relax, as more unknown dangers awaited him. After a brief rest, Yi Fan continued along the winding and intricate paths of the ruins. As he delved deeper, the paths became increasingly complex, resembling a maze that left one bewildered. Just then, he emerged into an extremely spacious and grand hall. Upon entering the hall, Yi Fan's gaze was instantly drawn to the soul-nurturing grass emitting a faint blue glow on the central stone platform. These soul-nurturing grasses sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, exuding a mysterious and alluring aura. However, regrettably, surrounding the soul-nurturing grass was a layer of transparent barrier that shimmered with a faint but undeniable light, clearly an insurmountable obstacle. Yi Fan cautiously approached, closely examining this barrier. He extended his hand, tentatively using his spiritual power to touch it, but just as his fingertips made contact with the barrier, an incredibly powerful force suddenly rebounded, sending Yi Fan staggering back several steps. Yi Fan steadied himself, frowning in deep thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered the protective talisman that the old man in white had given him before his departure. Perhaps this talisman could be the key to breaking the barrier before him. Yi Fan took a deep breath and carefully pulled out the mysterious talisman from his pocket. This talisman flickered with a faint spiritual light, as if containing endless mysteries and power. He focused his mind, channeling the spiritual power within him, continuously pouring it into the talisman like a gentle stream. As the spiritual energy continued to pour in, the spirit talisman began to tremble slightly, and the runes on it gradually lit up, emitting an increasingly dazzling light. Yi Fan tightly gripped the spirit talisman, feeling the powerful energy fluctuations, and then, without hesitation, charged towards the barrier ahead. At the moment when the light of the talisman collided with the barrier, the entire space was illuminated by a blinding flash. Yi Fan instinctively closed his eyes, but still felt an extremely powerful force wildly pulling at him, as if it were trying to tear him apart, causing him great pain. However, Yi Fan did not give up resisting. He gritted his teeth, desperately stabilizing his body, trying not to be swept away by that force. Time passed second by second, and finally, the strong light gradually dimmed. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that caught his eye was a scene of emerald green. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he had successfully crossed the barrier and arrived in front of the soul-nurturing grass he had longed for. The soul-nurturing grass grew lush and green, each plant exuding rich spiritual energy, as if they were spirits nurtured by nature. Yi Fan was filled with excitement. Unable to contain himself, he excitedly reached out his hands and gently plucked one plant after another. The moment his fingertips touched the leaves, he could clearly feel the powerful soul force contained within the soul-nurturing grass. This force surged like tidal waves, crashing against his mind wave after wave. Yi Fan carefully placed the soul-nurturing grass into the prepared storage ring, afraid that a slight mishap would damage it in the slightest. At this moment, his heart was filled with hope, feeling that he was one step closer to saving Longley. However, just as Yi Fan was immersed in joy, suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire ruins. This sudden change made Yi Fan's heart tighten, and he thought to himself, not good. It turned out that the huge commotion caused by breaking through the barrier had triggered the defense mechanism hidden deep within the ruins. Yi Fan dared not delay for a moment, immediately turned around and looked around, anxiously searching for an exit to leave this place. However, the intricate passages and rooms within the ruins left him momentarily dizzy, but he knew very well that if he could not find a way out quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the midst of chaos and panic, he darted around like a headless fly. In his frantic search, he accidentally stumbled into a hidden chamber that was extremely deep. The moment he stepped into this chamber, a strong, almost palpable aura of soul force rushed towards him, wrapping him tightly like an invisible tide. Yifan steadied himself, widening his eyes to look around. He saw that the ground of the chamber was scattered with several pieces of soul stones flickering with a dim light. That faint yet profound glow seemed to possess a mysterious allure, drawing Yifan to walk forward involuntarily. He crouched down, carefully picked up a piece of soul stone, and examined it closely in his palm. This soul stone was warm to the touch, smooth and delicate on the surface, with faint currents of soul force flowing within. Based on Yifan's years of experience, he judged that these soul stones were not only of high quality, but also extremely rare treasures. Even more to his surprise, these soul stones were exactly what Long Li had been dreaming of and desperately searching for. However, the current situation did not allow Yifan to indulge in this joy for too long, because not far behind him, the relentless danger was closing in, like a ferocious giant beast opening its bloody maw, ready to swallow him whole at any moment. Yifan dared not delay, quickly gathering his focus. He relied on the vague memories deep within his mind, while keenly capturing the subtle changes in the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the surrounding air, desperately searching for a way out of the ruins. After a tense exploration, he finally discovered another exit from the ruins. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifan dashed towards the exit like an arrow released from a bow. As soon as his figure burst out of the ruins, he immediately changed direction and sped towards the soul abyss at the end of the mountain range. The journey was incredibly perilous. Various powerful demon beasts continued to emerge from all directions, launching wave after wave of fierce attacks against Yifan. However, Yifan was not intimidated by the overwhelming difficulties before him. On the contrary, he fully utilized the precious resources he had obtained within the ruins, skillfully applying the new skills and treasures he had mastered. Coupled with his steadily improving strength and several powerful talismans he had purchased during his first outing in Jiang City, Yifan successfully resolved the crises time and again, continuing forward without danger. Chapter 87. Full of worry. Finally, after a long and arduous journey, he arrived near the spine-chilling soul abyss. The sight before him made him gasp. It was a bottomless, dark chasm that seemed to lead straight to the underworld. Endless darkness as thick as ink swallowed all light, leaving only silence and terror. From the deep abyss, intermittent echoes of extremely mournful soul screams could be heard, resembling the cries of countless ghosts or the desperate wails of evil spirits in the 9 hells being tortured. These voices intertwined, forming a heart-pounding wave of sound that assaulted the defenses of the mind. Even more frightening was the incredibly powerful soul storm raging within the abyss. They twisted and turned like ferocious dragons, distorting the space they passed through, creating a bizarre and dazzling spectacle. Yifan stood at the edge of the soul abyss with a solemn expression, contemplating strategies in his heart. He took a deep breath and then began to fully operate the spiritual energy within his body, a layer of faint spiritual light gradually enveloping him, forming a solid protective barrier. After preparing himself, Yifan cautiously took a step forward and slowly flew down towards the soul abyss. As he descended, the pressure around him increased at an astonishing rate. With each small descent, the invisible pressure grew heavier, as if thousands of pounds were pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move. However, Yifan did not retreat. He gritted his teeth and struggled to keep moving forward. Gradually, deep within the soul abyss, he discovered some crystals shimmering with strange light. These crystals emitted mysterious radiance, like brilliant stars in the night sky, drawing attention. Yifan recognized at a glance that these were the soul crystals he had been desperately searching for. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Just as he reached out to pluck those soul crystals, an unexpected change occurred. The already ferocious soul storm suddenly intensified again. Its power multiplied several times compared to before. At the same time, countless shadows surged from all directions, resembling phantoms with twisted faces, spewing out black smoke filled with resentment and malice, rushing towards Yifan like a tidal wave. The shadows are the vengeful spirits hidden in the soul abyss. They sensed the presence of the outsider Yifan and moved to invade his soul, trying to keep him forever in this dark abyss. Yifan dared not delay for a moment. He quickly formed hand seals and chanted incantations, fully utilizing the chi condensation method he had comprehended from the sky-devouring art. In an instant, a powerful spiritual energy surged from his body, coalescing into a gigantic and ancient cauldron in front of him. At the same time, Yi Fan tightly gripped his sword, its blade glimmering with a cold light under the sunlight, exuding a chilling aura. At this moment, Yi Fan had only one thought: to quickly eliminate these vengeful spirits and rescue the still suffering Long Li. Gritting his teeth and with veins bulging on his forehead, he used all his strength to engage in a heart-stopping battle against the numerous vengeful spirits. As time passed, Yi Fan discovered that this qi condensation method had astonishing power. The giant cauldron formed from spiritual energy acted like a greedy mouth, madly devouring the vengeful spirits that surged around. Each time it consumed a spirit, a brilliant light would erupt from within the cauldron, followed by the shrill cries of the spirits. After being refined, these spirits transformed into pure soul power, continuously flowing into Yi Fan's soul. With the nourishment of a large amount of soul power, Yi Fan's soul began to grow robustly at a visibly rapid pace. Like a parched land receiving rain, the already powerful soul became even more terrifying, its power far surpassing his current cultivation level. Moreover, Yi Fan's soul gradually condensed into a round and smooth soul pellet, radiating a mysterious and profound light. With the formation of the soul pellet, Yi Fan's perception of the surrounding environment significantly improved. In the intense battle, Yi Fan's figure was as elusive as a ghost, his feet stepping on a marvelous footwork technique, making it impossible for the vengeful spirits to capture his exact location. Meanwhile, the sword in his hand transformed into streaks of lightning, striking fiercely at the spirits with soul-devouring power. Coupled with the assistance of the qi condensation method, the three elements complemented each other, working in perfect harmony to unleash unimaginable power. Finally, after a hard-fought battle, Yi Fan successfully annihilated all the vengeful spirits and refined them into pure soul power, which he absorbed into the soul pellet in his mind. At this moment, the soul pellet had grown immensely and was faintly showing signs of transforming into a soul embryo. After a thrilling and perilous battle, Yi Fan finally collected a sufficient number of soul crystals. At this moment, he felt as exhausted and haggard as a small boat that had just weathered a storm. He slowly climbed out from the bottomless, perilous soul abyss. Each climb seemed to drain the last bit of his strength, and his once pristine clothes were now tattered and soaked in blood. Numerous shocking wounds crisscrossed his body, some still bleeding profusely, but despite this, his deep eyes still sparkled with unmistakable joy and relief. Because Yi Fan knew very well that the soul crystals he had painstakingly gathered meant he had taken the crucial first step towards saving his beloved Long Li. To restore Long Li to her former self, he would next need to use soul-nurturing grass, soul stones, and soul crystals to protect the last fragment of her soul. With this in mind, Yi Fan dared not delay any longer and resolutely set off on his journey home. His figure darted through the dense jungles of the Beast Mountain range like an arrow. Along the way, although his body was extremely fatigued, and he almost collapsed several times from exhaustion, the strong desire in his heart for Long Li's swift recovery kept him moving forward. After several days of traveling day and night, Yi Fan finally reached his destination, Jiang City. This familiar city was still bustling and lively, but at this moment, Yi Fan had no mind to appreciate the scenery around him. Instead, he hurriedly made his way to the Long family's old residence. When Yi Fan appeared at the door of the Long family, many servants, seeing his return, showed cautious expressions before quickly gathering around him. However, Yi Fan was only concerned about Long Li, with no time to pay attention to them. He hurriedly passed through the crowd like the wind and headed straight for the room he had once lived in. Chapter 88. Nourishing the remnant soul inside the room. The light was dim and soft, permeated with a tranquil atmosphere. Long Li lay quietly on the bed, looking as serene as a sleeping fairy. However, her pale complexion and slightly furrowed brows revealed her poor physical condition at this moment. Yi Fan stood by the bed with a serious expression, gently extending his hands to carefully lift Long Li from the sky-devouring cauldron and lay her on the bed. At this moment, Long Li still had her eyes tightly closed, unconscious, and her once beautiful face now appeared somewhat haggard. Yi Fan slowly sat by the bed and gently held Long Li's cool little hand. He took a deep breath, mobilizing the powerful spiritual energy within him, and slowly infused it into Long Li's body through his palm. As the spiritual energy continued to flow in, Long Li's originally weak and chaotic breath gradually stabilized. After completing this, Yi Fan dared not slack off, He got up again and walked to the table nearby. On the table lay several stalks of soul-nurturing grass that emitted a strange glow, a few translucent soul stones, and a soul crystal radiating mysterious light. Yi Fan first picked up a stalk of soul-nurturing grass and placed it into a small alchemy furnace. He activated the alchemy fire and began to refine the soul-nurturing grass. As time passed, the soul-nurturing grass gradually melted, releasing a rich green mist. Yi Fan focused intently on controlling the heat, slowly extracting the purest nurturing power from it. Once the nurturing power was fully extracted, Yi Fan quickly took out a soul stone. He held the soul stone in his hand, using a special incantation to guide the nurturing power to flow slowly through his arm and finally into Long Li's sea of consciousness through his fingertips. Although he was extremely anxious, Yi Fan's movements were exceptionally careful, fearing that any mistake could cause more severe harm to Long Li. Next, he picked up the soul crystal and gently placed it on Long Li's forehead. Yi Fan closed his eyes, concentrated, and began to output his powerful soul power continuously. Using his own soul power as a bridge, he guided the vast energy from the soul crystal to merge with the nurturing power that had previously entered Long Li's sea of consciousness. Gradually, the two different powers perfectly fused together, forming a warm and powerful healing energy that began to nourish and repair Long Li's damaged soul. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, with each passing second feeling as slow and arduous as a snail's crawl. In this quiet room, which was so still that it made one's heartbeat quicken and breath unconsciously soften, a rich and almost tangible aura of soul power continuously emanated. The power of these souls intertwined like they were alive, forming countless faint, shimmering threads of light. These threads crisscrossed through the air, resembling a mysterious and unpredictable web of life that enveloped the entire room. At this moment, Yi Fan's forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat. The beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, slowly slid down his resolute and angular face, one after another. When the sweat droplets hit the hard stone floor, they made a slight sound upon impact, kicking up a bit of insignificant dust. However, even this seemingly unremarkable dust attracted attention in the quiet atmosphere. Yi Fan's body began to tremble involuntarily, clearly due to the rapid and astonishing consumption of spiritual power within him. Each time a trace of spiritual power surged forth from deep within his body, it brought with it a piercing exhaustion. This feeling was akin to someone wielding a heavy hammer, striking him repeatedly with great force, making it nearly unbearable. Yet, despite this, Yi Fan's gaze remained steadfast, like a towering mountain that would not waver in the face of raging storms. He clenched his teeth so tightly that his gums began to bleed from the excessive pressure. The trickles of blood mixed with the metallic taste in his mouth gradually spread, yet even in the face of such pain and discomfort, Yi Fan did not relent in the slightest. On the contrary, he transformed this pain into motivation to press on, continuing to persevere tenaciously. Under Yi Fan's tireless efforts day and night, the remaining fragment of Long Li's soul finally began to undergo a surprising transformation. This fragment of the soul, like a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishing, gradually became more stable under Yi Fan's continuous nurturing. The once feeble soul power, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, began to emit faint yet vibrant glimmers of light, as if a ray of hope had appeared in the endless darkness. However, despite the improvement, Long Li still found herself on the brink of life and death, in extreme danger. Her fragile soul was like a thin sheet of paper, at risk of completely dissipating into the void with the slightest misstep. Therefore, merely relying on the current level of nurturing was evidently far from sufficient for Long Li to truly escape danger and be reborn. She urgently needed a more special and continuously nurturing environment. With this thought in mind, Yi Fan took a deep breath and gently extended his hands to lift the ice coffin that contained the last remnant of Long Li's soul. In that moment, his movements were incredibly gentle, as if what he was holding was not a cold coffin, but the most precious and fragile treasure in the world. Yi Fan gazed at his beloved Long Li in the ice coffin. Her face was pale as snow, devoid of color, and her tightly closed eyes seemed as if they would never open again. Looking at Long Li like this, Yi Fan felt his heart being torn apart, clenching his teeth tightly until his lips bled. His eyes were filled with deep love for Long Li, along with uncontainable anger and hatred, especially when he thought of that detestable prince of the great Xia Empire, Xia Feng. The fire of rage in Yi Fan's heart burned even fiercer. He silently vowed that once his strength was sufficient, he would personally tear this enemy to pieces to avenge this blood feud. Filled with grief and unwavering determination, Yi Fan carefully moved his steps again, slowly placing the ice coffin into the Shirtian Ding, which radiated a mysterious glow. As the ice coffin settled firmly within the cauldron, a strange wave of energy rippled outwards. The mysterious and ancient Shirtian Ding stood quietly like a slumbering giant. However, just as Long Li's soul approached it, it seemed to suddenly awaken, and the entire cauldron began to tremble slightly. Initially, this tremor was very faint, but as time passed, the intensity gradually increased, as if the Shirtian Ding was excitedly pulsating. At the same time, faint yet visible rays of light slowly emerged from the cauldron. These lights twinkled like stars in the night sky, brightening and dimming, weaving together to form a colorful pattern. They circled around the cauldron, sometimes converging into a dazzling sphere of light, and at other times dispersing into strands of light, stunningly beautiful and mesmerizing. The light and tremors emitted by the Shirtian Ding seemed to be conveying a warm and enthusiastic welcome to Long Li's soul, as if to tell her, "Come, embrace me, and I will provide you with unprecedented nurturing and reshaping." Chapter 89. The unknown journey. The Shirtian Ding, like a long slumbering giant beast, suddenly seemed to be awakened by some mysterious force, beginning to tremble slightly. As it trembled, the entire cauldron emitted a faint glow, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky, beautiful and mysterious. Clearly, the Shirtian Ding had keenly captured the unique aura of Long Li's soul. At this moment, it was like a loyal guardian expressing its warm welcome to the soul that was about to enter and receive deep nurturing and reshaping. Yi Fan stood quietly to the side, his gaze never leaving the Shirtian Ding. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the backs of his hands bulging from the effort, revealing his inner tension and unease. At this moment, Yi Fan's mind was focused solely on silently praying for Long Li to successfully undergo her rebirth and return to this world as soon as possible. As time passed, when Yi Fan confirmed that Long Li was temporarily in no immediate danger, he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. However, this moment of relaxation did not allow him to fully set his mind at ease, for he understood deeply that in this vast and boundless land of Jiuzhou, dangers lurked everywhere, and the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was an unchanging reality. If he wanted to truly protect those he cherished, he must continuously improve his own strength. With this in mind, Yi Fan's gaze became even more resolute. He slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. There lay the western and southern regions of the Jiuzhou continent. According to legend, these two places were filled with various unknown challenges and opportunities. Undoubtedly an excellent training ground for those eager to grow and become stronger. After careful consideration, Yi Fan decided to embark on this perilous journey. He believed that as long as he forged ahead fearlessly, undeterred by difficulties and obstacles, he would one day become a true powerhouse. Standing tall at the pinnacle of this continent, Yi Fan had grown up in the vast eastern region and later joined the Huashan sect. Every towering mountain, every clear stream, and even every remote valley and dense forest in this land felt as familiar as his closest friends. The intricate distribution of forces had long been deeply imprinted in his mind, becoming knowledge he could easily draw upon. However, after a long period of reflection and weighing his options, Yi Fan realized that if he continued to linger in the overly familiar eastern region, the assistance it could provide for the further enhancement of his strength would become quite limited. After all, almost all the resources and opportunities here have been thoroughly explored by him. Recalling the time, he resolutely ventured into the icy wilderness of the northern region in search of the legendary Millennium Cold Object. That arduous journey gave him a profound understanding of the terrain and environment of the northern region, allowing him to navigate it with ease. However, because of this, the possibility of gaining new opportunities on his return journey to the northern region is likely to be very slim. In contrast, the central region is home to the Great Xia Empire, the most important and prosperous core area of the entire Jiuzhou continent. In this place, countless top experts gather, shining like bright stars. At the same time, the level of vigilance is beyond imagination. Given Yi Fan's current strength, combined with the past grievances with the crown prince of the Great Xia Empire at the Longdan Pavilion headquarters, if he were to rashly enter the central region, it would be equivalent to walking into a tiger's den, a path to self-destruction. In comparison, The western and southern regions are like two pieces of mysterious puzzles yet to be fully explored and developed, filled with endless unknowns and mysteries. According to rumors, countless ancient ruins are hidden in these two areas, quietly sleeping in the depths of time, waiting for a fated person to unveil the long-hidden historical veil. There are also various rare spiritual herbs, exuding alluring spiritual fragrances, attracting many seekers, and powerful alien beasts roam, possessing formidable strength and unique talents. All of this is undoubtedly a precious resource that greatly attracts Yi Fan, who is eager to continuously enhance his strength. During a brief pause, Yi Fan slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then exhaled slowly. With each breath, the chaotic energy within him gradually stabilized, like a calm lake. Without any ripples, every breath was meticulously regulated, as if he were sculpting a precious piece of art, allowing no flaws to exist. At the same time, he used a unique technique to dispel the remnants of fatigue within his body. The fatigue was like shadows in the dark, unable to hide in the face of his immense power, and could only obediently dissipate. Once all the breath and fatigue were properly dealt with, Yi Fan opened his eyes. At this moment, a decisive look suddenly flashed in his originally deep, night sky-like eyes. This decisiveness was like lightning piercing the night, instantly illuminating everything around. Following that, Yi Fan stepped forward without hesitation, resolutely embarking on the unknown journey to the Western region. The Western region is a vast and intimidating territory. At a glance, the boundless desert spreads out, as if it wants to swallow the entire world. The scorching yellow sand, swept up by the raging wind, danced wildly like a herd of uncontrollable wild horses, blotting out the sun. The scene evokes terrifying imagery reminiscent of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the blazing sun hanging high in the sky resembled a giant fireball, mercilessly pouring down unbearable heat. The sunlight pierced the earth like countless hot steel needles, making the ground incredibly scalding. Here, life seems to have lost its vitality and color. The entire environment is harsh to the extreme, as if nature has set a cruel test, allowing only the strongest and bravest to pass. However, the courage and belief in Yi Fan's heart are like the giant rock that has withstood the erosion of 1,000 years of wind and rain. Unyielding and steady as Mount Tai, with not even a hint of retreat, he resolutely stepped alone into the depths of the desert, which would evoke fear and awe in anyone who merely gazed upon it from afar. Before long, a thrilling and intense battle officially began in this desolate land. A sand beast, enormous beyond imagination, loomed before him like a towering hill. Its body was covered with a thick layer of fur that was not only rough, but also as hard and solid as ancient walls built by time. Every time this sand beast attacked, its unmatched ferocity resembled a strong man carrying a heavy burden, with each movement containing overwhelming power. With every charge and pounce, it stirred up a frenzy of sand and stones, as if a small-scale sandstorm was raging. Chapter 90. Repeated deliberation and verification. Yi Fan's feet lightly touched the ground like a dragonfly skimming the water, his figure flickering like a ghost. The elusive footwork he displayed made it difficult for others to grasp his trajectory. At this moment, Yi Fan was like a gust of wind, swiftly and nimbly weaving through the fierce attacks of the sand beast. Meanwhile, his sharp eyes remained tightly focused on the sand beast, not letting slip even the slightest hint of vulnerability from the massive creature. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly swung his sword, and the blade emitted a crisp, buzzing sound. In an instant, a powerful aura radiated from him, as if he were a volcano about to erupt. Following that, without hesitation, he unleashed a set of extremely fierce lightning sword techniques. The sword in his hand transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning that pierced the sky, shining with a chilling brilliance under the scorching sun and the swirling yellow sand. Yi Fan's sword moves were as fast as the wind, dense like a torrential downpour. With each strike, a sharp whistling sound filled the air, as if to tear the surrounding atmosphere apart. The sand beast, unwilling to be outdone, opened its huge mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and wielded its powerful limbs, engaging Yi Fan in a thrilling life-and-death struggle. This intense battle was fraught with danger, with every moment filled with choices between life and death. As Yi Fan fought fiercely with the sand beast, he continuously honed his skills and will. Initially, facing the beast's storm-like onslaught, Yi Fan appeared somewhat flustered and slightly overwhelmed. But as time passed, he gradually adapted to the high-intensity confrontation, becoming more skilled and increasingly at ease in responding. After a series of thrilling and arduous battles, Yifan finally began to take the initiative on the battlefield, launching wave after wave of fierce counterattacks against the sand beast. Ultimately, in a breathtaking and exquisite life-and-death contest, he, like a cheetah, keenly detected a gap in the sand beast's defenses. In that instant, a look of determination and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he thrust the sword in his hand forward with lightning speed, striking directly at the critical area of the sand beast with astonishing speed and accuracy. With a muffled sound, the long sword effortlessly pierced through the sand beast's tough scales, deeply embedding itself within and accurately hitting the vital spot. The sand beast let out a piercing scream, its massive body crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yifan was slightly panting, his chest rising and falling violently, but he dared not show any signs of slack. He quickly stepped forward, carefully using his sword to cut open the belly of the sand beast, then reached in to feel around. Before long, he touched a round object radiating a mysterious glow, which was the incredibly precious inner core. This inner core was crystal clear, like a brilliant gem, but its interior seemed to surge with endless power, emanating a majestic and overwhelming aura, as if it were a hidden energy treasure trove waiting for someone to unlock and draw upon its powerful forces. Yifan was extremely excited, fully aware of the importance of this inner core to his cultivation path. He looked around and found a relatively quiet corner, quickly moving over. Once in the corner, Yifan sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and gradually calmed his mind. He then closed his eyes, began to mobilize the true energy within his body, and used the unique method he had comprehended from the heaven-devouring technique to condense the energy into a cauldron, performing a marvelous technique. He swiftly waved his hands in the air, and streams of energy gathered with his movements, gradually coalescing into an almost imperceptible energy cauldron in front of him. Yifan let out a soft shout, placing both the sand beast's corpse and the inner core into the energy cauldron. As he continuously infused true energy, the energy cauldron began to slowly rotate, emitting a faint blue light. Under the influence of the cauldron, the sand beast's corpse and the inner core gradually melted, transforming into strands of pure, exquisite spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was extremely rich, swirling like smoke and mist within the cauldron. Yifan took a deep breath, guiding this spiritual energy to flow gently through his meridians into his body. When the spiritual energy entered his body, he felt a cool and comfortable sensation instantly spread throughout him, as if every cell was rejoicing. The spiritual energy began to circulate along his meridians, repeatedly washing over his muscles and veins, nourishing his internal organs. During this process, Yifan focused entirely, not daring to be the slightest bit distracted. He carefully sensed the trajectory of the spiritual energy within his body, controlling its flow speed and direction to maximize its effectiveness. Time passed by second, and Yifan's aura grew stronger, as if the surrounding air was subtly vibrating due to his cultivation. As the continuous streams of spiritual energy flowed into Yifan's body like a trickling stream, he could clearly perceive that the meridians throughout his body were slowly expanding at a visible speed. Each meridian was like a carefully carved jade conduit, not only gradually increasing in width, but also becoming more resilient and powerful, as if capable of withstanding any powerful force's impact. Meanwhile, Yifan's already substantial cultivation power surged like an unstoppable tide, rising higher and higher. This feeling excited and nervous Yifan, for he knew he was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. With the steady increase in his cultivation power, Yifan distinctly felt his strength had significantly improved. Whether it was strength, speed, or reaction ability, all had undergone a qualitative leap compared to before. Such a tremendous advancement undoubtedly laid a more solid foundation for his future thrilling adventures on the vast and mysterious continent of Jiuzhou. However, despite the significant increase in power, Yifan did not feel satisfied. He deeply understood that in the distant western regions, countless unknown secrets and challenges still awaited him to explore and conquer. With a strong curiosity for the unknown world and a determination to pursue higher realms, Yifan resolutely continued to stride deeper into the western regions. Finally, after a long and arduous journey, Yifan arrived at an ancient ruin filled with a sense of history. The remnants of walls bore witness to the relentless erosion of time, yet still exuded a sense of awe-inspiring solemnity. As Yi Fan carefully navigated through the ruins, he suddenly noticed some peculiar runes scattered in a corner. These runes twinkled like stars in the night sky. Although their light was faint, they were particularly eye-catching. They seemed to contain some profound mystery, as if silently telling the long-lost stories that had vanished in the river of history. Yi Fan was instantly captivated by these mysterious runes, involuntarily stopping in his tracks and focusing intently. Utilizing his innate high comprehension and the vast knowledge accumulated from past arduous training, Yi Fan began to attempt to decipher these seemingly chaotic yet intricately coded runes. His mind raced, connecting the shapes of the runes, their order, and their possible meanings, constantly pondering and verifying them in his mind. Seconds turned into minutes, and Yi Fan gradually immersed himself in this puzzle-filled world. After several days of relentless contemplation, his already extraordinary mind seemed to be struck by a flash of inspiration. Successfully comprehending two astonishing new formations, the Qiankuan Locking Spirit Array and the Qiankuan Gathering Spirit Array. Once the Qiankuan Locking Spirit Array was carefully arranged, it could firmly lock the spiritual power within a certain range like a wall of copper and iron. This way, not only could enemies who entered this formation be severely hindered in their movements as if trapped in a quagmire, but it also possessed a miraculous ability to continuously gather the locked spiritual power to the Formation Master's side. Thus, when the Formation Master launched an attack, its power would be greatly enhanced, akin to adding wings to a tiger. As for the Qiankuan Gathering Spirit Array, it was another wonderfully unique existence. It could gather all the spiritual power within a certain surrounding range and then deliver it into the Formation Master's body, significantly improving the efficiency and progress of the Formation Master's daily cultivation. Yi Fan was overjoyed, carrying this newly comprehended formation with confidence as he set off on his journey to explore the unknown world. Not long after, he arrived at a mysterious valley. This valley appeared quite different. A faint mist lingered within, giving it a dreamlike quality. In that thin mist, low, thunderous beast roars echoed intermittently, instilling fear in anyone who heard them. However, the brave and fearless Yi Fan did not retreat. Instead, he cautiously took steps forward, slowly entering this enigmatic valley. As soon as he stepped inside, Yi Fan's gaze was immediately drawn to the sight before him. A large group of enormous fire-linned beasts was nesting within the valley. Each of these fire-linned beasts looked imposing, their bodies ablaze with fierce flames, resembling messengers from hell. Not only that, but their movement speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they could teleport from one place to another. Coupled with their terrifyingly high attack power, they were truly awe-inspiring. Yi Fan knew the ferocity of the fire-linned beasts and dared not underestimate them in the slightest. He moved swiftly, like a ghost, weaving through the valley. With his hands constantly changing the incantations, beams of spiritual light shot out from his fingertips, merging into the ground surrounding the valley. Moments later, a massive and mysterious Qiankuan Locking Spirit Array had formed, enveloping the entire valley and effectively restricting the movement of the fire-linned beast. After setting up the array, Yi Fan held a shimmering long sword and charged towards the group of aggressive fire-linned beasts without hesitation. The fire-linned beasts sensed the immense threat Yi Fan posed, emitting roars from their mouths as they opened their blood-filled jaws, revealing sharp fangs, and pounced on Yi Fan like a pack of hungry wolves. Faced with such ferocious attacks, Yi Fan remained unfazed, his long sword dancing like the wind as he executed an exquisite lightning sword technique. In an instant, the sword light flickered, and the sword energy crisscrossed, launching a thrilling and intense confrontation with the fire-linned beasts. With the powerful assistance of the array, Yi Fan gradually gained the upper hand. His movements were agile and varied, each strike precisely targeting the vital areas of the fire-linned beasts, inflicting severe damage. However, the fire-linned beasts were not to be underestimated. With their tough fur and tenacious vitality, they fought back fiercely, putting considerable pressure on Yi Fan. Yet, Yi Fan did not retreat an inch. Instead, he grew braver with each battle. After a grueling and extraordinary struggle, finally, the last fire-linned beast fell under Yi Fan's sword. At this moment, Yi Fan was drenched in blood, but his eyes remained bright as stars, revealing a sense of determination and confidence. After the battle, Yi Fan did not rest immediately. Instead, he performed a magical spell to condense qi into a cauldron. He formed seals with both hands, chanting incantations, as white spiritual energy gathered from all directions, coalescing before him into a three-legged, two-eared blue cauldron. Yi Fan carefully took out the crystal core from within the fire-lind beast and placed it into the cauldron. Then, he once again manipulated the incantations, controlling the condensed, devouring cauldron, gradually removing the impurities from the crystal core, ultimately refining the purest flame power. After completing these tasks, Yi Fan found a quiet place, sat cross-legged on the ground, gently closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing, allowing his mind to become completely calm. He then slowly raised both hands, palms facing up, as the freshly refined flame power spiraled like two lively red snakes in his palms, emitting a scorching brilliance. Yi Fan took a deep breath and began to guide this flame power, allowing it to flow slowly into his dantian along his meridians. As the flame power continuously infused, Yi Fan could clearly feel a marvelous change occurring in the spiritual power that originally belonged to him. This change was like a violent chemical reaction, causing his spiritual power attributes to gradually shift from calm to violent, filled with endless strength and majesty. The originally pure and flawless spiritual power, like a clear spring, suddenly became as hot as a blazing fire, radiating a heart-pounding high temperature and fierce aura. Every thread of spiritual power's flow and operation seemed to carry the terrifying heat capable of scorching the heavens and the earth, as well as the violent force sufficient to destroy any obstacles. Just as he was about to test the power of this flame, the new spiritual power attributes finally revealed themselves without reservation. With a whoosh, a sharp spiritual power shot out like lightning, tearing through the void at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the surrounding air sounded like it had been thrown into a furnace, instantly sizzling and crackling, even creating layers of distorted, rolling heat waves. Once this attack touched its target, a raging flame would ignite in an instant. The flames wrapped around the target like a festering sore, mercilessly scorching it. The struck target immediately fell victim to the fierce flame's rampage. What was especially surprising was that this surging flame, after Yi Fan had just tested it, was unexpectedly absorbed by another flame he had stumbled upon from the dragon family's old residence. The two flames intertwined and responded to each other, as if there was some mysterious connection between them. Even more remarkably, the Dan fire originally obtained from the dragon family's old residence seemed to sense this and began to resonate with it. The Dan fire, like a living being with spirit, keenly detected the existence of that shared power and began to tremble slightly. It was as if long-lost relatives had finally reunited. The Dan fire eagerly welcomed the new flame power, actively opening its embrace to absorb it. As time passed, the two continued to merge and penetrate each other. Each fusion brought about wonderful changes. The color of the Dan fire gradually deepened, transforming from a light red to a deep, gem-like crimson. The shape of the flames underwent astonishing changes, no longer resembling the simple flame shapes of ordinary fire, but twisting and coiling like a lively fire dragon dancing in the air, or a blooming red lotus radiating enchanting brilliance, seemingly hiding endless mysteries waiting to be explored and discovered. Yi Fan focused intently on the newly transformed Dan fire before him, and an indescribable feeling surged within him. He felt that this Dan fire was like the first ray of dawn breaking through the dark sky at the beginning of chaos, though weak. It was filled with hope and infinite possibilities. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yi Fan decided to give this Dan fire a significant name, Enlightenment Dan fire. This name not only represented the powerful energy and potential it contained, but also symbolized that it would lead Yi Fan onto an unprecedented path of alchemy. Meanwhile, the Dan furnace he had obtained from the dragon family's old residence also radiated new vitality due to the mysterious resonance with the Enlightenment Dan fire. With a thought, Yi Fan immediately gave this Dan furnace a matching new name, Enlightenment Dan furnace. It was as if fate had predetermined that this Enlightenment Dan furnace and Enlightenment Dan fire were a perfect match, destined to complement each other and embark on a legendary journey in the realm of alchemy together. With the Enlightenment Dan fire and Enlightenment Dan furnace, Yi Fan felt as if he had opened the door to the highest hall of alchemy, and his exploration on this path was unstoppable, progressing by leaps and bounds. In pursuit of more advanced alchemy skills and more precious elixir formulas, Yi Fan tirelessly traveled between mountains and rivers, searching for rare spiritual herbs hidden in deep valleys and secluded forests. Whenever he began his alchemy journey, the Enlightenment Dan fire danced like a lively and spirited little sprite, joyfully releasing its passion and vitality. It controlled the temperature and timing with an almost artistic grace, breaking down the various complex and diverse essences of herbs inside the Dan furnace, condensing and perfectly merging them together. After countless attempts and refinements, the elixirs Yi Fan concocted had undergone a qualitative transformation. These elixirs far exceeded his previous works in terms of both quality and efficacy. Their potent effects were astonishing. Just one pill could make a person quickly feel the surge of qi and blood within, and the rush of true energy. Not only that, but due to the special enhancement of the Enlightenment Dan fire, these elixirs also contain a unique flame power. When someone is injured and needs treatment to recover, as long as they take the elixirs refined by Yi Fan, they can immediately feel a blazing vitality surging through their body like a torrential flood. This powerful life force can quickly repair damaged meridians and tissues, significantly speeding up the healing process. If someone wishes to use the elixir's power to break through the bottleneck of their cultivation realm, then this magical elixir imbued with Dan fire power is undoubtedly the best choice. At a critical moment, the Dan fire power will erupt suddenly, like an indestructible sword, helping the user break through numerous obstacles, making their cultivation path smoother and more straightforward. At this moment, in the vast and mysterious land of the Western Territory, Yi Fan was completely immersed in an unprecedented deep cultivation. The surroundings were quiet, with only the gentle breeze rustling the leaves. In this tranquil atmosphere, suddenly, a dazzling spiritual light appeared in Yi Fan's mind like a brilliant meteor piercing the dark night sky, flashing without warning. In an instant, all his thoughts were tightly attracted by this sudden spiritual light, and in a moment, they became highly concentrated. As his gaze deepened, Yi Fan discovered that this spiritual light actually originated from the miraculous cultivation technique, heaven-devouring art, which had always accompanied his growth and progress. Since embarking on the journey of cultivating this technique, Yi Fan had profoundly experienced its endless mysteries and astonishing potential. However, even though he had a considerable understanding of this technique, each new insight and discovery still brought him endless shock and surprise. At this moment, facing the new chapter revealed by this spiritual light, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a wave of uncontrollable excitement. Closely connected to it was the mysterious heaven-devouring cauldron, deeply rooted in the depths of his mind. The heaven-devouring cauldron stood quietly, as if it were a divine artifact that had traveled from the ancient chaos era. Its unique and strange appearance gave a sense of unfathomable depth. The entire cauldron emitted a profound and mysterious aura, as if this aura originated from the darkest depths of the universe. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the cauldron was covered with strange patterns and lusters, which seemed to contain the most primitive and ancient rules of power in the world. Looking at the cauldron's spirit, the soul-devouring child, who usually appeared silent and rarely took the initiative to communicate with Yi Fan, he knew very well that the existence of the soul-devouring child was definitely not a coincidence. It must have extremely crucial and important significance. The soul-devouring child was like a guardian hidden in the dark corners, silently observing everything happening around, rarely showing itself, but once there was a need, it would not hesitate to lend a helping hand. Yi Fan stood in front of the heaven-devouring cauldron, lost in thought. Reflecting on the method he had once comprehended of condensing qi into a cauldron, he couldn't help but feel emotional. This miraculous method could be said to be a groundbreaking achievement that shook the world. By using his own spiritual power, Yi Fan could condense it together to form an illusory qi cauldron. Although this qi cauldron was not a physical entity, its power was not to be underestimated. It seemed to possess an endless devouring ability, easily absorbing and refining the complex and exquisite medicinal properties of various rare herbs, as well as the wild and powerful essence from formidable beasts. He still remembered the thrilling adventure in the core area of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, where he encountered many wandering, resentful spirits. Faced with these troublesome creatures, other cultivators might feel helpless, but Yi Fan was not afraid at all. He quickly performed the method of condensing qi into a cauldron, and the illusory qi cauldron instantly appeared in midair, releasing a powerful. Those resentful spirits could not withstand the terrifying devouring power of the qi cauldron and were all sucked in, ultimately transforming into pure soul power absorbed by Yi Fan. Chapter 93. Nameless Liquid. And it was these continuously surging soul powers flowing into Yi Fan's body, like a powerful flood, filling the gaps in his originally relatively weak spirit. Under the nourishment and enhancement of this soul power, Yifan's spirit gradually became solid and strong, ultimately successfully condensing that soul pill which was crucial for him. At this moment, Yifan's bright and sharp gaze pierced through layers of clouds and directly focused on the vast expanse of the Western Territory. In this land of the West, at a glance, the golden desert resembled an endless ocean, with waves rolling and extending endlessly, occupying the vast majority of the land area. However, beneath this seemingly desolate and monotonous vast desert, who would have thought that it actually concealed a rich and diverse array of mineral resources? Since the Chi cauldron in hand possessed the miraculous ability to refine all things in the world, why not boldly try refining these minerals hidden underground? As soon as this thought flashed in Yifan's mind, it ignited like a spark falling onto a dry prairie, instantly bursting into flames and spreading at an astonishing speed, wildly expanding in his heart to an uncontrollable extent. Yifan understood the importance of seizing opportunities, so he acted without hesitation. He swiftly took out a portion of the precious mineral samples he had tirelessly collected from his storage treasure. These minerals varied in shape and appeared in diverse forms, with some presenting irregular polyhedral structures, their surfaces shimmering with a faint yet captivating metallic luster. Others exuded an ancient and heavy unique aura, as if carrying the weight of history and time. Yifan took a deep breath, then calmly adjusted the operation state of his immense spiritual power. Following the familiar method of condensing qi into a cauldron, he focused all his energy to gather spiritual power in his palm, gradually condensing it into a small yet powerful illusory qi cauldron. Finally, he controlled this illusory qi cauldron to slowly approach the minerals placed before him, officially commencing this journey of refinement filled with unknowns and challenges. At first, the refining process was fraught with difficulties and setbacks. That seemingly ordinary mineral appeared to possess its own unique will at this moment, exhibiting incredible stubbornness and resilience. It stood firm within the Chi cauldron, facing the overwhelming invasion of powerful spiritual power and refining force, not retreating, but defiantly resisting everything. Yifan stood before the Chi cauldron, fully focused on controlling the input of spiritual power. As time passed, beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground. However, despite facing such immense pressure, Yifan's gaze remained unwavering, becoming even more determined. He continuously adjusted the intensity of the spiritual power output and the refining technique, trying to find the key to break through the mineral's stubborn defenses. Every subtle adjustment was accompanied by Yifan's full dedication and contemplation, while the ore in the Qi Ding remained unyielding, steadfastly holding its last line of defense. After numerous arduous attempts and relentless efforts, finally, at a certain moment, when Yifan once again injected a surge of immense spiritual power into the Qi Ding and guided its flow with extremely exquisite control, a miracle occurred. The ore, which had been as solid as a rock, began to slowly change. A faint layer of light gradually appeared on the surface of the ore, followed by tiny cracks spreading across its surface. Then, from these cracks, a nameless liquid, radiating a strange glow, slowly flowed out. This liquid sparkled like stars twinkling in the night sky, gradually pooling into a puddle in the Qi Ding. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise appeared on Yifan's face, but he knew very well that this newly generated mysterious substance was merely a beginning. To truly understand and master its properties and uses, comprehensive in-depth exploration and extensive experimentation were necessary. With this thought, Yifan took a deep breath to calm his excited emotions. Then, without hesitation, he began to carry out the next step of various experiments and studies on this brand new substance. He carefully opened the lid of the container holding the mysterious liquid, and a refreshing fragrance wafted out. He dipped his finger into the liquid and gently applied some to his arm's skin. The moment it touched his skin, he felt a wonderful change occurring. The originally somewhat dull skin seemed to be infused with endless vitality in an instant, beginning to emit a faint luster. This luster was not merely superficial decoration, but rather a glow of healthy vitality radiating from within. Moreover, he keenly noticed that his absorption speed of the surrounding spiritual energy had significantly increased, and his capacity to hold it had also enhanced. It was as if the originally narrow passage had suddenly widened, allowing more spiritual energy to flow in smoothly. Yifan felt a surge of determination and decided to further explore the effects of this miraculous liquid. He slightly pursed his lips and cautiously took a small sip of the liquid. As the liquid slid down his throat into his stomach, he immediately felt a cool sensation rapidly spreading throughout his body. Then, to his astonishment, he discovered that the meridians within him had gradually become more resilient under this coolness. The previously fragile and vulnerable meridians were now wrapped in an invisible protective layer, capable of easily withstanding more powerful surges of spiritual power. This astonishing discovery made Yi Fan's heart race uncontrollably, and joy overflowed in his expression. For a long time, he had been trudging along the path of cultivation, always bound by the difficulty of his body enduring the limits of spiritual energy. Although various precious elixirs had helped him significantly as his cultivation level increased, the improvement brought by those ordinary elixirs had become negligible, failing to meet his needs for breaking through bottlenecks. However, now, this mysterious liquid extracted from the ore was like a lightning bolt cutting through the dark night sky, illuminating his previously unclear path. Its emergence undoubtedly brought Yi Fan hope and possibilities for overcoming his predicament and achieving breakthroughs. In this moment, he seemed to envision himself walking further and further down the path of cultivation in the future, ultimately becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. Chapter 94. Endless mysteries. The effects it brought were astonishing and eye-catching. However, compared to the lengthy and complicated processes of traditional alchemy and the arduous search for rare medicinal materials, it was simply worlds apart. The art of alchemy not only required spending a significant amount of time and effort to gather those invaluable herbs, but also involved a series of complex and meticulous refining steps, where even the slightest mistake could lead to failure. In contrast, this new method was like a refreshing stream, saving people from many worries and troubles. At this moment, a flash of determination suddenly crossed Yi Fan's eyes, as dazzling as a meteor streaking across the night sky. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively reached into his robe and pulled out all the ores he could use. These ores, some crystal clear and some colorful, sparkled enchanting in the sunlight. In an instant, Yi Fan seemed to be reborn, transforming into a fearless and courageous adventurer, plunging headlong into this fierce contest against his own limits. In the days that followed, Yi Fan completely immersed himself in a near-manic state of cultivation. He worked tirelessly day and night, continuously performing the method of condensing qi into a ding, carefully refining the essence of the precious ores. Then, resolutely, he slowly integrated these energy-rich liquids into his body. Each fusion triggered a wave of excruciating pain, as if thousands of venomous insects were gnawing at his bones. At the same time, it would provoke intense waves of spiritual power fluctuations, crashing against his meridians like surging tidal waves. However, Yi Fan gritted his teeth and persevered. His resolute face twisted in pain, but his gaze remained as steadfast as ever, showing no sign of retreat. As time passed, under the continuous nourishment and strengthening of this miraculous liquid, Yi Fan's body began to undergo marvelous changes. The previously somewhat thin muscles gradually bulged. With clear lines full of power, the meridians within him were like widened river channels, easily accommodating the surging spiritual power flowing freely. At this moment, Yi Fan had truly become a powerful being, possessing enough strength to shock the heavens and earth. Finally, after countless days and nights of relentless effort and the tenacious fighting spirit displayed in the face of numerous difficulties, Yi Fan's path of cultivation welcomed a milestone qualitative leap. Throughout the long and arduous process of cultivation, Yi Fan maintained a firm belief and indomitable will, continuously exploring the mysteries of higher levels of power. At this moment, all of his efforts were rewarded. He successfully broke through from the condensing Yuan realm to the remarkable Golden Core realm. This breakthrough was not merely a simple elevation in realm. It was more like a comprehensive explosion of inner strength, marking an unprecedented stimulation and release of Yi Fan's own power and potential. As his cultivation advanced, he could feel the true essence within him flowing through the meridians like a raging torrent, filling every acupoint with energy. A powerful feeling that made his heart surge with excitement. However, the surprises did not stop there. Just as Yi Fan was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough, he suddenly sensed some extremely strange changes quietly occurring deep in his mind at the place of the Soul Dan. The once pure and flawless Soul Dan, radiating a faint glow, began to slowly reveal a faintly discernible shadowy outline. Yi Fan widened his eyes, focusing intently on this increasingly clear shadow, filled with curiosity and anticipation. When the shadow fully took shape, He was astonished to discover that it was actually a small, vividly lifelike mini version of himself. The small shadow of Yi Fan quietly floated above the soul pill like a delicate work of art, its appearance and demeanor indistinguishable from Yi Fan himself, even down to the subtle expressions and movements that could be perfectly replicated. Even more astonishingly, as time passed, Yi Fan felt a seemingly close connection forming between his soul and this shadow, as if they were engaged in an indescribable yet profoundly deep exchange and fusion. This marvelous phenomenon made Yi Fan realize that the changes at the soul pill might signify that his cultivation was about to enter a brand new stage. The appearance of this mini version of himself likely symbolized that his soul and body were undergoing a deeper level of evolution and transformation. With the successful breakthrough in his realm and the sudden emergence of the mysterious mini shadow within the soul pill, Yi Fan was overwhelmed with an indescribable shock and joy. He clearly realized that he had entered a brand new world of cultivation, filled with unknown opportunities yet accompanied by numerous challenges and dangers. After careful consideration, Yi Fan resolutely chose to remain temporarily in the Western Territory, determined to delve deeply into the endless mysteries hidden behind this marvelous change, while also striving to master and skillfully wield this newly emerged powerful force. From that moment on, Yi Fan devoted himself wholeheartedly to attempting communication with the mini shadow. However, initially, the mini version of Yi Fan merely floated silently within the space of the soul pill, akin to a silent statue, showing no response to the external calls. Nevertheless, Yi Fan did not feel discouraged or think of giving up. Every day, he would spend a considerable amount of time immersed in deep meditation, cautiously inching his spiritual consciousness closer to that shadow, like a gentle butterfly lightly touching a flower's stamen, trying to build a bridge of mutual understanding between the two. Days passed, and Yi Fan persevered tirelessly. Finally, after an incredibly long and arduous meditation journey, he suddenly felt a slight tremor in his heart, as if a faint response was coming from a distant place. This feeling was like a gentle touch from the deepest part of his soul, as if he and another version of himself were traversing the river of time and space, gradually drawing closer despite the numerous barriers of consciousness. At the same time, Yi Fan's exploration and research of the mysterious liquid extracted from the ore never ceased. After countless days and nights of experimentation and analysis, he gradually uncovered many secrets hidden behind this mysterious liquid. Yi Fan was delighted to discover that when he cautiously blended this liquid with a unique spiritual plant from the Western Territory, it actually birthed an unprecedented energy crystal. This brand new crystal emitted a dazzling brilliance, as if it contained endless mysteries and powerful forces within. After further in-depth research, Yi Fan was even more amazed by the purity of the energy contained in this crystal. It resembled the most pristine spiritual spring in the world, releasing a continuous flow of rich spiritual power without any impurities. Whether it was cultivators engaged in fierce battles or powerful beings in closed-door cultivation, anyone possessing such an energy crystal could quickly replenish their spiritual power, restoring their strength or accelerating their cultivation progress. Even more remarkably, this energy crystal could also play a stabilizing role in calming the mind during cultivation. It is well known that the path of cultivation is often filled with various difficulties and dangers, and a moment's carelessness could lead to demonic deviation. However, with the assistance of this crystal, cultivators could maintain a tranquil mind like a calm lake, with clear and focused thoughts, significantly reducing the risk of making mistakes due to fluctuations in their mental state. Moreover, this energy crystal also possessed a marvelous effect of accelerating the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Many practitioners often find themselves stagnant on the road to higher realms due to an inability to grasp those profound laws, but with the enhancement of this crystal, they could experience sudden enlightenment, breaking through their bottlenecks more quickly and reaching new heights. Yi Fan understood that to progress further on his cultivation path, he needed to acquire more rare spiritual plants to assist him. Thus, he resolutely stepped into the mysterious and ancient forest of the Western Territory. This forest was vast and boundless, with towering ancient trees filled with rich spiritual energy, yet it also concealed countless unknown dangers. Various strange creatures roamed the woods, some enormous and immensely powerful, while others excelled at stealth, launching deadly strikes when least expected. Additionally, the ground was littered with various dangerous traps, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible consequences. However, after countless life and death trials, Yi Fan had long since become a different person. Relying on his powerful strength and years of accumulated combat experience, he navigated this perilous forest with ease. Whenever faced with danger, he could always respond calmly, cleverly utilizing his techniques and magical treasures to turn peril into safety. Thus, Yi Fan forged ahead, cutting through obstacles, and finally reached the innermost part of the forest. Here, he was thrilled to discover a spiritual plant radiating seven-colored light. This spiritual plant was as dazzling as a rare treasure, surrounded by an incredibly powerful restriction, clearly designed to prevent others from easily harvesting it. Faced with such a formidable restriction, Yi Fan did not act rashly. He first quietly observed for several days, carefully studying the operation patterns and weaknesses of the restriction. During this time, he continuously contemplated methods to break the restriction and integrated his newly comprehended power into it. After numerous attempts, Yi Fan finally found a breakthrough point. With both hands forming seals and chanting incantations, he summoned a surge of spiritual power, using the method of condensing qi to gather immense spiritual force. With a low shout, the giant cauldron formed from the gathered spiritual power fiercely struck the restriction. A loud crash echoed, and the restriction shattered, the seven-colored light instantly bursting forth. Yi Fan was quick to react, swiftly reaching out to collect the precious spiritual plant into his possession. With the hard-earned spiritual plant, Yi Fan joyfully began his journey back. Upon returning to his cultivation place, he immediately set to work refining energy crystals. He first took some precious ores and melted them into liquid in the alchemy furnace, then carefully added the spiritual plant he had just obtained. Under Yi Fan's meticulous control, the medicinal liquid in the furnace gradually fused, ultimately condensing into several translucent energy crystals. Looking at the crystals shimmering with faint light before him, Yi Fan was filled with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he picked up one of the energy crystals and placed it in his mouth. In an instant, a massive surge of spiritual power rushed into his body like a torrential flood. Yi Fan quickly operated his techniques, guiding this spiritual power throughout his limbs and bones. Moments later, he felt his previously exhausted spiritual power instantly replenished, and even the cultivation bottleneck that had been troubling him seemed to show signs of loosening. Seeing this, Yi Fan's spirit soared, and he immediately decided to seize the moment and enter closed-door cultivation again, fully committed to breaking through to a higher realm. During the long period of closed-door cultivation, the mini-shadow of Yi Fan seemed to come alive, gradually becoming clearer from its original blurry state. At first, this phantom merely stood quietly beside Yi Fan, but as time passed, it actually began to actively engage in communication with him. Each interaction was a feast of knowledge for Yi Fan. This phantom resembled an endless treasure trove, continuously revealing to Yi Fan previously unseen and unheard perspectives on cultivation and exquisite techniques. These unique perspectives seemed to allow him to perceive the mysterious trajectories of energy flow between heaven and earth, giving Yi Fan a glimpse into the deeper mysteries of the cultivation world, while those techniques pushed the devouring heaven art to a whole new height, fully showcasing its profound essence. Yi Fan felt as if he had obtained the most precious treasure in the world. Listening attentively to the teachings of the phantom and unhesitatingly adjusting his own spiritual energy's circulation route and cultivation method according to its guidance. Throughout this process, he continuously explored, experimented, and corrected, striving to perfect every detail. Day after day, month after month, after enduring a long and arduous period of seclusion, Yi Fan successfully stabilized his cultivation at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Not only that, but with his relentless effort, he steadily advanced step by step towards the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. At this moment, his strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. Whether it was the richness of spiritual energy within him or the precision and power in controlling various spells, it far surpassed other cultivators of the same realm. However, despite such significant progress, Yi Fan did not become complacent. He understood deeply that within this vast and boundless Western realm, there still lay countless unknown secrets waiting for him to uncover. What he had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. His thrilling and adventurous journey had only just begun. Yi Fan's exploration journey in the Western realm was akin to groping forward in a fog, each step filled with unknown dangers and sparks of surprise. As his understanding of the devouring heaven art reached new heights, and he became adept at wielding new powers, He began to sense a slumbering giant beneath this land, seemingly concealing an ancient and powerful source of energy, waiting for him to awaken it. Chapter 96. Imminent eruption in the vast and mysterious ancient ruins of the Western Realm. Yi Fan walked with determined and cautious steps, seeking the secrets hidden in this unknown territory. When he entered a dark and deep cave, several flickering glimmers caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he found some mysterious runes carved into the stone wall, shining with a faint yet captivating light like stars twinkling in the night sky. Yi Fan gazed at these runes, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. Suddenly, he noticed that the devouring heaven cauldron in his mind began to tremble slightly, as if there was an indescribable connection between it and these runes. Without hesitation, he stopped, took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and fully immersed his mind in searching for the secrets hidden behind these mysterious runes using his powerful spiritual sense. After a long period of contemplation, Yi Fan finally discovered that these runes were not ordinary decorations or markings, but an extremely ancient and powerful seal. Beneath this seal was stored an incredibly pure star power. This star power was vast like the sea, boundless and endless, seemingly originating from the depths of the distant starry sky, containing many mysteries from the birth of the universe. Faced with such an astonishing discovery, Yi Fan's excitement was hard to contain. He knew that if he could successfully unlock this seal and obtain the star power within, it would greatly enhance his strength. Therefore, without any hesitation, Yi Fan decided to take the plunge and attempt to unravel this mysterious seal. He took a deep breath, quickly mobilized all his spiritual energy, and gathered it in the palm of his hand. At the same time, he used the technique of condensing qi into a cauldron, gradually summoning a small cauldron formed from condensed spiritual energy. Next, Yi Fan recalled the various techniques that the miniature phantom of himself had imparted to him earlier, perfectly merging the two to create an unstoppable force. However, breaking such an ancient and powerful seal was no easy task. As soon as Yi Fan made contact with the runes, the seal immediately unleashed an extremely powerful recoil force, violently striking against him. In an instant, Yi Fan felt his blood and energy surging like a raging tide, his body involuntarily retreating several steps. Despite suffering such a heavy blow, Yi Fan did not easily give up, gritting his teeth and enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body. He mustered his courage once more and charged towards the rune seal. Thus, one failure after another did not extinguish Yi Fan's fighting spirit. Instead, it ignited an even stronger desire to win and an intense thirst for power. After countless persistent attempts, a slight crack finally appeared on the seal. Seeing the glimmer of hope, Yi Fan's spirit soared, and he continued to launch attacks with all his might. Finally, after countless arduous attempts, Yi Fan poured all his energy into one final strike. With a crisp sound, the incredibly solid seal shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, instantly breaking apart. In that moment, the star power surged forth like a flood that had burst its dam, pouring out with overwhelming force. Faced with this torrent of star power, Yi Fan dared not hesitate or relax for a moment. He closed his eyes tightly, wholly focused on operating the unique technique he had cultivated for many years. Devouring heaven motion, as the condensed small cauldron frantically refined this violent star power, guiding the refined star power to continuously flow into his body. When the star power touched Yi Fan's body, an indescribable wonderful sensation arose. He felt as if his body were parched earth, greedily absorbing the nourishing rain that brings life to all, while his soul felt like a flower basking in warm sunlight, reveling in this unprecedented cleansing. Meanwhile, the golden core within Yi Fan began to undergo astonishing changes. It spun wildly at high speed, absorbing vast amounts of star power with each rotation. Gradually, a layer of radiant brilliance emanated from the surface of the golden core, transforming the originally unadorned core into one that shone like the brightest star in the night sky, sparkling brilliantly. As time passed, more and more star power merged into Yi Fan's body. He could distinctly feel his strength growing at an exponential rate. His spiritual sense, which could originally cover several dozen miles, now expanded several times over in an instant, allowing him to detect even the slightest movements of an ant within 1,000 miles. Even more astonishingly, the golden core in his dantian had completely transformed into a true star core. From a distance, it resembled a miniature star embedded in his abdomen. The energy contained within this star core was beyond imagination, greatly enhancing the power of the spells Yi Fan cast. He casually waved his arm, effortlessly drawing upon the power of the surrounding stars, which coalesced into dazzling and colorful star beams, rushing forward with unparalleled might. However, the emergence of Xingli was like a bolt of lightning that shattered the night sky, instantly attracting the attention of the powerful forces lurking in the west. These forces were wary of the astonishing power that Yi Fan possessed, fully aware that if Yi Fan continued to develop and grow, it would inevitably threaten their own status and interests. Thus, a secret collusion and conspiracy began to unfold. A large and powerful coalition army gradually took shape under the leadership of the War God Mansion in the west. This coalition gathered top elites from various powerful factions, all with the same goal of stopping Yi Fan from further growth. Silently, this coalition approached Yi Fan like a surging undercurrent. Yi Fan keenly sensed the impending crisis, but he did not choose to retreat or evade. On the contrary, he calmly contemplated countermeasures and decided to use the magical and versatile mask given to him by Long Tian to conceal his true identity. At this moment, he stood in place with an unfamiliar face, like a steady mountain, quietly waiting for the arrival of the coalition. Finally, the imposing coalition appeared in Yi Fan's line of sight. Faced with the surrounding strong enemies, Yi Fan's gaze remained unwavering, showing no signs of fear. In his eyes, this impending battle was not only a life-and-death challenge, but also a crucial turning point on his path to legend. As the distance between the two sides closed, a tense atmosphere permeated the air, as if time itself had frozen. A thrilling battle was about to erupt, and Yi Fan was fully prepared, determined to write his glorious chapter on this ancient land of the West with his intelligence, courage, and increasingly powerful strength. Chapter 97. Growing stronger in battle, the coalition spread out in a fan shape, densely surrounding Yi Fan in the center, creating an exceptionally heavy atmosphere, as if the surrounding air was about to solidify into solid matter. The leader of the coalition from the War God Mansion was an extremely tall and robust individual, exuding a chilling and fierce aura, standing like an unshakable mountain. This leader broke the silence first, his deep and authoritative voice echoing in the air. "Kid, regardless of your identity and background, although you indeed possess extraordinary and exceptional talent, this Xingli should not be monopolized by you alone. If this power goes out of control, the entire West will inevitably fall into an irretrievable abyss, leading to the suffering of countless lives. Therefore, we have come here today to seal this extremely dangerous Xingli." In response to this man's words, Yi Fan merely scoffed disdainfully. "Humph. Stop pretending to uphold so-called justice and righteousness. In the end, you are merely afraid of my growing strength and are attempting to seize this Xingli from me for your own use." Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan had already decided to take the initiative. He swiftly waved his hands, and the originally calm Xingli suddenly ignited like a flame, joyfully dancing at his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, this Xingli transformed into countless shining star blades, charging towards the coalition like a violent storm. However, the coalition was evidently well prepared for this. The soldiers belonging to the War God Mansion reacted extremely quickly, raising their shields without hesitation. Mysterious runes began to glow brilliantly on the shields, forming an indestructible defensive barrier. A series of crisp clattering sounds rang out as those rushing star blades were mercilessly blocked by the sturdy shields, creating sparks. Meanwhile, elite masters from various factions also unleashed their ultimate skills. In an instant, dazzling magical light and surging fighting spirit intertwined, sweeping towards Yi Fan with overwhelming force. Yi Fan's figure moved like a ghost, rapidly darting through the air, each movement leaving an elusive trail. The step technique he employed seemed to blend him with the surrounding space, leaving the onlookers dazzled. In that moment, Yi Fan appeared like a flash of lightning on the coalition's left flank. He gathered a massive amount of Xingli in his palm, which quickly coalesced into an enormous Xingli ball. This Xingli ball radiated brilliant light, containing boundless energy. With a sudden push of his arm, the Xingli ball shot out like a cannonball, crashing towards the coalition's left flank. A loud explosion erupted as the Xingli ball detonated, sending a powerful shockwave sweeping outward. The soldiers on the left flank of the coalition had no time to react before being toppled to the ground by this terrifying force, cries of anguish filling the air. However, the vice commander of the War God Mansion was a nimble individual. Faced with Yi Fan's sudden attack, he showed no fear, swinging his long knife, which instantly ignited in fierce flames. With a roar, he pounced on Yi Fan like a fierce tiger, his flaming long knife carrying a sharp momentum, striking down fiercely. Yi Fan, seeing this, calmly employed the step technique again, slightly tilting his body to narrowly evade the vice commander's lethal strike. The burning flames merely grazed his clothing, instantly scorching a portion of the hem. At this moment, the battle had entered a white-hot phase. In the fierce clash with the coalition, Yi Fan keenly sensed that there was a mysterious formation master hidden among the coalition. This formation master had been lurking in the back, controlling the formation to launch attacks on Yi Fan. The formation master continuously changed hand seals, chanting incantations. With his movements, a massive six-pointed star formation gradually appeared beneath his feet. This six-pointed star formation flickered with eerie black light, emanating a chilling aura. Following this, countless black chains surged forth from the six-pointed star formation. These chains slithered towards Yi Fan like agile black serpents, rapidly coiling around him. Yi Fan's heart sank, and he quickly mobilized all his Xingli to try to break free from these chains' constraints. However, no matter how hard he struggled, the chains seemed to tighten even more as if stimulated. In this critical moment, his expression grew serious, and he formed seals with his hands, concentrating on mobilizing the vast spiritual power hidden within him. The surging spiritual power gathered towards his dantian like a flood breaching a dam. With all his might, a dazzling spiritual light erupted from his body, shooting skyward. Soon after, a vague, ancient, and mysterious cauldron shadow slowly emerged behind him. This cauldron emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart race, as if it could swallow the heavens and the earth. The immense devouring power continuously flowed from the cauldron, enveloping the tightly bound black chains like an invisible giant net. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the originally indestructible black chains began to show fine cracks under the strain of this powerful force, spreading at a visible speed. Meanwhile, as the war gradually deepened and intensified, Yi Fan, relying on his keen insight and extraordinary combat talent, gradually figured out the attacking patterns and tactical deployments of the Allied forces. At this moment, a sly glint flashed in his eyes, and he already had a countermeasure in mind. Just as he thought, Yi Fan's figure flickered, and, like a ghost, he approached the Allied camp. He danced his hands like the wind, executing exquisite moves to fend off the enemy's attacks while cleverly merging the star power he had cultivated with the astonishingly powerful heaven-devouring technique. In an instant, an unprecedentedly powerful attack method was born. At this moment, Yi Fan chanted softly, his deep and rhythmic voice echoing across the battlefield. As his chanting began, the originally calm starry sky suddenly became restless. Countless dazzling star powers, as if summoned by some mysterious force, surged toward him like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, these star powers formed small but potent whirlpools of star energy around Yi Fan. These whirlpools spun rapidly, generating an extremely powerful suction force. Many in the Allied forces, caught off guard, were swept into them. Once inside the whirlpool, they immediately felt immense pressure from all directions. Their bodies instantly crushed by the star power, turning into clouds of blood mist scattered in the air. However, for Yi Fan, the deaths of these people were not without meaning, because when their bodies were destroyed by the star power, the pure spiritual energy they contained also dissipated and was refined by the heaven-devouring cauldron he conjured, rapidly absorbed into his body. This not only effectively replenished the spiritual energy Yi Fan had expended during continuous battles, but also further enhanced his strength, making him braver in combat. Chapter 98. Resolving the current crisis, however, would the Allied forces easily show weakness? In the face of Yi Fan's terrifying strength, they quickly devised a countermeasure and began to adjust their tactical layout. Several powerful fighters stepped forward, using their formidable strength to firmly restrain Yi Fan, giving him no chance to breathe. Meanwhile, the others took this opportunity to hastily set up a large-scale and powerful sealing formation. At that moment, the renowned commander of the war god's mansion personally took action. He suddenly radiated blinding golden light, dazzling like a golden sun ablaze with fierce flames, charging straight toward Yi Fan with unparalleled might and power. Seeing this, Yi Fan showed no fear and resolutely met the challenge. His iron fists enveloped in endless star power, striking out like two meteors. In an instant, the star power collided with the golden light, erupting in a deafening explosion. The sound seemed capable of tearing apart the void, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble violently, on the verge of collapsing. The two sides fell into a stalemate, unable to gain a clear upper hand. But at this critical moment, Yifan suddenly sensed a dangerously powerful aura surging from deep within the ground beneath his feet. It turned out that the cunning allied forces had stealthily buried a mysterious and special talisman stone during the chaos of battle. At this moment, these talisman stones had been successfully activated, releasing an extremely powerful binding force. This force spread rapidly upward like an invisible net, attempting to trap Yifan in place, rendering him unable to move an inch. Yifan's heart tightened, but he quickly regained his composure. He decisively gathered all the surging spiritual energy within him to his feet and then stomped down hard. With a crisp crack, the incredibly hard ground split open a huge fissure. Yifan cleverly used this powerful reaction force to shoot up into the sky like an arrow, narrowly escaping the binding force. In the air, Yifan looked down on the allied forces below like a war god. His deep and resolute gaze revealed a hint of determination. At this moment, he had made up his mind to unleash the most powerful spell he had mastered, even if it might bring him unbearable injuries. However, to win this life-and-death battle, he had no other options left. Yifan took a deep breath, slowly pressed his palms together, and then all of his star power surged forth from his limbs like a raging sea. His spiritual energy ignited like a burning flame. Even the mysterious soul power converged toward his palms without reservation. As these powerful energies continued to gather, a massive gas cauldron began to take shape in his hands. This small cauldron exuded a heart-pounding aura, and the destructive power it contained seemed capable of devouring everything in the world. The members of the allied forces quickly sensed this terrifying power, their faces turning pale. In fear, everyone dared not slack off, exerting their utmost to strengthen their defenses. In an instant, various defensive artifacts shone with brilliant light, and powerful formations were pushed to their limits in an attempt to withstand Yifan's impending lethal strike. However, the small cauldron in Yifan's hands continued to spin rapidly, accompanied by deafening howling sounds. The sound resembled an ancient beast roaring in anger, instilling fear in all who heard it. Meanwhile, the suction force emanating from the cauldron grew stronger, like a bottomless black hole, wildly pulling everything around it. The defensive artifacts of the allied forces began to flicker violently under this terrifying suction. The once indestructible shield's surface now rippled with fine waves, quickly spreading outward. Faced with such immense pressure, everyone's faces turned extremely serious, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. Yet they gritted their teeth and did their utmost to support the wobbling defensive formation. The imposing and powerful commander of the war god's mansion suddenly opened his eyes wide, his hair standing on end, and let out a thunderous roar. This roar seemed capable of shattering mountains and rivers, echoing through the skies. He then unhesitatingly poured his boundless divine power into the main formation of the allied forces like a flood breaking through a dam. At the same time, other elites from various factions also dared not slack off, employing all their strength. Some even burned their precious blood to enhance the power of their artifacts. Others closed their eyes, chanting mysterious and ancient spells, attempting to summon powerful guardian spirits that had long been asleep to bolster their defenses. However, how could the powerful spell Yifan unleashed be so easily resisted? The small but terrifyingly powerful cauldron emitted a suction force that was as unfathomable as a bottomless abyss. As time passed, the suction began to slowly erode the solid defense lines of the allied forces. Gradually, some weaker cultivators positioned at the edge of the allied camp found themselves being lifted uncontrollably. Despite their desperate struggles, all efforts seemed utterly futile in the face of the overwhelming and unmatched force. These poor cultivators could only cry out in terror and despair. At this critical moment, several top experts skilled in space magic stepped forward without hesitation. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously cast their most proficient space spells. In an instant, a powerful and mysterious force intertwined in the air, ultimately opening a small space crack in front of the allied forces. The crack resembled a bottomless giant mouth, emitting a heart-pounding aura as if it aimed to swallow everything. The purpose of these experts was clear: to use this space crack to guide the terrifying suction of the small cauldron within, thereby resolving the current crisis. However, how could Yifan, who was in the midst of battle, allow them to succeed so easily? His deep, abyss-like eyes suddenly focused, and an unparalleled momentum erupted from him. Immediately after, Yifan quickly mobilized a portion of the vast star power within him and continuously infused it into the small cauldron in his hand. Chapter 99. Severely damaged meridians. The small cauldron, now empowered by Yifan's star power, instantly seemed to come to life, emitting a dazzling brilliance. The next moment, a brilliant star power barrier suddenly erupted from the cauldron, resembling an indestructible shield, racing towards the space crack with lightning speed. A loud bang echoed as the star power barrier violently collided with the space crack. Countless brilliant and colorful lights and wildly surging energy fluctuations erupted between the two, causing the entire battlefield to tremble violently. Although those experts skilled in space magic possessed extraordinary strength, they ultimately could not withstand the impact of the star power barrier against the powerful counterattack of Yifan and the assembled devouring cauldron. In just a moment, the previously gaping space crack was completely sealed, becoming utterly silent. At that moment, Yifan's already tense body was further burdened, swaying like a mountain on the verge of collapse. His clothes fluttered like banners in a storm, each movement producing a crisp and sharp sound. The veins on his exposed skin bulged like sinister worms, crisscrossing across his body, making for a shocking sight. Even more terrifying was that drops of fresh red blood slowly seeped from his pores, gradually staining his clothes, making him appear like a blood-soaked demon. However, despite being in such dire straits, Yifan gritted his teeth and persevered. His resolute face appeared somewhat twisted from the strain, but his eyes remained bright as a torch, revealing an indomitable will and determination. He squeezed every ounce of hidden strength from his body, continuously channeling it into the small cauldron in his hand. As the suction strengthened, the solid defense line constructed by the Allied forces began to reveal undeniable flaws. First, the relatively weaker magical treasures could not withstand the terrifying pressure, crying out in despair before shattering. Countless fragments scattered like meteors, quickly turning into faint glimmers of spiritual light that dissipated into the air, leaving only slight energy fluctuations to prove they ever existed. Then, the previously indestructible defense formation began to show fine cracks. Initially, these cracks were as thin as hair, but they rapidly spread at an astonishing speed, gradually forming wide black gaps. Through these gaps, the terrified faces of the Allied forces could be clearly seen, their eyes filled with despair. Witnessing this scene, the Allied forces were greatly alarmed. They understood very well that if this defense line continued to collapse, a catastrophic disaster awaited them. In this life-and-death moment, some more aggressive cultivators could no longer contain their fear and anger, resolutely choosing to take the initiative. They unleashed all their skills, wielding their magical treasures to transform into dazzling streams of light, recklessly charging towards Yifan. They attempted to disrupt Yifan's casting of this terrifying spell, akin to a taboo, in order to by their side a glimmer of hope. Seeing this scene, Yifan couldn't help but snort coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He changed hand seals, manipulating the small, exquisite, yet mysterious devouring cauldron, causing it to tremble slightly. In an instant, several chains of star power shimmering with brilliant starlight erupted from the cauldron, sweeping toward the reckless cultivators like agile serpents at lightning speed. Each star power chain contained incredibly powerful destructive force, capable of annihilating everything in its path. When they reached those cultivators, they instantly wrapped around them tightly. In the face of this destructive power, those cultivators had no resistance. In the blink of an eye, their vitality was ruthlessly extinguished like a candle in the wind. Following that, their bodies exploded, transforming into pure streams of energy that surged outward. At this moment, the second skill evolved from Yifan's devouring technique, the devouring star power chains, was showcasing its unparalleled might and marvel. This skill not only assisted Yifan in condensing his true energy into a powerful devouring cauldron, but also enabled precise strikes and refinement against locked targets through the star power chains. Just now, Yifan had pushed the suction of the devouring cauldron to its ultimate limit, causing the once impregnable Allied defense system to utterly collapse. The remaining cultivators, seeing the dire situation, attempted to turn and flee, but it was too late. An irresistible massive suction surged from the small cauldron, like an invisible giant hand, firmly grasping them and dragging them mercilessly into the cauldron. Once inside the cauldron, these cultivators awaited a nightmarish fate. The cauldron was filled with terrifying power that made their souls and bodies rapidly decompose and dissolve, ultimately transforming into the purest form of energy. This pure energy continuously integrated into Yi Fan's body, becoming the driving force behind his growing strength. Yi Fan quietly gazed at the scene before him. Despite the victorious atmosphere surrounding him, there was no joy in his heart. He understood that although this fierce battle had ended in victory, the price he had paid was far too heavy. At this moment, his once strong body was on the brink of collapse, with many meridians suffering severe injuries. And even the precious power of his virtual soul had been consumed by more than half. Every breath and every movement triggered excruciating pain. Yet these sufferings did not make Yi Fan yield or give up. He deeply understood that in this brutal world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, if one cannot continuously grow stronger, it would be impossible to protect those people and things that are crucial and dearly cherished. After a brief and arduous rest, Yi Fan slowly stood up. Then, gritting his teeth, he dragged his already exhausted body and resolutely continued on his long journey in the western region. Yi Fan stumbled forward, enduring the intense pain coming from all over his body, taking slow steps deeper into the western region. Along the way, he relied on the medicinal pills he carried and the occasional rare spirit herbs he could gather, barely maintaining his injuries from worsening. At the same time, he exerted all his strength to mobilize the little spiritual power left in his body, striving to repair his severely damaged meridians. Chapter 100. The Celestial Tower. As Yi Fan delved deeper, the surrounding environment grew increasingly perilous. Howling winds roared like the cries of ghosts and wolves, and the deafening roars of ancient beasts occasionally rolled in from distant lands, resembling the thunderous sounds of a storm, making people tremble with fear. In a valley shrouded in mist all year round, exuding an endless aura of mystery, Yi Fan unexpectedly discovered an ancient and weathered stone tablet. The tablet was densely engraved with strange runes and enigmatic patterns, which shimmered faintly with a unique light, as if silently telling stories from long ago. Yi Fan cautiously approached the stone tablet and carefully sent out his spiritual sense to investigate. In an instant, an uncontrollable ecstasy surged in his heart as he discovered a complex and intricate connection between this stone tablet and the devouring heaven technique he had been cultivating. It might be a higher and more extraordinary cultivation guide, or perhaps the key to unlocking certain obscure mysteries within the devouring heaven technique. Determined, Yi Fan decided to enter seclusion for cultivation right there. He intended to harness the mysterious power contained in the stone tablet to not only heal his unresolved injuries, but also to explore the new, unknown, and enticing realms of the devouring heaven technique. With skilled movements, he quickly set up defensive formations around the stone tablet, with streams of spiritual light flickering and intertwining, ultimately forming an incredibly sturdy protective barrier to guard against any sudden disturbances from ancient beasts. Once everything was ready, Yi Fan slowly entered a state of seclusion, his consciousness like light smoke, gradually immersing itself in the world of the tablet's runes. In this strange and brilliant world, he witnessed the shocking scenes of ancient powers cultivating the devouring heaven technique. Those ancient beings, with just a slight gesture, could shatter stars into dust and change the colors of heaven and earth in an instant. The overwhelmingly powerful force left Yi Fan's heart shaken like never before, planting a fiery seed of pursuit for greater power deep within him. As time quietly passed, Yi Fan immersed himself in profound insights and diligent cultivation, his mind focused, as steadfast as a statue. Finally, his injuries melted away like snow under the warm sun, slowly healing, while his understanding of the devouring heaven technique also progressed to a deeper, more mysterious level. During this process, he seemed to break free from a cocoon, successfully overcoming the seemingly indestructible bottleneck of his previous realm, his strength soaring like a rocket, rising to the mid-stage of the golden core realm. At this moment, the star power within him flowed like a clear stream, becoming purer and more refined after layers of filtration. The operation of spiritual power within the meridians resembled smoothly functioning gears, more efficient and smooth, with each circulation carrying surging power. His virtual soul power had also undergone a qualitative leap, solidifying from its original ethereal state into something substantial, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Yi Fan strode forward, determined to leave the valley that had witnessed his growth and transformation, continuing on the unknown and challenging path ahead. During his travels, he heard rumors of a legendary celestial tower standing proudly at the far end of the western region, shrouded in the dust of time. on this vast continent of Jiuzhou. No one knew where this tower came from or why it existed. It silently loomed at the edge of the Daxiao Empire, like a mysterious giant. Although it currently belonged to the Daxiao Empire, the empire had not dispatched anyone to manage it. The reason being that while this tower housed countless treasures akin to stars and immense opportunities that could drive people mad, it was also accompanied by terrifying and unimaginable dangers. Throughout history, countless strong individuals, confident in their strength, had eagerly attempted to enter it, seeking its endless mysteries and treasures. But most ended up like stones sinking into the sea, disappearing into the endless darkness and danger. The people of the Jiuzhou continent held the tower in awe, and few dared to venture there easily. Additionally, the western region was mostly composed of desert wilderness, with a harsh environment and few people, which gradually turned the celestial tower into a mysterious place that no one cared about. Occasionally, a few adventurous souls, filled with passion and fearless courage, would challenge the celestial tower, but without exception, they all ended up as meat buns thrown to dogs, leaving only endless regrets and sighs echoing in this desolate western region. It was rumored that the tower was like a mysterious beast, possessing astonishingly unique characteristics. It would dynamically adjust the internal challenge difficulty based on the entrance cultivation level. Like a chameleon, initially, the obstacles encountered would match the challenger's own realm, but as exploration deepened, the difficulty would soar like a rocket, pushing towards the peaks of even higher realms. This meant that only warriors with exceptional cross-level challenge abilities could find a glimmer of hope in this dragon's lair, while ordinary cultivators recklessly entering would be like moths to a flame, with survival hopes as slim as a grain of sand in the ocean. However, deep within Yi Fan's heart, it seemed to burn with an unquenchable flame. A strong and uncontrollable impulse surged like a tidal wave within him. His eyes sparkled with a steel-like determination, resolutely setting his grand ambition to head towards the celestial tower, vowing to challenge the numerous dangers hidden in the unknown depths, to grasp greater power firmly in his hands, and to boldly advance towards the peak of the cultivation path, even if the way ahead was filled with thorny cliffs. He would never retreat a single step. Yi Fan traveled day and night, enduring hardships and challenges like a fearless warrior, overcoming obstacles along the way. After a long and arduous journey, he finally arrived at the fearsome celestial tower. Looking up, the Tower of Babel resembles a towering pillar reaching into the clouds, with a cold and mysterious glow shimmering atop its body. That light seems like memories settled in the river of time, silently recounting the changes of the past and the endless mysteries sealed by time. Surrounding the tower is an unusual mist that is both picturesque and conceals danger. Within the mist, dangerous arcs of electricity occasionally slither like silver snakes, flashing a chilling light that sends shivers down the spine. Strange runes flicker in and out of sight, as if they are a mysterious curse from another world, exuding a heart-stopping aura.